He stared down at her for a long moment, considering this. When he opened his mouth to speak, she placed the palms of her hands on his cheeks and pulled his face down to hers, kissing his lips. "Nay, Hyatt, do not speak. I do not wish to hear you argue this point and spoil the moment. It is too precious to me." A slight smile touched his lips before he returned her kiss, and let many more precious moments follow the first. Although Hyatt had suffered a lack of rest, both on the road and in his chamber, he was dressed and gone with sunrise. Aurelie stirred, finding herself alone, and almost laughed at his determined nature. He would not be weakened by love or love's play. His duties would never go undone. She washed from a basin of fresh water brought by Baptiste and donned a clean gown. Her cheeks were pink, if not from a night of untold pleasures, at least from the chafing of Hyatt's beard. She made a silent and somewhat cheerful resolution to play lackey and see him properly shaved. Hyatt was still at his morning meal when she descended into the hall. Several of his men stood around while he sat, talking and eating. He noticed her arrival and looked in her direction.
"Perhaps Aurelie can tell you how he managed. Have you asked her?"
She stopped short and looked at Hyatt and some of the faces surrounding him. One young man flushed slightly before speaking.
"Nay, Hyatt, we feared it would sound too much like an accusation."
He pulled the chair beside him out from the table for her to seat herself, his eyes studying her broodingly as she approached.
"Sir Varel of Giles's troop is gone, Aurelie. Did you know he planned to escape?"
She looked down. "I strongly suspected from the first, my lord."
"And you chose not to warn me or Gervin?"
She took a bolstering breath and met his eyes. "I am sorry for your loss, messieurs, for Varel was good and strong, and if he could have been shown the way to save his pride, yet change his allegiance, you would have had a good man in your own troop. But he was an enemy and could not change. I think it is better he is gone than in De La Noya, reduced to plotting against a force he could never best. If I said nothing, it was because he is not a threat to you, but your justice would have forced his death. I have wanted to spare anyone from the old troop of De La Noya."
"Do you know who gave him a horse and weapons?"
"How are you certain he had these things?"
"'Twas a small group of thieves or soldiers who delayed us. We found them leaving a village with their booty, and though we chased them far, for 2 days they had good mounts and evaded us. Left behind in one of their flights was a cloak with an initial on the collar. It belonged to one of my men. It was stolen."
"Did you see Varel?"
"Nay, but I have reason to believe he was among them. And we have found the hole he burrowed under the wall, behind the stable. The shovel given to him was to scrape the stable floor free of dung, but he put it to better use."
"Is it possible that the thieves came upon Varel, killed him, and relieved him of his gear?" Hyatt slowly shook his head, his eyes boring through her.
"Do you know who outfitted him, my lady? Do you know his purpose now?"
"Messire, I know that none of those knights whom you have reduced to beaten vassals gave him aid, but I cannot say from whence his help came. And he spoke of finding a French force north of Avignon to attack De La Noya, but he is dreaming. He will find no one to come this far, especially on his behalf. His anger bites him deeply, and he will not fare this escape well. I warned him." Hyatt took his eyes off her for the first time and looked to his men.
"Carry on and forget the knave. He is among thieves and scavengers now, and if that satisfies him more than an army, so be it. But fill the spot and keep your eyes sharper now."
When the men had drifted away, he looked again at his wife.
"Do you lie to me, my lady?"
"Nay, Hyatt, 'twould be of no use."
"Did you ask Varel to stay and take up arms on my behalf?"
"I only said that it was possible, in time, for his skills to be proven, and you had no use for talented stable boys. I have seen you command, Signor. I know you to make good use of each man." Hyatt slowly nodded.
"Is there more?"
Gervin had wandered into the hall, glanced briefly at Hyatt and Aurelie with a slight nod, and gone to the barrel to dip a cup of cold water for himself. "Nay, Hyatt, there is nothing more."
"You spoke of changed loyalties. Have you now changed yours?"
"Have you, my lord?"
"What? I cannot—"
"You swore your oath as husband for the sake of usefulness and alliance. Is that your allegiance still?"
"Aye."
"And so is mine the same. For the sake of this castle and its people, I am beaten." As he looked at her, his hand slipped over hers in her lap. He gave it a slight squeeze.
"You play the beaten one so well that I sometimes wonder if you mean to use it as a weapon rather than a sufferance. Do you think that if you remind me over and over that I have won, I will forget there has been a war and you were a parcel of the booty?"
"I assure you, messire, I am not clever enough to use your victory as any plot against you."
"I wonder, Aurelie. You are an unusual woman. I will ask you again, do you know who aided Varel?" "If she has suspicions,"
Gervin's voice interrupted.
"do not insist that she makes wishes into verdicts, Hyatt. You will not find the truth by demanding her thoughts. I have suspicions as well. Suspicions are hot for as long as a fire poker in the snow, and as useful. I will not name them. What do you say? I have said enough. If I knew who spirited the boy away and could prove it, I would tell you. 'Twas not Lady Aurelie." "You have earned the trust I have in your word," Hyatt said. "How am I to be assured that this woman, my wife by conquest, would tell me what she knows? She has not yet earned my trust." Gervin laughed deeply, the rumbling noise causing Hyatt to stiffen and Aurelie to listen attentively. "I have seen how the whining accusations of women deepen your trust in them. Leave the lady be. Varel is better gone. He would have gotten himself killed had he stayed here. Lady Aurelie does you a service with her silence, more so than she could with wily and hopeful tales." His task and speech finished, Gervin quit the hall, back to whatever labor he'd been engaged in. Aurelie followed his departure, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. When she regarded her husband, he was studying her closely, and his eyes burned with many questions. "Somehow, in my absence, you have brought my messenger simpering to his knees. I would know what dribbling honey your lips proffer that has won his loyalty. Gervin is less fond of women than I." Aurelie let her hand rise to the tabletop and slowly close over his. "I would, Hyatt, that you spare me some dignity in your questioning. To trick Sir Gervin into some service on my behalf was never in my mind, since he has claimed responsibility for Giles's death. I am not weak, but neither am I strong enough to coddle for my own ends my husband's murderer. If Gervin has come to my colours in some small way, 'tis not of my doing, but his own." She shrugged. "Let me prove my worth any other way, but do not hurt me so deeply as to imply that I am such a simpering whore. Of all my weaknesses, that is not one." As he listened, his eyes darkened. She spoke as eloquently as any high judge, as faithfully as a sacred tribunal, and she echoed for him what he believed, rather than escaping the question. "I think, madam, that you take my sharpest wisdom and twist it like a blade into my breast." "Or do I take your greatest strength and wrap it like a warm embrace about your heart? It is for you to decide." Chapter 10. Aurelie still walked the wall and viewed De La Noye from the parapets and high donjon as she'd done daily when Giles was alive. Now there was little question in her mind as to whom all this belonged. With Giles, she'd known this possession to belong more to her than the Lord, but her life as his wife was a secret and a lie. Now she was a wife well used, but had no possessions. She'd lost more than a husband in the siege.
She'd lost control of the castle. Hyatt didn't need her at all. He ordered her compliance and asserted his husbandly rights. She'd nothing to say of how the wall was manned for protection, of how the guards would spend their days and nights, nor did she have any dominion over the Verlaines, except to supervise their good service to Hyatt. But now she knew the secrets of the marriage bed, and in the dark of night when Hyatt's arm gently encircled her, she pretended that she was also loved. If she were to consider Hyatt's treatment of her when they were in seclusion, she would believe herself cherished. But in the cool light of morning, he faithfully resumed an aloof and commanding manner. He neither trusted nor coddled her. But then he'd never promised any more than he'd given. It was just past dawn as she walked her vigil to see the hall, houses, town, and farming plots. She viewed the perfect patches of fields. He'd overthrown them, yet de la Noya hadn't been so well settled since her arrival 12 years ago. The heavy iron gate at the portcullis that separated the inner bailey from the outer bailey hadn't been in use for many years, for it had rusted and could not be lowered. Hyatt's troops repaired it, doubling the security of the main hall. Even nature accommodated Hyatt, for the weather provided a perfect balance of sunlight and showers for the crops. Houses were rethatched and the stock and people were well fed. The summer was at its hottest now, and if the growing season continued this well, the harvest would be good and next spring shearing would be the best ever. The gates were being opened below her to let the farmers leave to do their daily chores. Armed knights accompanied them to the fields and pastures. From the high tower, her people looked the same as ever. On closer inspection, she could see anger in some of their eyes, but they no longer shuddered in terror as they had in those first days. Most, she was forced to admit, were better off than they had ever been. Father Algernon was the only person in all of de la Noya to make do on less than he had before. When the gates closed behind the guards and farmers, Aurelie descended into the town. She stopped at a few houses to see how the occupants fared. Percival was mending nicely, and his family already plied their labors to Hyatt's cause. Aurelie visited this household often, but not so much because she was needed. Rather, it was because of Percival's regard for Hyatt. Once he and his people had come inside the stout walls of de la Noya and were cared for, Percival had been ready to pledge allegiance to the Englishman.
My village was wasted, and many lives were lost. Some may damn me, my lady, but I would pledge to the devil himself if that same one offered me shelter, a chance to work, and food for my family.
There are some here who think that you would be pledging to the devil, she had said.
Then they have not seen what I have seen. Your lord is not soft, but he is more generous than any I have known.
Because he spared your lives? Do you see that as generous? To live is your right.
Nay, madam, anyone can spare a life. The choice is simple to kill or not to kill an innocent man. But there are few who are wise enough to help a man put his life to use.
Aurelie visited other houses, and there was no doubt that what Percival said of Hyatt's wisdom was true. Delmar was retired from his duties as a guard and was denied the possession of any weapons, but he laughingly showed her his tools. The Knights of Hyatt had helped him construct a work area behind his house, and trees were felled to bring him fresh wood, from which he made furniture and utensils.
No sword, shield, nor knife, but hammers, chisels, saws, and axes. This may fool some of the serfs, but it does not fool me. If Hyatt feared I would raise a weapon against him, would he give me an axe?
You are happy, Delmar, she stated softly.
Hush, my lady, he said with a smile. To be happy under this new barbaric rule would name me a traitor to France.
But there was no question that Delmar was pleased and productive. He'd always relished his time away from knightly duties so that he could carve, build, polish, and fashion eating utensils and furniture that made his wife the envy of the other women.
When De La Noya is settled and the needs we now have are satisfied, I will sell my wares. Even now I train my son as an apprentice.
I think you prosper, Delmar. I am pleased for you.
Who does not, lady?
Ah, he said, holding up a hand.
I know the names of those whose positions were lost. The younger men-at-arms, the captains, watchmen, bowmen, and pikemen. Not all are happy to have seen their swords replaced with scythes. But they are only a few. Not many from De La Noya would ever meet the king or travel to Paris. Most of the villagers never see the man who draws the gabelle tax from their salt to build his army. These people wish only to work, eat, and have the protection of the decent lord. I only say, give the man time and let us judge his worth when we are done with war. That is, when a man discovers the value of his overlord, when he shows his merit during peace.
By the time she'd stopped at a dozen small houses and was en route to the hall, the gates were being opened again to allow escorted women to bring food to the men in the fields. She realized the whole morning had been spent in the village and began to rush back to the hall. What she'd been looking for, she knew, were not problems and miseries that required her attention, but her daily surveillance was to determine Hyatt's growing acceptance by the people and the progress on the castle and town. Unless some work in the main hall delayed her, she went around the wall and into the town every morning. She'd done so since the second week in May. July had aged, drawing the harvest nearer, and she could not ignore the evidence. Hyatt's arrival had been a salvation for the deteriorating De La Noya. Very few still mourned the passage of the domain from French du Poivre to an English knight named Hyatt Laidley. Only a few families of knights killed in battle and certain deposed warriors held any hope that France would reclaim Guienne. She even witnessed the unexpected sight of a young woman of her village talking and flirting with a soldier in red and black livery. The resistance to Hyatt was slipping away. But the mistress of De La Noya held back, not for France, but for the sake of pride. Hyatt was seated in the main hall, eating more leisurely than was common for him. He'd been home for over a fortnight, and she'd become accustomed to his habits very easily, for his route was simple and predictable. By day he commanded her and everyone else, but by night, when he chose to make love to her, he wasn't satisfied until she, too, experienced great pleasure. There were times when he studied her face in brooding silence as if some memory pricked his tender conscience. These troubled spells were short, and he didn't speak of his burden. She wondered if she was coming to mean something more to him. "Do you not ride out with your men today, my lord?" she asked.
"Not today,"
he mumbled. He turned to Gervin.
"The hunting needs to be done in the South Wood, Gervin. I think the forest north of the keep holds more French scavengers and meandering English troops who have lost their leaders. Those brigands and our hunters seem to have depleted the good game." "Tomorrow at dawn, then," Gervin said. "I will accompany you. It is not good for me to have too much leisure."
"My lord," Aurelie attempted quietly. "It is necessary to send guards with the farmers? I can think of none who will abandon their homes in De La Noya, and the women are escorted to the fields as well. Surely you do not think they—"
"What is it you seek? Fewer guards?"
"It might serve to show them that you come to trust their honest labors and—"
"And open the gate for free passage? You forget, my lady, these people are not free."
Aurelie stiffened. "I believe they know that, Sir Hyatt."
"Of course,"
he said sharply, his tone implying that he wasn't in agreement.
"Do you ask me to lighten my guard for a special reason, Aurelie? Does Varel plan to return with an army soon?"
"Oh, Hyatt, nay, that is not what I—" "Is that what you think?" That I plot against you?
You give or withhold important truths at your will, and how can I be secure? You knew Varel's plans, yet told no one. You covered his path as he fled.
Nay! Her voice was a sharp, angry denial. Hyatt was abruptly cut off. Aurelie didn't argue further, but turned and fled to the stair, running up quickly to her bedchamber. It had taken great willpower not to cover her ears against his accusations, and she felt the heat of tears on her cheeks. He chastised her when it was Fawn's treachery at work. He criticized his wife while his mistress wore gold bracelets and beautiful gowns. She ran into her chamber and across the room to the window. The door opened soon after, as she knew it would. She flinched as Hyatt slammed the portal.
"Do not ever walk away from me as I speak,"
he thundered. She whirled to face him. "Even as you accuse me? Even as you call my word a lie? Even as you allow your soldiers and serfs to stand witness to your ridicule?"
"You did not deny that you knew Varel's plans. You admitted that he might have left as he threatened he would, rather than succumb and name me as his lord. Yet you did not tell anyone before, but only when you were publicly addressed. You might never have admitted the truth, and still you have not told me all." She stepped closer to him, and he likewise advanced. "I did not lie. I first warned Varel not to fight you, and later I thought it would be better for the rest of us if he fled." "Since you did not impede his escape, how am I to believe that you did not aid him?" "I cannot say who helped him, Hyatt. 'Twas not I. I swear it. Do you doubt that he had a good horse, weapons?" "I believe that he did, but I provided none of that." Hyatt stepped yet closer. "You lie to me, Aurelie," he said threateningly, "and I know it. It is in your eyes when you lie. You do not hide it well." "I could do nothing," she insisted, yet tears fell from her eyes. His many faces tore at her heart. "He got clean away, and someone here is my enemy, pretending to be my ally." "I thought I had convinced him it would be foolish," she said, "and you would have killed him had you known." "And for that reason you did not tell me?" "Nay!" she shouted. "For the reason—" She stopped herself abruptly. She looked into his hard, angry eyes. Her tears subsided instantly, and her voice came softly. There was no reason to deny it any longer. Varel was gone. She lifted her chin. "For the reason that he planned to take me with him. I hoped that my refusal to go would end his plans and replace his lunacy with reason." Hyatt's features relaxed into a superior grin. "I thought he would finally admit it was his lust that drove him. He was a fool to desire a woman to the extent of such risk." He raised both brows. "Did you think I did not know it?" "Ooh!" she growled, insulted to the depth of her sensibilities. "You insufferable oaf! I should have kept silent." She tried to turn away from him, but he yanked her back, forcing her to face him. "Let go, Hyatt. You mean only to humiliate me." "How could you have taken him seriously? Did it please you to know that the boy was so smitten with you, he would risk his life to have you? And how did you answer his love, Aurelie? How did you keep yourself from fleeing with your ragged, beaten knight?" She struggled to free herself from his grasp, but he held her fast by the upper arms. "You rancid churl! He had more regard for me than anyone has since your coming." Hyatt laughed cruelly at the statement, holding her wrist securely. "Truly, madam? I give you your home, your rule beside my own, a warm bed and food for your belly. Yet you prefer the hot-blooded notions of a boy who lives on naught but childish dreams? You think to flee whole armies through a dense wood is regard? What could he give you but danger, a low fire to keep away captors, a few grains, and a long, harsh journey? And above that, if he offers passion, 'twould be an adulteress he would make you. Nay, I say he's a selfish idiot with little regard for you. At least he is able and strong and does not insult me. He thought I was well worth the risk. To die needlessly is a high insult, madam. Further, if he had any loyalty to you, he would not suggest that you endanger yourself. Do you think you would have gotten away? I do not care much about Varel. He can have a horse and some grain for his journey. He travels toward Hollis, and that hardy knight does not like to witness a Frenchman who yet draws a breath. But you are too valuable a prize to sacrifice to Hollis or any other scavenger. Perhaps Varel will slip by your ruthless English armies and return with a French force to— Giles is dead, he said slowly. You were the only heir. You are my wife, bound by vows. If John comes to claim this domain, he claims it against the will of God and the Church. Even your French king is not that stupid. Varel is lucky you refused him. Had you gone, you would have been found and returned, and I would not have been so gentle as I was when you were newly widowed. She held herself rigidly in his grasp, her fury growing even more at his insensitive threats. You have captured me once, Hyatt. If I choose to flee from you, you will never capture me twice. I will leave you nothing better than my corpse. His smile vanished and he shook her abruptly. He could think of no reason for such a statement, save one. Do you love him? Do you love the knave? Why do you care, Hyatt? Do you perchance place some value on me after all? You are the lady of this hall, and your talents are well used. Your marriage to me rises above this English and French war and binds this property to my name. You are the mistress of De la Noya. Whether we share any affection does not matter, but the larger question must be answered lest there is some plan between illicit lovers to attack De la Noya. Answer me now. Do you love him? She stared calmly at the anger in his eyes. Deep in her heart she wished that this rage came from his own feelings for her. But she knew his truth was well calculated. He considered her a possession, and he would neither share her nor accept any risk to have her. Nay, I do not love him, Hyatt. She raised her clear blue eyes so that he could judge the truth for himself, as he claimed he could. Nor did I know his feeling for me went deeper than a man's allegiance to his lord. And I did not welcome his confession. Hyatt looked deeply into her eyes for a long moment, and she saw that he was satisfied. The grip on her arm slowly slackened, and he released her. He turned toward the door. Once that portal was opened, he looked back at her. When did he tell you the truth about his lust? When you suspected he did. The day the prisoners were released. And you rebuffed him then? She stood tall and proud. I warned him in earnest that even were you less inclined to kill to secure your possessions, I would not welcome his affection. Yet he asked you to flee with him. 'Twas not of his doing. Varel is not that stupid. Someone convinced him there was a chance I would agree to go. Then will you place a name to your suspicions? Now? I cannot, she said, lowering her eyes. To accuse Fawn would make Aurélie seem jealous and embittered in Hyatt's eyes. She wouldn't be brought so low. She wouldn't be branded as a conniving woman. You are my wife, he said softly. If there is someone here who plots against me and you do not confess it, your hand joins him on the blade that slays me. She slowly let her eyes rise. If I thought you would come to any harm because of my silence, Hyatt, I would place names to my worries. But 'tis truth I speak when I say that the one I do not trust would never harm you. Others may fall by the way, but you will be safe. And then, in a very soft whisper, she added, I pray you believe me, messire, for I value your life, if for no other reason than that it assures mine.
He winced slightly with her words, blinking his eyes closed as if she touched some tender spot and caused pain.
"Enough said,"
he said without looking at her. He seemed to regain his composure and looked across the room at her.
"The guards accompany the farmers and their women for their protection, not as sentries to prevent escape. We have seen the makings of camps in the forests around De La Noya and do not know by the ashes of cook fires whether they are bandits, scavengers, English armies, or escaped French exiles. Whoever they be, they travel and camp in small groups, which does not bode well for our people, and they are at risk unguarded. An English army engaged in Edward's siege would be welcome here and need not conceal themselves. But the wolves who roam the forest after a war prey upon that lone sheep who wanders too near the woods."
"You did not tell me, Hyatt."
"You did not ask."
He left abruptly then, not waiting for the apology that was close to her lips. She had misjudged him again, and in her request that her people be shown more trust by fewer guards, there was the sound of accusation. She told herself throughout the rest of the day that it didn't matter if she failed to show proper gratitude for the good things he did. It didn't matter to him whether she was thankful or whether she despised him, so long as she did what was expected of her. But an ill feeling surrounded her all through the day, for she knew she had been unjust. Aurelie had no trouble keeping a proud facade, though she was beaten. Nor was she too subdued to throw her share of insults when the bantering began. But justice was essential to her, even when it concerned her treatment of a man who was her known enemy. Admittedly, his treatment of her had been decent. As she groomed herself for the evening meal, taking more time than usual on her appearance, she thought not only of how she might show Hyatt that she was just and reasonable, but of how she might cautiously lead him toward more trusting companionship. There hadn't been only changes in De La Noya, but within herself. Her body was changing, her heart was softening toward Hyatt, and a growing need to be at peace with him was emerging. When she descended into the common hall for the evening meal, she wore her best gown, the cream-colored one that she had worn on the day Hyatt had taken her to the priest. The room was nearly full, and the trays of food were already being put on long trestle tables. She could see from Hyatt's eyes that he approved of her attire. He stood as she came down the stairs and held a hand out to her to seat her at his side.
"King Edward would be well pleased to see how agreeably these French swine have come to heal."
Aurelie didn't look in the direction of Fond's intentionally loud voice. She went to her seat beside Hyatt, hearing the voice of a man who was well-oiled of ale respond to his dinner partner.
"With all the boasting about these French armies, we thought there would be plenty of fighting, but the French are a cowardly bunch. They have come quickly to submission. But then we heard they were weak. Now the Scots—"
"At least the French know their betters," Fond laughed, cutting the man off. She wasn't interested in war stories, but wished to keep the subject turned to slurs against the conquered. "Though few will admit it, Edward's forces did nothing but put an end to their misery and incompetence, that a rule could be formed, especially here." Aurelie's jaw tightened, but she looked at Hyatt. His eyes were fixed on Fond for a moment, then he sat down beside his wife. There was no amusement in his features. Fond's laughter was joined by some of the men at her end of the table, but their jokes were cruel. Much was said of the beaten French, their ingratitude at being rescued by the stronger warriors, their quick, frightened servitude. Giles was liberally ridiculed for his lack of warring skills and was named the poorest soldier in the whole De La Noya troop. One voice delivered a remark that stung Aurelie deeply.
"Even the sire's widow appears pleased with her new ruler. Mayhap she thanked her conqueror for removing the monkish moron, else she'd have to spend the rest of her days as his wife."
"Gervin!" Fond called out loudly.
Are you bored now that your days are spent hunting rather than fighting? Do you wish to meet with a challenge of some strength?"
Gervin grumbled something low and inaudible.
"What say you, Gervin?"
Fawn pressed. Gervin raised his head.
"Was your question whether I'd rather hunt or fight, mistress? I like a good fight, but so do I like the hunt. To slay a boar satisfies me now, since it fills grateful bellies. I enjoy helping to feed the farmers. They work to earn it. It chafes at me to work to feed the stomach of a drone." "What?"
Gervin chuckled.
"Mistress Fawn, I am only a soldier and not a learned man. Yet I am wise enough to know that anyone who works gets a return on his labors, whether from my hunting or my lord's protection. I wager that every person kept by Hyatt knows how he earns his lord's hospitality or how he strains it. He who does nothing will find equal reward, mistress."
Rather than risk an insult like the one that had nearly reached her, Fawn turned her attention to the knights who would appreciate her wit. She collected more these days, since Hyatt seemed to have his affection focused elsewhere, and it was beginning to look as though Fawn was accessible. Aurelie stole a glance at Gervin. She decided, when the man didn't return her glance, that it was unlikely Gervin had put the audacious woman in her place in any gesture of loyalty to Aurelie. It was well known that Gervin didn't tolerate Fawn well. But Aurelie smiled inwardly, feeling less alone since Gervin nearly announced Fawn's laziness. Aurelie ate most of her meal in silence, and when she was nearly finished, she touched Hyatt's hand as he paused with his knife over his plate.
"Monseigneur,"
she said in a quiet, humbled voice. "My tongue was quick today, and before I thought better of my words, I had cast unfair doubt on your actions." He raised a brow and peered at her in question. "I would have told you of Varel's plan if I thought any other men would join him, but he alone fled de la Noya, and it is better he's gone, I think. I give you my word that I know of no other who plots an escape."
"What assurance do I have that I can trust your word, Aurelie?"
he quietly asked. "None, monsieur, but I will tell you the truth just the same. He was foolish in this desire he claimed to feel for me, and I think it was bent more of loyalty and his wish to return to our old ways that moved him to confess so much." Hyatt smiled.
"You said that Varel wasn't stupid."
"That is why I have not understood him," she said with a shrug. "As God is my witness, Hyatt, he was never so foolish before. I was frightened of you and of him. I didn't want such nonsense to be harshly punished." Hyatt smiled.
"I think I understand, Aurelie. Are there others here who fancy themselves in love with you?"
Her cheeks pinkened delicately, yet a slight rueful chuckle escaped her. "Nay, Hyatt. Only once has a person claimed such passionate love, and he escaped your rule in rags."
"Then 'tis better that you hold little hope on his rescue."
"You may believe me. I do not hope for that. But Hyatt, forgive me for questioning your use of your men. It was wrong of me. I should have known you did not worry over the flight of a few farmers, and I welcome your protection of them. I am sorry." Hyatt's brows rose in surprise.
"My ears fail me. You are asking for forgiveness?"
She folded her hands in her lap and looked down. "I was wrong, Hyatt. You have done well by your possession in most cases, and I wish only good to come to these people. I shall not question you again." His hand covered both of hers.
"Are we bent on a common purpose at last, Sherry?"
She turned to look at him. She wondered for a moment if there was something more for them than master and slave, but warned herself not to take much heart in his momentary softening. "I gave my word to see my people well served. I shall not fail in that." He frowned slightly, as if he was not completely satisfied with that response.
"You are forgiven, madam. I find I am hard put to deny you anything."
He watched her as she finished her meal. He made a silent oath to see her fitted with cloth for better gowns once the harvest was in, and there was money to spare. Perhaps before winter he could send to neighboring cities that had been quelled some men to buy things needed at De La Noya. He liked sitting beside her more when she was richly dressed. Her beauty was deserving of jewels and expensive cloth, but she was modest. He suspected that there was more hidden away, and he did not question this, for he believed that when she felt secure, she would draw out anything she had. He glanced at Fawn, who wore her jewels liberally. He supposed many, including Aurelie, believed he had given her gems and gold. Actually, her gifts had come from some of his men seeking to win favor either from her or from him. He'd always seen to it that she had plenty of money with which to buy things as they traveled, and though he meant it more for Derek than Fawn, once money was given, he didn't consider it his right to question its use. And Derek always appeared well kept. But Aurelie, he silently decided, should have gifts. Her pale, silken flesh would shine under the weight of gems. Her small but full figure would be even more alluring in a few new gowns. Even the one she wore, though her best, seemed to fit her poorly, although he could not deny that the strained décolletage pleased his eyes. In spite of her efforts to keep herself safe and distant from his lordship here, it was obvious that even she was thriving. His memory could not have failed him so completely. Her eyes were brighter, her cheeks and lips had a healthy pink flush, and she appeared more robust, more beautiful than when he first arrived. She had covered her long, lustrous hair with a wimple, but when she was bereft of these garments, it was her hair that he loved most. He could not keep his hands from it. As he studied her, his hand idly moved to her bare shoulder to gently caress her flesh. She turned toward him to catch him in his brooding stare, and she let a smile flirt at the corners of her mouth for just an instant before she rose to see to the cleaning of the room. "I will conquer even her," he thought, watching her move about the room, the swing of her skirt, the swell of her breasts when she stooped or bent to some task, and the strong but feminine grasp of her hands as she lifted an object. Every movement enchanted his thoughts. She grew more breathtaking with every passing day. He would guard his emotions and never be her victim, but a proud smile grew on his lips as he watched her and conceded that a man could hardly do better in getting a wife. "If she ever comes to heel," he thought, "I might even admit that I have been smitten with her since the first." "At dawn, so says Sir Hyatt." Hyatt turned as Gervin's voice loudly interrupted his thoughts. He frowned in worry that he'd been caught gazing with longing at his wife. The meal was done and the occupants of the room were settling into their evening routine. Some of the men had filled their horns with ale and the duties for the following day were being discussed. A half-dozen men stood leisurely around the Lord's table listening. "We hunt at dawn's break, Hyatt?" Gervin asked. "Aye, in the South Forest. I will accompany you, but you select the hunters to go, Gervin. You are more aware of the most skilled." "You hunt, Hyatt?" Fawn asked, laughter ringing in her voice. "You must have reached the height of leisure of a prosperous lord now. I have never known you to hunt unless you are bored." "Perhaps he wishes to shoot a few arrows for himself, lest his desire to feed his villains be questioned," Gervin said loudly. "I say these people are well fed, Hyatt, and almost everyone here present works as hard as the Lord for their keeping." Hyatt wondered at Gervin's wisdom in taunting Fawn, for he knew that was what he did. He tried to disregard the man's jeering. "I am anxious to see if the same evidence of raiders exists in the South Wood. If so, we must brace ourselves. Not only the search for camps, Hyatt, but for better game," Gervin lifted his horn of ale.
"I thank you most kindly for conquering a castle endowed of such good cooking talents. I swear I've never eaten quite so well as this."
He gave his middle a pat.
"I think it has begun to show,"
he said, getting a round of laughing agreements from the other men.
"It has proven a good place,"
another man said.
"Even the women here are more to my liking than in England,"
said another.
"Ha! The women anywhere are to your liking."
Hyatt had to laugh at the heightened color on the cheeks of the young man in his group considered to be the most vulnerable to a swinging skirt.
"Since I guard this place and spend more time here than any of the riders, I take a good long look at the town each day. The people of De La Noya regard this occupation with considerable respect now, and they are showing the signs of my hunting efforts as well as I."
Gervin leaned back in his chair and seemed to survey the room. There was another round of laughter, and several well-fed men gave their firm stomachs a hearty salute.
"I am glad we all agree it is a good and plentiful place. Let's see if you still think so when you rise before dawn to hunt."
Hyatt stood from his place at the table, and seeing that Aurelie was finished with her duties, held an arm out to her. She looked more lovely than ever, and he was eager to leave all the toasting and jesting to his men.
"Even your wife is of stouter frame these days, Sir Hyatt,"
Gervin said as Aurelie came near the table. She stopped short beside Hyatt, looking with questioning eyes at Gervin. His manner was more jovial and louder than usual.
"Have we toasted the beautiful lady? I think a toast has been too long neglected, since we had no wedding feast. To Lady Aurelie."
Someone thrust a horn into Hyatt's hand, and he drank, though he didn't hold it high. He could toast her beauty better than anyone, but she seemed rigid and uncomfortable beside him, as if embarrassed by the attention being drawn to her. As he drained his cup, he let an arm casually encircle her waist.
"I vow she grows more beautiful,"
Gervin chortled.
"Does she admit she prefers this marriage to the last?"
Hyatt frowned at his knight, not getting much pleasure from Gervin's light mood.
"To what do we owe the bounty of goodness that shows itself, my lady? Sir Hyatt, did your seed strike a fertile place where Giles has failed?"
Hyatt slowly turned to look at his wife, meeting her eyes. There was a proud swell of emotion there as she tried to remain composed. His gaze slowly dropped to her bosom and then to her waist. He had eaten many a meal beside her, and unless her habits in his absence had been gluttonous, Gervin had just voiced an explanation for the changes Hyatt had earlier sensed.
"He means to keep us guessing,"
someone laughed.
"Nay, it is that he does not want too many toasts on the night before an early hunt. I think he's jealous of his privacy. Hyatt leaves us last to know when he has wed, and no doubt will share the news of some new heir when we hear the squalling infant from behind his chamber doors."
Hyatt's gaze burned the question into Aurelie's eyes. She saw no escape and slowly turned to the guffawing knights. They stilled their tongues instantly, almost reverently, when she looked at them. "I hope you do not drink yourselves into illness, for Hyatt's child will not be born for many months. You may toast your lord, for he has begun to seed his dynasty." A round of cheers went up, and Aurelie turned back to Hyatt, her voice barely heard by him, for she didn't choose to share her words. "I would have chosen another time to tell you, Monseigneur. I have only just become certain."
"To Hyatt's son!"
someone shouted. Hyatt's eyes were as gentle as she'd ever seen them. In that instant she understood all that had motivated Fawn, for the light in her husband's eyes at the prospect of a child equaled her own feelings of joy. The mistress had seen this in Hyatt and had used the power that such devotion could wield.
"Would you like to escape this, chérie?"
She nodded, and he pulled her along past the table toward the stair.
"What is this? You drink to Hyatt's son? His next son, we should say. Lady Aurelie is with child. Nay.
The voice had the quality of a scream of pain, and all heads turned to see Fawn standing at the end of the table, palms pressing flat against the solid oak and green eyes ablaze with defiance. As Aurelie watched her, Fawn slowly collected herself, but the struggle to resume her usual confidence was obvious.
She is with child?
Yea, Hyatt said quietly. Fawn began to laugh, an almost hysterical sound.
What makes you certain it is yours, Hyatt? If not Giles, perhaps the lusty lad, Varel. She toyed with him aplenty while you were away.
A piercing feeling assailed Aurelie's stomach, not from the accusation, but from what she saw. Fawn's face was white with panic, her eyes glittering with rage. The mistress had obviously assumed, as many did, that Aurelie was barren and would fail to produce children for Hyatt. The woman's single asset was publicly stripped away. Aurelie stole a glance at Gervin, whose loud jesting had finally ceased. That hearty knight leaned back in his chair and looked with shrewd satisfaction at his prey. Hyatt's hand gently squeezed Aurelie's waist.
The child is mine, he said sternly, and that question need not arise after tonight.
You may wish it so, my lord, but 'tis well known the lady lies to you.
Perhaps when you conquered this keep, Giles had finally succeeded with her.
Hyatt glared at Fawn for a long, quiet moment, and then his eyes slowly shifted to Aurelie. She stared at him, pleading in her expression that he not shame Giles's memory with the truth. His hand tightened at her waist for a moment, and she saw his slight, almost imperceptible nod. He looked back at Fawn.
The lady's child was sired by me, not because I delude myself or because I graciously accept another man's offspring. 'Tis mine because it is. I know it, and that is what matters.
Fawn straightened as if slapped, her lips pursed in a tight line.
What about Derek?
Hyatt shrugged.
I made my oath to Derek, though he wasn't old enough to understand. I make my oath here and now to this child, since there is no question it is mine. If you wish to raise any questions, Mistress Fawn, raise the questions of your own future. You are the one to worry.
Her voice was strained and hurt.
Hyatt, do you warn me before your wife? Your men? You are the one person foolish enough to question my intentions before this woman and these men. Shall I answer you before them?
He shook his head and frowned at the panicked look on her face.
I have said that you would be cared for as long as you mother my son to my liking and you heed your place in my household. Yet you strain my generosity. If you do not like your circumstances, you are free to go. If you wish to stay, mind your behavior carefully. I am very weary of the trouble you create. Do you warn her?
Fawn asked in a trembling voice.
Or is it so different because you have made her your wife? Everyone who lives on my mercy knows it, except you.
He turned his head to look at Aurelie, but her eyes were downcast as she quietly listened to what he had to say. She was amazed that there was little anger in his voice.
You, who have the most cause to be careful, practice the least caution. You assume some rights that had never been granted to you, publicly or even privately. Yea, the lady was warned, and further, she heeds the warning. She has quickly learned the one thing that you fail to grasp. I value her while she serves me faithfully. If the loyal service fails, the value drops. Likewise, the greater energy put to honoring my lordship, to lending dignity to my name, the higher esteem she gains in my house. Now I see that my generosity with you bites me, for you are ungrateful and unwise. I regret that I let you think I could be used so easily.
He turned to mount the stairs, holding Aurelie's elbow. Hyatt, please! He turned back to her.
My last warning to you is this. If you destroy what you have by your own lips, your own foolishness, I'll not attempt to rescue you. I've not betrayed you yet. Will you betray yourself?
Orly's eyes narrowed in confusion, for what Hyatt said caused the woman to clamp her mouth shut and turn away from him. She followed him up the stairs, letting out her breath in a sigh when the door was closed behind them. She stood, feeling oddly out of place, as Hyatt moved away from her to light candles and open shutters to let the cooling summer breezes cleanse the stale air in their chamber. There was a heavy silence that she didn't break for many minutes. She hates me so, Hyatt. I cannot blame her. She thinks I have taken you away from her.
If she does, she lies to herself.
But she does. And I alone know that you dislike all women and only value their work and the children they might give you. He smiled slightly.
I have never cared much for women. They are treacherous and use their feigned devotion as brutally as a soldier uses his sword. They pledge it, remove it, cripple men with it, and then hold it as a chain around their lives. I do not wish to allow any woman that kind of dominion over me. Yea, I see that Fawn wishes to do this to me, and I refuse to be drawn into her plan. Yet I know the worth of loyalty. Do not betray me, Orly, and perhaps you will be content.
You could do the same to me, she said softly. Mayhap you will be pleased with me for a few years and then cast me aside for another.
My lady, Mistress Fawn hasn't been deposed from her position by my marriage to you.
Of course she has. She was your woman before you— Hyatt shook his head.
Fawn has assumed some sense of privilege because she is the mother of my son. She has taken liberties with servants and even guards, all on behalf of Derek. But she was never at my right side, never granted privy authority on my behalf, and was never seated above the salt. Fawn is a servant in my household. She holds a high position of servitude since Derek is her son, but nothing about her life has changed at all since I wed you. If she held on to some hope that I would marry her one day, she did so despite my many assurances to the contrary.
Do you mean to say that you got her with child and kept her as a servant? A slave?
Would I have been a better man to abandon them both? To fail to follow my own act with responsibility? Or to deny her the right of motherhood by taking away her child? Perhaps I should have chosen not to be a father, though in truth the boy is mine. Or would you say me righteous to marry her despite the fact that she would be a poor wife?
But do you not see how she hurts for want of you? He sighed.
Does it appear, because of the woman's suffering, that I am not steadfast? That I am without honor? Need I plead my case to you? To my men? To a priest?
Your men seem not to judge you, Hyatt. I do not wish to judge you, but— He approached her and grasped her gently by her upper arms. He looked deeply into her eyes and then slowly covered her mouth with his. She was amazed at the way his kiss caused her to tremble, weaken, and give herself to his embrace. She didn't lie to herself that she obliged in the obedience he demanded. She relished the taste and touch of him. It wasn't for her rightful place in her home or for the people who depended on her that her pulse quickened and she returned his caress. He'd only just come to her, by root of the most skilled sword, and it was already becoming impossible to think of living without him. He released her mouth and looked into her eyes.
Judge me, Orly. I welcome it. I encourage it. But do not ask me to defend myself against the slurs of others, or explain myself in the face of another's unhappiness. Ask no other how I should be judged. Look at my acts and decide for yourself. I'll not argue that I'm honorable and loyal. I'll not beg to be believed or understood. I'll never win my good reputation by laying down in speeches the low virtues of another. I did all that once and learned that there is only one way to the truth. Through what a man does, and not through rumors and accusations.
It may prove the harder way, Hyatt.
It is always the harder way. But the surest.
There burned a single candle on a small stool near the open window. The hour was past midnight and the summer sky was filled with luminous stars. The air was cool and a half-moon sat high against the black velvet of the sky. Fawn knelt on the floor beside the candle. Nima sat on a bench before the open window. Derek and the servant slept soundly, but still Fawn's voice was hushed. "You must kill her." Nima's old hands trembled. "I cannot. I will not. If you refuse me, I will tell Hyatt all. All. Even though you are foolish enough to jeopardize your only shelter, you are not foolish enough to end your own life. She must not have this child, Nima. She must not. Do not ask me again, Fawn. I have obliged you in too many evil things. I will not do this for you. We will perish if he does not become my lover soon. Derek will perish." "Nay, to Derek he is committed. You must accept the truth soon. If you do not, he will cast you out with nothing." Fawn fell into soft tears. "I was good enough once. He denies himself, but he wants me. I know it. I know it. I have always known it. Why does he do this to me?" Nima's shaking hand reached forward and gently brushed the hair away from her granddaughter's face. "You tricked him into siring the child, as was your plan. It served, Fawn, for he took you from your father's house as you wished. You have not worn a bruise since we escaped Montrose. But Hyatt is clever and has avoided the bindings you would tie about him. Nothing has worked to change him. Nothing will. Accept his charity and abide here in the peace, or give him his son and let us go." "I could have gone with Varel," she wept. "He said that he would take her away. He lied to me so that I would secure the horse and weapons for him. He used me. All I asked of him was that he take her away and leave Hyatt for me again, but I should have bidden him to take me." "Fawn, did you dally with the man? Did you? He is young and handsome and one of her own men. As a captain of a troop, he had any woman of his desire, but longed for the woman Aurelie. He wished to take her away. I would have done anything to get her out of here." "Fawn," Nima issued in a breath. "Did you tamper with one of Hyatt's enemies?" Fawn looked away from her grandmother as if in shame, but her mouth was set in a petulant line. "What do you expect? That I will go to my grave as a spoiled virgin who has known the touch of a man but once? Even in your old age you must understand the loneliness of such an existence. Oh, Fawn, did you not learn with Thormund? The only men who will ever touch you are those who hate Hyatt. That is not love, but revenge. You have but to seek freedom from Hyatt, and you will be allowed to wed a man who will be faithful to you. But to dally with those men who would kill Hyatt, I thought he would take her away, but he failed." Fawn went on as if she didn't hear a word of Nima's advice. "If he returns, I will go with him. I will have to." "Fawn," Nima whispered urgently. "If you come with child, you will give me the herbs. Do not worry. 'Tis dangerous, Fawn. Women die. I did not die the last time. Hyatt does not care what you do, Fawn. Find another man, one who will be smitten enough to take you to wife. But Hyatt is rich and powerful. Who is more so? Not Varel, not Thormund. and some of his men play with me, but none will leave Hyatt. Nay, Nima, I have followed him all this time, living in tents as some extra baggage. I deserve to be his lady. He will come to me again." The old woman straightened and looked out the window. "He has not lain with you since, Derek. He promised you that he would do his duty to his child, but no more. You should have taken him at his word. You know he never loved you, but I think he hates you now. If you are wise—" The old woman's voice trailed off. She didn't finish because it was hopeless. Since leaving Montrose's house with Font and Hyatt, she had begged her granddaughter to listen to reason. But Font thought only in terms of plots and schemes to get the night under her spell. Nima feared the girl would meet death before realizing her error. Chapter 11. Mistress Font has released me from service since the woman Perrin mostly cares for young Derek, Thea told Aurelie. How interesting, since your mistress was most demanding of additional servants. Thea shrugged. Her expression was insolent and unhappy. She finds she does not need so many after all. Then does it not occur to her to return my servant to me? You may ask her if it pleases you, but I think Perrin's service is more to her liking than mine. She has sent me to you to seek a position in your bedchamber. My bedchamber? Aurelie glanced over her shoulder into the room. The hour was so early that Hyatt was only just strapping on his spurs, and Baptiste had not yet arrived to begin her own chores. Overhearing the conversation in the opened portal of his bedchamber, he peered at Aurelie with a raised brow and an odd smirk. My woman Baptiste is much younger than you, but she is my handmaiden, and you would have to take instruction from her, and I will not allow laziness or insolence. Do you wish to labor under these conditions, or are you better placed at some other castle chore? Thea cocked her head slightly, her mouth turned in a grimace of distaste. The young woman's thin, sharp features made her seem constantly perturbed. Since I have done nothing other than aid Mistress Font by attending her and caring for her child, there is nothing else I have learned to do. Do not despair, Thea, Aurelie said, her teeth showing in a cunning smile. If you prove incompetent in my chamber, I know of several women who would willingly teach you cooking, cleaning meat, harvesting grain, emptying pots, or perhaps laundry. The maid actually winced slightly. I am certain that you will work hard to please me, Aurelie continued. Baptiste, on her way to Aurelie's bedchamber, came down the hall and stopped short behind Thea when she viewed the maid and her mistress in conversation. The small blonde girl held her hands clasped before her and stood in nervous silence. Baptiste, Aurelie urged, holding the door open wider for her maid to come forward. You will be most pleased to know that Mistress Font, in a rare and generous mood, has sent one of her own maids to assist you in my bedchamber. Baptiste's eyes grew round and alarmed at the mere prospect. It will be your responsibility to teach Thea, for I am certain my ways are not the same as Font's, and if she fails to meet your high standards, you must tell me at once so that I can find another chore for her somewhere in the castle. And do not delay, for poor Thea would only suffer ennui without work to occupy her. Yea, my lady, Baptiste said quietly, passing her mistress and going into the bedchamber. She kept her eyes downcast as she circled the room, keeping far from Hyatt's brooding stare as she always did. Go ahead, Thea, Aurelie urged. Baptiste will show you how I like things done. And do remember, Thea, if you fail to please Baptiste, it will be impossible for you to please me. Aurelie stood in the open door while Thea joined Baptiste on the far side of the room, where the latter passed her the basin of dirty wash water to be dumped. Aurelie watched Hyatt as he looked at them for a moment, then, picking up his gauntlets, made to leave the room. He paused for just a moment in the door, a small smile curling his lip and a twinkle in his eye.
If you mean to be such a difficult taskmaster, my lady, why do you not save Fawn all this trouble and simply send the girl back to her?
We make good use of our people, seigneur. No one has ever been idle in this castle or town until very recently.
Do you not see that she wishes to have one of her own women in your rooms? Otherwise she would release Perrin.
Of course, Hyatt.
Then why do you—
He stopped abruptly as he noted her clear-eyed acceptance of the fact. His hand deftly reached around to slap her posterior with a snap of his gauntlets.
Do not make trouble where there is none,
he quietly warned. She grunted, rubbing the insult with both her hands. I am ever getting warnings and ever trying to set things aright. You are most unfair. He began to turn away, but stopped abruptly, studying her face again.
You have never bemoaned Fawn's treatment of you. Why do you go to such lengths to bite your tongue against criticizing her? I know you could sound many complaints. Why do you voice none?
Hyatt, would it do any good? She asked dismally. Nay, do not answer me. I do not seek to win you from Mistress Fawn. 'Tis much the other way around. I pity her for that. I know she would be less cruel and easier to abide if only she felt that you desire her. He shook his head, and a pained expression came into his eyes.
My lady, you do not know the woman at all.
He was cut off by a shout from below. A runner had been sent from the outer wall to alert Hyatt and other knights of an approaching army carrying an English banner. Hyatt, Aurelie gasped. Is this a trick?
Trick,
he echoed, looking at her quizzically. Sir Hollis of the Chateau Innes?
Who told you about that?
I have heard your men talk, Hyatt. You never mentioned that you visited an old enemy who had roosted nearby. He sighed and took her elbow, leading her down the stairs with him.
My lady, if you are given to listening to gossip, you would be better placed in coming to me for confirmation of the facts. Sir Hollis and I despise each other and have had repeated contests, but I doubt that he will ride up to my gate, his banner raised, and beg admittance. That is my way. His methods are much more treacherous. But come along. We will not open the gate hastily. The countryside has quieted a great deal since the landed armies arrived, and whether we will it or not, we will be having visits from neighboring towns and keeps.
She went willingly through the hall and into the courtyard. Hyatt's efficient squire had speedily brought his destrier to the inner bailey that the lord might ride the distance to the gate. He released his wife's arm and mounted. She looked up at him and nearly sighed in admiration. He cut an elegant figure when astride. Do you go out without armor, mail, or a shield? He broke into a wide grin.
Do you worry for me, Petty?
She was instantly sorry she'd asked. Whenever she inquired of him for the sake of safety, he failed to return the compliment by showing similar concern for her, but rather teased her as if she'd finally weakened and had fallen in love with him. You are a conceited lout, she said. I simply worry that we will be conquered again and again when new attackers slay the last warlord, and my misery will be repeated over and over.
You needn't doubt my skills to that extent, my lady.
'Tis not your skills, she said, whirling away from him and beginning the long trek to the outer wall afoot. 'Tis your good sense, I doubt, she flung over her shoulder at him. She'd taken perhaps a dozen steps at a quick, agitated pace when she heard the horse hooves come up alongside her. She didn't turn in his direction, which proved her major mistake, for he leaned low on the side of his destrier and circled her waist with his competent arm and whisked her effortlessly off her feet, pulling her up onto his lap. She gasped in surprise as she found herself seated in front of him on the huge steed.
Sometimes, Aurelie, I think you are softening your opinion of me. I've heard apologies from your lips, and betimes I swear I hear your fear for my safety in your voice. Come, madam, and we will greet whoever calls together, as lord and lady.
Hyatt, let me down. What will people think, especially since they know I am enceinte?
Oh, the very worst, I am sure, he laughed. How terrible for you if they think that your husband, father of your child, holds some affection for you.
Bah! 'Tis not of affection, and we both know it. You taunt me and seek to embarrass me. You only do this so that all who see, your people and mine, begin to assume that we have accepted each other.
'Tis time, is it not?
He asked with a shrug. Time or not, it would be a lie. Just another of your games, Hyatt. His arm tightened about her waist.
Don't be too sure, Orly.
She turned to look into his eyes. Her smile was superior and mocking. Do you now wish to speak of affection, Sir Knight? Of devotion? Of love? Does my husband and father of this babe wish to pledge something greater than utility of services to this union? His eyes narrowed, but his smile was bright.
Do you admit that you hunger for such promises?
He countered. She strained against him suddenly as if she would throw herself down from his steed. She was infuriated by his refusal to issue tender words. The strength of the arm that held her tightened.
Nay, he said softly but firmly. Do not, in a foolish moment, hurl yourself to the ground and do injury to yourself and the child. You prayed for a baby for many years, Orly, and now one is quickening in you. Be still, for your own sake.
She looked at him closely. What makes you so certain I prayed for a child?
It is whispered by all your villeins, yet only you and I are aware that more than prayers were required to ease your bearing consequence.
Do not be cruel, Hyatt, she whispered.
Then do not be rash, my Orly. Take what I willingly give you and cease in your demands for more and more of me.
What have you given me? She argued, feeling the injustice of his words. A husband to bury. A hole that was once mine to rule is now yours, and I'm instructed to see it kept for you. There's a child to be born, but from whence did it come? From a loving spouse or a conqueror? And now, before scores of serfs and knights, I warm the great warrior's lap en route to the wall. But before you came, Hyatt, I walked the donjon proudly, with my head raised, to command my knights and archers. He pulled on the reins and the horse paused. The glitter in his eyes bespoke anger.
You are ever ungrateful, my lady. Yea, you have buried a husband, a man who did not lie beside you, did not consummate your union, did not rule his house or his men, but forced you to be the man he was not. Yea, you ride with your lord to the wall, confident that the knights and archers will be firmly led and victorious in protecting you and yours. And within you now is a child. Conceived in love? I cannot say. But 'twas not wrought of rape or brutal conquest, nor indifference. You ask for odes, promises, deference, and the verses of love sung by lesser men, but I give you an honorable marriage, a legitimate child, the strength and experience that should ensure you many future nights of peaceful sleep, and in our private solar you share sweet and tender bliss with me. To keep these assurances for all your days, you need be only honest and loyal. I beg no simpering words of love, for words are only as good as the person who utters them. Nor do I ask you to be grateful for what you have. You know you have never had so much, nor been so safe and well kept. We both know it.
He silently urged his mount forward, almost daring her to argue. By the stern set of his jaw, she knew better than to voice any further protest. The truth of his words angered her, but in the back of her mind there was a jeering. Giles said he loved me and gave me no love. Hyatt will not say he loves me, yet his actions bear out more than I dreamt of. Where is the sense of this confusion? They passed into the outer bailey and toward the great gate. Paused there in wait was Gervin, clad in armor and outfitted with his weaponry. A glance around the perimeters of the wall showed Aurelie that many archers were in place and de la Noye was well defended.
Sir Hyatt, it is Ryland.
She felt Hyatt stiffen as if an arrow had pierced his back. For herself, she flinched, for she knew not what horror had passed between brothers that would induce Hyatt to call himself a bastard, but she reasoned it must have been vicious.
What does he want? He brings word of your father's death,
Gervin said.
He seeks friendship and kinship, his messenger says. Damn him to hell,
Hyatt barked.
Hell is in Ines,
Gervin rumbled, low.
Ryland comes from England, Hyatt. He was not sent with Edward's forces, but his troop is not small. I think that his army, coupled with Sir Hollis's, would be a bad omen.
You know the bastard as well as I, Hyatt grumbled. Do we invite him in? Coddle him and pretend that he seeks kinship? Hyatt leaned away from Aurelie and spat in the dust of the road. 'Tis a lie, and I do not deal in lies. He glanced briefly at his wife and then looked back to Gervin. There was nothing in the way the sun rose this morning to indicate that this would be a black day, yet everything that has transpired thus far has been a burdensome lot of trouble, and I have not yet broken my fast.
Invite Ryland in with half his troop,
Gervin suggested.
There is no reason you must accept kinship with him, yet I would wish to see how Ryland instructs his men. Will they camp outside our wall and await Ryland's orders, or do they travel straight away to Hollis? I would know, Hyatt.
Hyatt began a smile that was wholly sinister. A silent chuckle shook his shoulders.
A wager. I say Ryland is too clever to send his men to Hollis.
Gervin smiled, and his grin was the devil's own.
Aye, but I say Hollis comes here.
Hyatt gave a sharp nod of his chin toward the gates.
Handle him gently, Gervin. He is afraid of you.
Gervin put on his helm, and the slate eyes that shone through the narrow slit glittered like steel blades. By his eyes alone it looked as if Gervin craved bloodshed. Hyatt turned his mount abruptly, not staying in the courtyard for even the sight of Gervin crossing the moat. He hurried his destrier toward the hall, and when Aurelie looked at him, his eyes were cast far away, perhaps into the past. "Who is Ryland?" she asked gently.
He is a centaur from Hades, but instead of the body of a horse, he has the mind and heart of a jackass.
Is he kin of yours, Hyatt?
When I was a small boy, there was one I called brother whose name was Ryland, but I have known no brother since, for many years.
She placed a hand on his chest, but still he wouldn't look at her. His eyes remained on the road ahead. Will you tell me about it, Hyatt?
Yea, but on a day when the telling does not cause my head to pound in fury. There is a chance you will be an old woman before you know. But do as you are fond of doing, Aurelie. Listen to the gossip of the men and see what you learn.
His voice had the sound of anger and pain, and she knew it was best to shrug off the insult. Hyatt, if it is true that your father is dead, I am sorry.
You needn't be, for I am not. It means that his pain is finally at an end.
Was he ill for a long time?
Yea, his body was fit enough, but his heart and mind were twisted by the treachery of his wife and his son. And the word was that he never recovered.
Aurelie sat beside Hyatt at the trestle table, a bowl of pork and coddled eggs before her. Her hunger had fled with the coming of Ryland, but her husband ate. He devoured his breakfast in a defiant mood, stabbing his meat and tearing his bread from the loaf in a vicious swipe. His bowl was emptied and filled again. 2 tankards of cool milk were gulped, and through the meal his brows were fiercely drawn together, his movements tight and jerking. "Have you not seen this Ryland for a long time?" she asked with hesitancy.
"I would have preferred not to see him, madam,"
he grumbled without looking at her.
"Unfortunately, he is a knight bidden to the king, and our paths often cross."
"Why does he come?" Hyatt's mouth turned in a sarcastic line.
Perhaps in answer to your prayers, Aurelie. Surely you have prayed for my comeuppance, and I assure you a worthy opponent is at hand. Ryland conspires with Hollis."
Aurelie gulped at the memory of her sworn oath to Perrin on that day so long ago. She knew better than to try to soften Hyatt's agitated mood. "Does he mean to harm you?"
"In fact, he has always meant to."
Aurelie looked again at her bowl of food. She could not suppress the fear she felt for her husband. His angry attestation of what he'd given her rang back through her thoughts many times. 3 months before, she would have delighted in the arrival of one of his enemies. Now she feared she might lose him before she really had him. She looked askance at him as he ate. It had been such a long time since she'd enjoyed the luxury of a friend or advisor to whom she could talk. The priest had never served in that capacity, but in the past there had been Guillaume and Perrin. In matters of manning the castle or managing the Verlaines, Guillaume had been like a father or older brother. And while she'd never confided the truth about Giles, Perrin had seemed to know. The older woman's gentle advice, support, and faithful service had helped her through many a confusing and lonely hour. She wished for someone to talk to about her husband. "He is right," she thought forlornly. "I complain for the sake of pride, for never have I had so much. The route of our alliance was all wrong, but our existence as man and wife is right and honorable. He is the enemy, yet I hunger for his touch, yearn for his child, and pray for his long life, for a son would need a father such as he. He is enemy no more, for he guards this castle and these people from any avenger, English or French, something Giles could never do. And though he may never love me, in his manner there is the promise that he can be steadfast if he is not betrayed." The door to the main hall finally opened, and Aurelie knew instantly that the man was Ryland. He was older than Hyatt, taller and of a thinner build. His face was slightly narrower, but his brown hair, deep-set brown eyes, and square chin were remarkably like Hyatt's. He wore a deep green cloak that swirled as he entered. He carried his helm in the crook of his arm, and embroidered upon his surcoat was the blazon of a hawk with golden lightning jutting out behind it. Hyatt's gaze slowly drifted to the tall man, and when their eyes met, Ryland smiled. But his was not a smile of greeting or delight.
"Well, Hyatt, you seem to do better for yourself each time we meet."
Gervin came in behind Ryland and stood just inside the door, grimly watching the reunion. He stood tall and silent.
"What do you want of me now, Ryland?"
Ryland looked around the large room, his brows raised and his lips turned up in a smile as he surveyed the wealth of the holding. His shoulders trembled slightly, as if in a rueful chuckle as he glanced at each candlestick, tapestry, and wooden furnishing. He was slow to return his gaze to Hyatt.
"I think I have never quite understood your continued hostility toward me, Hyatt. 'Twas not I who cast you out. I asked you, what do you want? I bring you tidings of your father's death." "I have no father. 'Twas his choice, not mine."
Ryland approached the table and placed his helm in front of Hyatt's plate. As the old man neared death, he had come to regret his hasty mood.
"I thought you should know that." "How do I know you do not lie?"
Hyatt asked calmly.
"Why would such a lie serve me?"
Ryland shrugged.
"To the contrary, 'twould be better for me and my English lands to be the only son of the old lord. But you were your father's favorite, and he was ill from the day he sent you away. It has been many years since I left his house. He had abundant time to send his regrets to me. Pride, Hyatt. Surely you understand that. I have understood none of what happened, nor do I perceive a change of kinship now."
"You are too cold, Hyatt," Ryland said, smiling slyly. His eyes shifted from Hyatt to Aurelie, and one brow lifted.
This castle held a good booty, I was told.
Hyatt slowly stood, his hands pressed down on the table. Oralee could sense the stiffness of his body, the tension in his words.
The lady is my wife. If you cannot keep your eyes from her, regard her with the highest respect. You will find I am hard in this concern.
Ryland smiled in surprise, a laugh escaping him.
Wife? Hyatt, you have changed greatly.
He made a sweeping bow before Oralee.
Madam, it is a rare pleasure to make your acquaintance. Despite my brother's bitterness, we are kin now, you and I. I am Ryland Lately, Lord of Lochland, which lies in the north of England.
Oralee gave a slight nod, lowering her eyelids to acknowledge him, but she responded no further.
Where is Faustina?
Hyatt asked.
Wales, my brother, with her countrymen and family. She has been gone from Lochland for a long time. He sent her away? Nay, Hyatt, she fled, anally. I gave her escort to her home. And the child? Child?
He laughed.
Man, Hyatt, the child you were accused of siring on your stepmother is 6 and 10 now, and long ago left Lochland to pursue his training. But alas, he has gone the way of his mother and defends some hostile Welsh chieftain in Faustina's homeland.
Oralee had to be quick to stifle a gasp of surprise when she heard Ryland's reference. She cautiously turned her gaze to Hyatt and saw his coloring deepen and a pulsing appear at his temples.
Did she ever name the boy's sire? Nay, Hyatt, but you will be pleased to know that she finally admitted it was not you. And I suppose you still deny the fact? Did she deny it before Lord Lately?
Nay, he said, shaking his head.
Upon her journey to her Welsh tribe, she told me it wasn't you, but she said she feared to name the man lest Lord Lately kill him. She said that one of his own sons would survive the accusation. Yet she named the younger son. I've often asked myself why she did not let you stand as the accused.
Ryland smiled lazily.
Perhaps out of some loyalty for me. I did bring her to father after all. And, I think, kept her free of loneliness. Did you fill father's shoes?
Ryland's smile faded.
I did not know she was evil, Hyatt. I thought she would restore a bit of lost youth to the old man. She maligned you, but you did survive very well, didn't you?
Hyatt didn't answer, but looked evenly at Ryland.
My custom is to claim any child of my loins, legitimate or otherwise, Ryland. Unlike yours, there are no bastards of mine scattered about untended. Ah, yes. You do have a bastard child in keeping, don't you? You are making a mistake if you think to banter with me while you are in my home, Ryland. On the tourney grounds or the battlefield you may taunt and challenge me, but in the walls of De La Noya there will be none of that. I am lord here. First landed, soon to be declared by Edward, and in due time King John will have to accept my lordship, for my wife, Lady Oralee, is the widow and only heir of the former lord who was killed in battle. Anything you say to me will be courteous, for I have the authority to see you chained or worse. And I confess it would give me great pleasure.
Ryland seemed somewhat surprised by the calm, direct speech, but he stood erect and listened. Gone was his superior and insolent smile. His eyes were serious.
Hyatt, let us bury this hatred. I could not help you, but I did not knowingly hurt you. You wish kinship with me now? It is too late, Ryland. You have coupled yourself with my enemies. Hollis? Come, Hyatt, I need not choose between you. You are my brother, and he is my friend. If we can find a means to lay our old battles to rest, Hollis will keep his distance. I should think that would be incentive enough. Ah, now we come to it. You offer protection through kinship. Is that it? If I will name you brother, Hollis will not attack me?
Ryland sighed.
I do not know whether Hollis will attack you, Hyatt. I have not seen him this past year. I have not come this far for Edward's war, but to bring you the news of our father's death and my offer of brotherhood, late but sincere. And you should know, lest you hold your hope on some distant promise, there are no more English troops crossing the Channel. Edward has stopped moving armies. His claim to Aquitaine through his mother is satisfied, for now. It seems then that you and Sir Hollis will be neighbors for some time.
Hyatt regarded Ryland coldly for a long, silent moment. He turned his gaze to Gervin and gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, and the huge knight turned and left the hall. Ryland, too, looked at Gervin, noticing that the knight had taken some silent command from Hyatt and departed.
I see you still have Goliath panting at your heels, lapping up your orders. What, pray, do you feed the monster?
Hyatt smiled, showing his teeth for the first time since Ryland had entered.
The blood of those who betray me.
Ryland stiffened indignantly.
Do you give me shelter, Hyatt, or do you send me on my way to seek the hospitality of another?
Hyatt slowly lowered himself to his chair.
I shall give you and half your men shelter inside the outer wall. You, your squires and pages, will be allowed rooms in the main hall, but the other knights who come inside will have to find their own accommodations. And know this, Ryland, I do not accept brotherhood with you, now or ever. I give you shelter because you are an English knight of Edward and have journeyed far from home. Your stay will not be long. You expect me to leave half my troop outside the protection of the wall? Do what you will with them. We are crowded enough. De la Noya possessed a large troop and many villeins when I arrived. Your men will be allowed to share in our hunting, and we can provide some game and provender from this hall, but they will have to make their own camp.
He cocked his head slightly.
If they are attacked from without, I shall lend arms.
How very generous you are, Ryland smirked.
You are free to go, if you prefer.
Hyatt shrugged.
If I were you, I would.
Hyatt's words trailed off slowly as Ryland's eyes moved toward the stair. Hyatt turned to see where his brother's attention was drawn and found that Fawn stood at the bottom of the stair, looking into the room.
Who is this lovely creature, Hyatt?
Hyatt grunted dourly.
Mistress Fawn, the mother of my son, Derek.
Ryland threw back his head and laughed loudly. He approached Fawn and took her hand, pressing his lips to its back and bending low in a bow. She gave a brief curtsy.
Mistress, it is indeed a pleasure. I am Ryland, long estranged brother of Sir Hyatt.
He backed away from Fawn and looked at Hyatt, his eyes twinkling in devious delight.
Oh, I shall stay, Hyatt, no matter how uncomfortable you try to make me. Such an experience should not be missed. I have heard that your manner of ruling is different from that of other men, and now I am curious to see for myself.
He glanced between Aurelie and Fawn. The wife blushed lightly, and the mistress smiled victoriously.
Indeed, this should prove to be very enlightening.
Gervin and Guillaume were dressed in animal skin leggings and soft leather boots and wore leather vests that covered lightweight linen gowns. Each had a thick belt on which she could carry pouches of grain and dried meat. Bows and quivers were slung over their backs, and their only other weapons were stout hunting knives and axes. But it was not the four-legged animal they hunted. After the sun had set, the bridge was lowered, but the gate was kept closed so that no one but the tower guard would see who departed. The two had lowered themselves over De la Noya's wall by a rope. Guillaume led the way through the thickest portion of the north wood, and Gervin followed. Both men were large, Guillaume being only a little shorter and slighter of build than Gervin, but their boots made no sound on the leaves and grass on which they stepped. They walked silently for several hours until the sun began to rise. They camped by the bright afternoon sun in a heavily concealed copse and ate of a freshly speared, roasted rabbit. As the sun lowered, they began the trek again. The moon was high up when Guillaume stopped. He pointed to a rocky ledge on a hill that could barely be made out in the dark of the night.
The road from Ines toward De La Noya passes under that ledge. There is a shallow cave that can be reached, but 'tis best done in daylight. Good,
Gervin said.
We can camp here until dawn.
Guillaume moved a bit off the path, kicking around in some shrubs as if making a space within the brush for a concealed pallet.
No fire?
He asked.
Not unless you wish to draw raiders,
Gervin returned. The other knight followed suit and stamped down some tall grass and vines, finally dropping from his back and belt the packs and supplies he carried.
You've done well, Guillaume. I thought you would know a place.
Guillaume unrolled the skins he carried for a pallet and sat down, taking from his pouch a thick slab of dried meat and gnawing on it thoughtfully.
What makes you so sure that we shall see an English troop pass between De La Noya and Ines? Hyatt's brother will betray him. There is no kinship there, and Ryland has long been associated with Sir Hollis, who holds the Chateau Ines now. It will be either knights of Ryland's troop traveling to Ines to deliver word that Ryland is inside, or troops of Hollis's come to view the situation from the wood. Whichever it is, Hyatt must be told.
I do not understand these English ways, Guillaume said, shaking his head. Your king sends armies here to conquer us, and now that 2 knights of the same kingdom have landed and taken possessions in his name, they will fight each other? And Hyatt's own brother will betray him? For what? Gervin laughed, a low, rumbling sound.
'Tis not the way of us English, but the way of certain men. Ryland allied himself with Hollis many years ago, for Hollis is strong and has a large troop travelling with him. In the beginning, Ryland was dissatisfied to see Hyatt live, fearing that the favoured son would one day return to Lochland and make amends with the old lord, laying some claim. When that fear diminished with the passage of time, Ryland was moved by jealousy, for Hyatt had become steadily richer in reputation, favour, and now possessions. Ryland has his stinking Lochland, which is not worth a quarter of this Aquitaine domain. Ryland is a lazy and selfish man and cannot endure Hyatt's success. This has been a long feud, begun many years before Hyatt left Lochland. I do not know how Ryland holds Hollis's friendship, but it must take a large supply of silver, for Hollis has no principles save greed.
Guillaume laughed.
Do you draw me out to do this service for Hyatt by trying to convince me that this has nothing to do with the war between French and English, but some battle between brothers?
Gervin tilted a skin of wine to his lips and drank greedily, then passed the skin to Guillaume and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
Whether the battle be of countries or brothers, there is one fact. Sir Hollis is well known for leaving a path of death and waste where he conquers, and Hyatt's reputation has him building into greatness whatever he claims. Soon to come to De La Noya is the offspring of France and England, for Lady Aurélie will give birth, and this child will be the heir. I was told that the boy Derek, whom my wife tends, would be heir. Oh, Derek will have an inheritance for certain, but not De La Noya. There are other lands for him.
English lands? Guillaume asked.
Does Hyatt leave this domain to go home? Nay, he will stay in this new possession until Edward calls him to arms elsewhere. And what Hyatt plans for his firstborn he does not share with me. But unless I did not hear him correctly, he means to keep the lordship of De La Noya safe for many generations by passing it on to a legitimate heir. You may be assured,
Gervin said with a smile,
that Derek will not be neglected.
Guillaume grunted a sour reply and tore at his meat with his teeth, chewing the dried stuff with difficulty.
"It does not matter whether your new lord is English or French, Guillaume. What matters is that your mistress and your people live."
Guillaume looked away into the darkness.
"Do you reckon with your new leader yet?"
"Not yet," Guillaume replied without looking at Gervin.
"Ah, you follow orders like any loyal vassal. Why do you withhold your oath? You could have your arms returned."
Guillaume looked back at Gervin and a chuckle escaped him. He patted the stacked goods beside him, his pouch, quiver, bow, knives, and axe.
"I do well enough with these."
Gervin leaned closer.
"You have these for the sake of Hyatt, Lord of De La Noya. Nay, for the sake of Aurelie, Lady of the Castle. You are as much Hyatt's knight as I. Nay, not until you are as much Aurelie's vassal as Hyatt's. It cannot be. I killed her husband. She will learn the truth to that one day."
Gervin's eyes shot to Guillaume's in stunned surprise.
"What truth?" "There are many slurs applied to the former lord. Most of them are only pompous jests, but some of them I think are true. I listen."
Gervin eyed Guillaume suspiciously, and then he snatched the wineskin from where it rested beside Guillaume. He took a hearty gulp, spilling much of the dark liquid on his shirt.
"If you listen to idle gossip and battle tales from drunken knights, you're as stupid as a mule."
Guillaume laughed loudly and heartily.
"Stupid as a mule, huh? And when did you know a mule who refuses to carry his load or walk a narrow ledge to be stupid? Stubborn, perhaps, determined, but stupid?"
He laughed all the more and held out his hand to have the wine returned. Gervin nearly thrust it at him in what appeared to be petulance.
"Never mind," Guillaume replied. "The time will come when both Hyatt and Aurelie will have to reckon with what they have captured, and the truth will be revealed then." "Hyatt and Aurelie? Hyatt has captured the castle and the woman, but the lady has captured nothing."
"Oh?" Guillaume chuckled.
"Has she not?"
Chapter 12. Aurelie did her part as the lady of the hall and helped Ryland, 2 squires and a page, to settle into a comfortable chamber in the south wing of the castle. Her rooms, shared with her husband, were in the north wing. Hyatt had made no special request but that she see them housed. However, with the protective instincts of a lioness, she took Ryland far from her mate. She stood in the frame of the door and watched as Ryland entered and leisurely surveyed his quarters. She was struck by the likeness Hyatt bore to his brother, yet some subtle differences, perhaps more of character than features, stood out in her mind as only a wife might notice them. Ryland's fingers were longer, thinner, and his hands moved in smooth, graceful lines, while Hyatt's hands and arms seemed to move with power and determination. Ryland's advantage was in his height, but his frame was not as well muscled as Hyatt's. And something Aurelie sensed about Ryland left her shivering, but she didn't know if her own instincts were reacting to a man who shouldn't be trusted, or if she'd acquired this feeling of dread and doom because of Hyatt's warning and ominously foreboding mood. Whichever it was, she decided at once that Ryland was evil. Hyatt didn't ride the perimeters of De La Noya, hunt, work in the stables, or partake of any of his customary duties. He indulged himself in a brief practice of arms with some of his men the day after Ryland arrived, but that was the extent of his usual activity. To an untrained eye, he might appear busy at all times, either walking through the baileys, along the wall to the various parapets, or sitting in the main hall for meals, or polishing and honing the weapons he carried. But Aurelie and most of his men cast furtive glances his way, for his constant presence among them was unusual and suspicious. Hyatt's custom had been to trust his men to guard his possession, and he went about his duties with confidence that they would keep safe his house. Now it seemed as if he refused to leave the castle complex, nor did he dally too far from the main hall. And he was broodingly silent.
It is either that Hyatt watches Ryland, ready for his brother to make some move against him, or that Hyatt plots Ryland's death,
a knight whispered under his breath to a comrade as Oralee passed them.
Were it I would have killed the knave 20 years ago. 'Tis certain that Ryland plotted the argument between Lord Laidley and Hyatt. Mayhap Ryland got the woman, Faustina, with child, for it was well known that the old man could not.
Oralee didn't intend to eavesdrop in order to gather information about the conflict between the brothers. Yet after overhearing that exchange between Hyatt's knights, she sharpened her ears. It wasn't difficult to learn since Ryland's appearance had prompted much talk. There were several snatches of conversations that she had, over a period of a few days, pieced into a story that would fit her husband's circumstance. She soon understood that Hyatt had endured a terrible shock as a child, and an even worse one as a youth just embarking on his manhood.
After he buried his first wife, Lord Laidley was near death from grief and his estate fell to ruin, but he was still rich and influential. 'Tis a pity he did not die of his broken heart before Faustina came to claim him. Faustina meant to have wealth and power, and indeed she did, for a time. But before she fell, she destroyed a loyal boy who should have risen to glory in his father's house. Do not pity Hyatt. The time to pity him has long since passed. When he was a small lad of 10 or 12 years, and the Lady Laidley died, then he was much alone and bereft. Still, I think that was better than the evil day that Faustina accused him of tampering with her, and Lord Laidley beat him and turned him out for the wolves to feast upon. But he showed them, did he not?
It is said that Hyatt welcomed Faustina, the knight continued.
Anything to relieve the old man of his melancholia would have been welcomed. 'Twas Ryland, fighting in Wales, who found the young widow, daughter of a wealthy chieftain, and brought her to Lochland. But did you know Hyatt's mother? It is said that Lady Laidley was like the sunshine, and Faustina more resembled the cavernous black of a devil's tomb. Wicked she was. How did Lord Laidley not know that she lied? A story goes that Hyatt was but 5 and 10, nay, older, 6 and 10 perhaps, but his age at the time of the feud is unimportant. The crushing blow was that Hyatt was the favored son, the light in his father's eye. There was such a bond there that such a betrayal is inconceivable. But not shy of good fortune. The poor boy, beaten, turned away, stripped of his colors and name, thrashing through the wood without blade, quiver, or bow, and whom did he stumble upon but Gervin? He was not a knight then, but the master huntsman of Lochland Hall. He followed the boy out of Laidley's house. Together they have managed to gather more than Lord Laidley could have bequeathed Hyatt. 'Tis a simple matter to understand his hatred of the fairer sex after Faustina the bitch. And Fawn, equal in her devilry. I would not have kept the wench, child or not, for Hyatt knew she'd tricked him from the first. But I think the boy must surely be Hyatt's. His looks are strong. Mistress Whore, why does she stay? Hyatt has not used her since that time the child was sired, and will not again, I am certain. She does not value the child, yet she will not release him to Hyatt's care and be on her way. Nay, she will stay until she's an old woman, and mark me, she will pretend for all her days that Hyatt eases himself on her. Forsooth, she thinks all of us believe it so. Hyatt has never denied it. Hyatt does not speak of personal matters to anyone. But 'tis most obvious that he looks the other way when Fawn tarries with certain knights who would try to best him by using his whore. Do you know so little of your leader after so many years? Hyatt watches and waits. He does not care what she does, nor with whom, but he judges the men who will guard his back in battle by their actions off the field. He learns much about the loyalty of one of his own by watching his behavior around Fawn. Yea, that is perhaps why he allows her to stay. She brings the quick betrayal from his men. 'Twas said that even Thormund— I have seen Fawn cast a lusty look at Ryland. Mayhap an alliance will form there. 'Twould be like fault to find a knight of any colour to bed, and she does not care whether 'tis friend or enemy of the man who provides for her. She is not wise. She is a bitch in heat. Her time is short. Short enough? I doubt it.
Ryland had been in residence for 4 days. Aurelie had heard more than enough. There were few words passed between Hyatt and Ryland, but her husband watched his brother scrupulously, and not a word that left Ryland's lips was ignored. She could see by the expression on Hyatt's face, the slight turning of his head or a pulsing in his temples, that he was alert. She entered her bedchamber after the evening meal and found Hyatt seated before a flaming hearth, sweat beaded on his brow and staining his linen shirt. He pounded and polished his broadsword, a chore better done at the smith's fire, for he had made the room sizzle with unnecessary heat. He glanced her way briefly, then looked back to his work. She sensed his need to remain close to where his brother lingered, yet it was obvious he had a strong desire to keep his hands busy. Hyatt abhorred idleness. If much more of time like this passed, Hyatt might be driven to mending for want of tasks. Aurelie said nothing about the hot, steamy room. She went to the far corner and removed her gown, placing it carefully away. She unbraided her hair and separated the plaits with her fingers, pulling the long tresses over her shoulder. Barefoot, clad in only her shift, she went to stand behind Hyatt, placing a hand on his shoulder. She leaned close to his back, her middle pressed against his straining shoulders, and lowered her lips to the top of his head. He didn't turn to her in this unusual display of affection, but his movements of the oiled cloth against his steel blade did slow. "Hyatt, do you remember her, your mother?" She felt the stiffness in his spine, but it was a brief reaction.
"Aye,"
he said.
"She brought Lachlan to my father through marriage. Why do you ask?"
She placed her other hand on his other shoulder, softly kneading his tense muscles. "It is said that she was good and kind and very devoted to her family." He leaned his head back against her breasts.
"I suppose she was. She died when I was little more than a child."
"And then came an evil woman into your father's household." Hyatt gently closed his eyes, though Aurelie did not see.
"You have listened well. You surely have the story now."
"You urged me to come to you for confirmation of the facts," she reminded him. He sighed heavily.
"It was a hasty remark on my part,"
he said with some chagrin.
"'Tis not a matter I can easily discuss with anyone. Leave it to say that I have had no family for many years, since I was a young man. Perhaps it has really been since the death of my mother, though it was later when I left Lachlan."
"Had your mother lived, you would not have come to France. The woman would have had no chance to betray you, and your father would not have died without you near." Hyatt groaned at the thought.
"The blame is not entirely Faustina's. She lied, but Lord Laidley chose her word over mine. 'Tis a sad day when a man will choose a woman's lie over the truth of his own flesh and blood."
There it was, the original seed of all this distrust. Hyatt had failed to remember the good love of his mother and could not forget Faustina's treachery. Aurelie lowered her cheek to rest on the top of Hyatt's head. For the first time since he had come, she felt that he was vulnerable, that he too had a soft, bruised place on his heart that could be touched by a lover. She pitied the boy whose mother had died, whose father had failed him, whose brother betrayed him. "Come, Hyatt. Your shoulders are stiff from your practice of arms today. Lie down on the bed and let me knead away the pain." He chuckled a bit and burrowed the back of his head into the softness of her breasts.
"'Tis a foolish thing what a man will do to save himself from the ill of ennui. This room is like a simmering hell."
Perhaps, she thought, to match the hell of sad memories. There was a fluttering in her womb. She had only felt such movements a few times over the past days, but with the evidence that the child grew, she knew great joy. She hadn't expected Hyatt to feel the slight fluttering, but he had. He pulled away slightly and turned to look up at her.
"My son?"
he questioned. "Or daughter," she said with a warm and yielding smile. He looked away, a pensive darkness in his eyes.
"It is a sign of strength when the child moves so early."
She caressed his jaw with the palm of her hand, causing him to turn his face and look up at her. "Of all worries, Hyatt, do not doubt the child's strength. That much is proven already. This child was conceived in the midst of a war, the seed of a ruthless conqueror that burrowed itself into the womb of a frightened and unwilling bride. 'Tis a child meant to be born, a child who was strong since its genesis." Hyatt rose slowly from the stool before the fire, laying his broadsword down in front of the hearth and using the poker to scatter the logs a bit so that the fire could die out more quickly. He moved toward the bed and stripped off his short linen gown and chausses, casting them aside. Hyatt sat heavily on the bed and Oralee noticed that the lines of fatigue burrowed deeply into his face. His shoulders appeared slightly slumped with exhaustion, though she knew it was not wrought of physical labors. She passed him to blow out 2 tall tapers and open the shutters to the room, daring to look at him only from the corner of her eye. Her husband was energized by his work and beaten down by boredom and suspicion. He was better placed in a war with weapons braced than waiting in his house for some lowly serpent to strike. She went to the opposite side of the bed and climbed on, kneeling. She gestured with her hand for him to lie down, and without hesitation she began to rub his back and shoulders. He wore only his loincloth, and his body glistened with perspiration. Under her fingers, the tension in his muscles stood as taut as cords of heavy rope. He sighed deeply as she used all her strength to soften the knots of strain in his back, shoulders, upper arms, and thighs. She began to realize more as she touched him. Perhaps he hadn't slept well since Ryland's arrival. That would explain the penetrating fatigue that showed on his features. And surely the other man's presence caused a dreadful pain in recounting all those old memories. Hyatt still felt the deep betrayal of his mother's death. One woman had loved him with devotion and loyalty, and she had died. Faustina had made him the pawn in a relentless pursuit of her own selfish gains, tearing his father's love from him. And Fawn, it was said, had somehow used him, tricked him, and now held his beloved son in a strained balance between her success and failure. How did Hyatt so stoically endure the betrayal of these women? It was no wonder he could not love a woman. "Hyatt, do you sleep?" she whispered.
"Nay, Oralee,"
he sighed.
"Your ministrations are welcome. I had not realized how I overtaxed myself."
"You must have used the lance and sword fiercely," she murmured, willing to let that be the excuse for his weary frame.
"I shall use better judgment in the future,"
he replied tiredly. "You must sleep, Hyatt. A good night's rest will serve you well. Come morn, you will not feel this ache."
"Oh?"
he chuckled ruefully.
"Do you mean to utter some sorceress's incantation over me as I sleep?"
Oralee lightened the pressure in her fingertips, stroking his back with her palms. How aptly they avoided the details of this strife. One day, perhaps, he would share the pain in his heart with her, and she might even tell him of the many hurts that she tried to lay to rest to reconcile herself with this new life, this new beginning. But for now it hurt him to speak of his past, and he could bear no more pain. Still, he didn't seem to mind that she knew, however sketchy her knowledge. "You are wise to refuse to love women deeply," she said. She felt him tighten under her hands. "If you hold yourself in control of your heart, what happened to your father can never happen to you."
"How do you mean that?"
"I can give you my promise for a few things, Hyatt. I can promise you that I will love this child that I carry. I will tend him well and faithfully. 'Tis true, I have longed for a child, and one born of a strong father. Now that the life of my longing moves within me, You need not wonder how I shall cherish him, for he is born of strength, and he is my desire. I will not use him as a pawn in the inheritance of your possessions, nor will I seek to bind you closer with him, for I can accept the oath you gave the priest and will ask nothing more. But Hyatt, I cannot swear that I shall never die. And should I meet some angel of death before my child is grown, I'd rather that you'd never loved me than that your loss of me would drive you to madness, that the child would lose both mother and father. He was still and silent for a moment, and then very slowly he rolled over, looking up at her. Aurelie knelt still, her long honey-streaked hair falling forward over her shoulders. He gently caressed the silky softness of her arm, sending shivers of delight through her. The light in the room was suffused and dim, the fire giving its last to glowing embers. But still she could see the uncertain cloud in his dark eyes.
"Do you mean, my Aurelie, that you would rather have my sworn love given to my child than to you?"
She let her chin slowly drop. If that is the best way to assure that he will never lose his father's love, yea.
And what of his mother's love? Should I be removed from this castle by some heathen sword, what will become of my child? If you fancied yourself filled with some desperate love for me, you might, in your misery, forget that part of me I leave behind. You might, in your loneliness, welcome some unscrupulous devil into your house, your bed, one who means only to use you.
He shook his head.
Do you see, my Aurelie, why it is unimportant to me to hear these troubadours' words and poems from your lips? I wish only that you know who your husband is, but that your love is steadfast unto your own flesh. I have seen the treachery that some women disguise as love, and I am certain there are men who likewise cripple their prey from the same empty words and promises.
His hands were closed about her arms, and in his eyes she could see how earnest he was, how frightened he was to commit from his heart, how terrified to feel the depth of devotion, lest it be cruelly revoked. Perhaps when some time had passed and Hyatt was less afraid, she might talk with him about the man his father had truly been. They might learn together that Lord Laidley wasn't made weak by grief, but was weak all along and had lost his only strength when his wife died. It would have been thus with Giles had Aurelie died. He wasn't strong or wise enough to endure alone. Hyatt seemed not to understand that in this union both of them were equipped of wisdom and strength, and beating them would not be so simple, whether they stood singly or together as a pair. She knew it would be a long while before they could speak any more freely than they did now. By the tone in Hyatt's voice, she could tell that he desired a greater closeness with her, but there was a fear and distrust that rang through his words. He had bought his fears at a high price. She pulled one arm from his gentle grasp and lovingly brushed the errant lock of hair from his brow, leaning low to place a gentle kiss where her fingers had touched. "Worry not, Hyatt. I know who my husband is, and whether you live or die, the child I carry shall be nurtured with devotion and love. And I am not so unwise as to yield to any devil in my grief, as you are well aware." He gave a brief, rueful chuckle.
"For some reason I forgot that I conquered a widow. 'Twas a virgin widow I forced into wedlock to protect my newly acquired lands. Yea, you are not easily tempered, wench, but I see that you begin to come around."
"Lest you become too arrogant, messieurs, I would have you know that I reckon your lordship here because 'tis a better lot we bear with you than the alternatives. Ryland, I can plainly see, is wicked and should not be trusted, and what I have heard of Sir Hollis makes you seem much the avenging angel, rather than the heathen we thought had penetrated the walls." He smiled and ran a finger from her throat to the valley between her breasts.
"From devil to angel, woman? My face has changed in your mind. You've grown soft. The truth, Aurelie, is it not that now that you have found those pleasures that lie in the marriage bed, you refuse to be without them?"
She raised one finely arched brow and smiled at him. "What pleasures are those, Hyatt?" Forsooth, since Ryland's coming, I have shared no fleshly pleasures with any man, angel, or devil. You have been too beset with worry to notice me. Perhaps my memory will be refreshed when your beastly brother has finally gone,
or sooner,
he said hoarsely, pulling her down to meet his lips. She yielded with the ardor that had become common in their private hours together. And when their passion was spent, they lay in each other's arms, Hyatt's head resting gently at her breast. She tenderly stroked his hair and knew that he slept well, fortified by the very love he could neither claim nor acknowledge. The first faint rays of morning sun were just beginning to rise over the farthest eastern knoll when Aurelie heard a movement in the bed behind her. As Hyatt stirred, she turned from the open window to look at him. She smiled inwardly as she noticed that the first thing he did upon waking was to reach toward the place she had occupied, and then, with a jolt, he turned to look for her. He relaxed instantly as he found her nearby at the open window.
"'Tis unlike you to rise before me."
She smiled at him and took 2 steps to the bed, bending to place a wifely kiss on his brow. "You often rose and watched me sleep. You have rested well, messieurs. Are your muscles yet sore?"
"Nay."
A roguish grin graced his handsome lips.
"I always sleep well after such a night, madam. But why are you up and about so early? Whither are you bound?"
"With your permission, messieurs, I would go to Perrin's household before she comes to Fawn's rooms. I have not shared a private word with her since your arrival some months ago, and I do not like to go to her when she labors for Fawn." He frowned slightly.
"Where is the need, Aurelie? Do you require privacy for some plot you hatch? Does Perrin spy for you?"
She sat down on the bed beside him and pulled one of his hands into both of hers. "Nay, Hyatt, never that. Perrin is my closest friend. She was my confidant and adviser for many years. She was the one to coddle and shelter me when I came here for Giles, for I was only 9 years old and a bride. And over the years she gave me comfort. I have not needed her shelter, nor am I in want of advice. But I do miss her, Hyatt. In times gone by, we would sit before a winter hearth and talk of women's things, or gather summer flowers and share our ideas on the raising of children, the baking of bread." She shrugged and looked down. "If it worries you, I need not go." He squeezed her hand.
"I will take your word that it is only a woman's chatter you long for."
"It is no more serious than that, Hyatt," she said, rising to leave him. Her hand instinctively went to her middle. "I find I have a great deal of concern. Perrin's counsel will be welcome." Hyatt stood and gently lifted her chin.
"Aurelie, I know nothing about what a woman feels as she prepares to give birth, and I fear I cannot ease your mind or give you advice. I will be useless to you. You are wise to seek out Perrin."
Aurelie smiled and touched his cheek. "You needn't feel useless, Hyatt. I believe you've done your part." A roguish grin appeared on his handsome face.
"It was my pleasure, chérie."
He kissed her nose.
"Go ahead. You needn't fear my suspicious nature this morning."
"Thank you, Hyatt," she said most sincerely. "That means a great deal more to me than you know." As dawn struggled to rise, the sky was a gray tinged with streaks of gold against the clouds, the air cool and misty. There was no need for a wrap, and the dampness that came with the morning dew promised an afternoon of simmering, boiling heat. Once outside the hall and past the inner bailey, Aurelie could see the rising of smoke above the cottages from peat fires that were started to boil some morning meal or warm water for washing. The same rising cloud came from the seneschal's house, and when Aurelie knocked and called out to Perrin, she was quickly admitted. Perrin had not yet bound up her hair, and a loose braid, still messy from sleeping, trailed down her back. She wore her wrapper and patted around her large room and her bare feet. "Come in, love. Sit down, and I'll give you a drink of milk drawn from the goat just a moment ago." What brings you here? Are you in some trouble?"
"Nay, Perrin, but it seems I never see you any more. Never talk to you at all, and I did not want to go to Fawn's rooms." "Aye," the woman smiled, understanding at once. When Aurelie found a stool by the single table in the room, Perrin dipped a ladle into a bucket and passed her a cup of goat's milk. "You're wise to stay far from that woman's quarters. She'd slit your throat in a trice, lass. She is a hateful creature." "But the boy?" Aurelie asked. "A joy," Perrin said, her wrinkled flesh folding around her mouth and eyes as she smiled with genuine sincerity. "Talk to me, lass, while I dress." "Guillaume is already up and gone?" she asked. Perrin went to stand behind a curtain that separated their eating and living quarters from a sleeping space. "Aye, we're all alone, lamb. Tell me how you've been." "I am well, Perrin. Have you heard? I am with child?" There was a long, silent moment in which Aurelie didn't even hear the rustling of clothes. Perrin must have stood shocked still in the next room. "Aye," the servant finally replied. "I had heard. This must please you well, my lady. 'Tis what you've wanted for a long time." "A long time," she said in a breath. Aurelie sipped her milk and heard the sound of Perrin dressing. She relaxed a bit, looking about the seneschal's house. She'd always liked this room. Although it was modest, there was a warm feeling here. Perrin and Guillaume had raised a family here, their sons grown and about their adult responsibilities. One had gone to a monastery, one to a larger city to take up a trade, and two were still living in the village with their wives and children. "Do you remember, Perrin, when I first arrived? How frightened I was." She laughed at the memory. "I did not know what to expect of this man I was to wed, this son of the bold and arrogant Sire du Poivre. And then I met Giles. He was only a few years older than I, and almost as frightened as I." The curtain pulled back, and Perrin came again into the room wearing her grey wool tunic and a scarf tied around her bound hair. "It does not seem so long ago, does it?" "Oh, now it does. Lifetimes ago." She knew the sadness in her own voice. "Did you know that he slept on the floor beside the bed? Walked with pebbles in his shoes? He slept only in a monk's habit and was mostly unwashed." Perrin sought a stool near by her mistress, but said nothing. He had overcome the flesh, sought no pleasure, did not hold money away from God, and confessed every day. Betimes he beat himself with ropes into which he had tied knots that bruised his flesh. Salvendorum paucitas, damnendorum multitudo. Few to be saved, many to be damned. Perrin, she said, looking at her woman. Was he one of the few? Perrin reached into her mistress's lap and squeezed her hand. "Madam, do not torment yourself over Giles. If he is not saved now, there is nothing you can do." She shook her head and bit her lower lip, tears welling up in her eyes. "Was I a good enough wife while he lived, Perrin? I did not betray him, did I? I did not hurt him too badly, did I? Let it be, lass. You cannot bring Giles back, nor can you undo any harm done while he lived. Any pain Giles brought to himself. He was possessed. Yea, and he possessed nothing. I pity the man-child that is born, for too much rests on him. He is never to seek a mother's love, yet craves it. He is never to be weak, never to doubt, never to need, never to let another soul know that he stands on sand and not rock all the days of his life. You knew Giles was beset, did you not?" Perrin looked at Aurelie for a long moment before she spoke. "Yea," she whispered in a breath. "Did you know my torment, Perrin? We never spoke of it in clear words, never spoke of Giles's strange obsessions and how much alone I was. Perhaps I was not so alone. I had you and Guillaume, my parents and friends. I had the wall.
I commanded the archers and knights, sometimes through Giles, sometimes forthrightly. I rode as well as a man, ciphered the sums and hid away livres to buy food when the harvest failed. I worked, merciful Holy Mother, I worked so hard that I slept exhausted, ofttimes without even my prayers. Tears slid down her cheeks. Perhaps I fell into sleep without my prayers too often. Perrin saw that she was becoming distraught, though the reason remained unclear. The older woman opened her arms and Aurelie fell into her embrace, sobbing onto Perrin's soft shoulder. "There, my angel. You did not cry so when you were brought word of his death." Aurelie cried heavily for many long moments. The sound of a rooster's crow could be heard by the time the mistress was able to pull away and wipe at her tears with her sleeve. She straightened her spine and sniffed back the emotion. "I had wanted to be a mother and did not see that I had been for many years. You must let go of Giles soon, my lady. 'Tis unwise to be so filled with his memory while you live as Hyatt's wife." Aurelie shook her head with a laugh. "Oh, Perrin, I buried Giles long before he died. 'Tis for this that I burn with guilt and shame. I cared for his house with great zeal. I was comfortable with Giles because he was familiar. There was never any surprise. As his wife, I had great power. The people came to me. I ruled. There was never any question. I had no strength but my own. I had no love but what I felt for De La Noya, which became my child. When Giles was killed, I did not mourn the husband I lost. I grieved for the power that was taken from me. No kingdom on earth would allow a woman alone to rule. But a woman wed to a weak man could rule, and no one would argue. I knew exactly what I lost when I buried Giles. I lost my lordship here. Perrin, she went on in a whisper, Hyatt found me a virgin. Giles never even consummated our marriage. Perrin's eyes flared slightly, but she kept her reaction small. Her mouth pierced into a tight line as she held her angry emotions back from her mistress. I had wondered, but conquer he did, in every feasible way. He holds this castle most firmly, and the people herein are the better for his lordship. He has conquered me, for I carry his child, and it even moves in me. To feel this life within my body brings me joy. He is the strong arm I longed for, and however heavily I lean, he does not show the strain. He has the wisdom in his disciplines that allow those who know him to trust him. And would you think ill of me if I told you that in those private moments when we share a pallet, I hold him dearly? He brings me pleasure, Perrin, such as I had not known was possible. Perrin's hand caressed Aurelie's damp cheek, her eyes softened by understanding and sympathy. Then do not weep, my lady, unless you weep for joy. He does not love me. He is most suspicious of women, and with just cause. In time, my lady, since he can be good, strong, wise, and tender, can you not nibble on those tasty bites until the full feast arrives? He fears to love a woman. His mother died when he was young, abandoning him to a failing father. His stepmother was wicked and accused him of adultery with her, which had him beaten and cast from his father's house in shame, though he was innocent. His mistress, whom you serve, tricked and betrayed him, and he houses her to keep safe his son. Perrin, he is as tormented as Giles was, though their demons are of another sort. My lady, listen to me. Do you fear him? Oh, nay. I am not frightened of him now. You depend on his strength, his ability. Aye, Perrin, I told you so. You feel joy in those tender moments. You are pleased that you have brought his seed to life. Why do you ask me these things? Many a mighty warrior has sworn no need of love, and yet has sung that light verse with great gusto when he feels love come. Be easy on him, my lady. Grant him acts that show your worth and devotion.
Leave him be till he mends his own hurts. Time willing, he will admit that he can love. But, Perrin, how should I wish this from him? He is my enemy, the enemy of my country. Nay, she whispered, he is your husband, father of your child, and, I think, a worthy man. The tears came anew. Auralie's eyes first welled up, deep and liquid in emotion, dropping over her lower lids and spilling down her cheeks. Auralie, Perrin whispered, you have buried the man who could not be your husband, and wed the strong knight. Forget that he is the enemy. Here, why do you weep? Perrin, I love him so, and I am so afraid. Hush, Auralie. Afraid? I have loved my Guillaume for 30 years, and I know there is strength to be found in the love a man and woman share. Did you not tremble when he battled and met the enemy? Worry each time he rode away and collapse into exhaustion when he returned safe? Did your heart never bleed with the stabbing fear that he would never feel this for you? And the shame of such wanton desires? To love a man who sees only utility in the marriage? Oh, Perrin, do you know what I feel? Perrin put her arm around Auralie and led her toward the door. Oh, yea, my lady, I know what fragile strings hold your heart together now. But was it better with Sir Giles, living with his torment, his obsession? Perhaps it was easier, for his pain did not really touch you. But was it better, my Auralie? Perrin opened the door of her house, and Auralie saw that the sun was shining brightly outside. She sighed heavily and turned to Perrin. Better? I cannot say. But I was not so afraid. I did not need Giles. I did not love him. Perrin chuckled softly. And so you need the bold and lusty knight? Ah, my lady, how your life has changed. What will I do? She asked, a catch in her voice. What all women do. Let your need of his love transform you. Bring dignity and honor to his name. Give him the goodness in your heart, and be not weakened by what you feel, but strengthened. Only a misguided fool sees love as weakness. You are above such nonsense. You will be late to Mistress Fond's rooms. Will she punish you? Nay, I think not. Come, my love, we'll walk together. You were right to come. You have been alone with no counsel for too long, and have forgotten, I think, that yours was not meant to be a simple or pampered life. Perrin squeezed her shoulders, and they looked much like mother and daughter out walking. Do you forget also that we cannot grow or challenge the strength of our virtues if we do not face new trials? Ah, I think Hyatt was lucky when he found you, for this once he will not suffer the treachery of a lying woman. Be steadfast, my lady, and trust your heart, and thank the Virgin that those things you prayed for came to you, albeit by the sword. They could not have come in the gentle mist of morning, riding a friendly horse. Auralie sighed, knowing for the first time the truth to that statement. Had Hyatt been of French blood, Giles would not have been slain. She could only have loved him as an adulteress. She would have been excommunicated, or stoned, or left to live the private shame of such debauchery. The only way she could have found herself with Hyatt, carrying his child, was by the sword. Thank you, Perrin. You are ever patient and wise. Thank you, my lady, she said with a smile. You are ever in search of truth, and this is rare in those who also have power. Power? Auralie laughed bitterly. Oh, nay, Perrin, I have none. I am the vanquished here. That power I had when I was wed to poor Giles is gone forever. Perrin slowly shook her head, but she smiled. Gone? Your power is not gone, my lady, but different than with Giles.
Pray do not forget the strengths you once knew in the event your husband has need of them. Where once you felt your power and your ability to command, it will be doubled now as you stand beside a strong and able lord. Once you ordered troops because your husband was unable to protect you, but you have an able husband now and can lend him support. Once it was loneliness and despair that drove you, now it will be love and loyalty. Hyatt has need of a strong woman. Remember what you have learned. Excellence, wisdom, courtesy, and humility, she murmured. He spoke those words to me. Then do not pretend that you don't know what he wants from you. And do not fool yourself, Lady Aurelie, that he could seek these virtues from a woman he does not love. Aurelie had been so intent on observing Hyatt and Ryland that she had not noticed that Gervin was not about the keep. The knight's presence about the hall, wall, outbuildings, and baileys was only strong in Hyatt's absence, as he guarded the place on Hyatt's behalf. When Hyatt was ruling De La Noya, Gervin generally remained aloof, occupying himself with hunting, attention to the horses, weapons, and the surveying of the outlying lands. For these chores, Gervin mostly chose Guillaume as his frequent companion, which made for an odd couple. Their similar qualities of stubbornness, pride, loyalty, and strength that had made them natural enemies with the siege was seeding a friendship in them now. The sun was setting when Gervin came to the hall carrying a dozen strung rabbits. Aurelie had never seen him dressed so. He wore skins, boots, and a wide leather belt heavy with provender, and carried only the weapons of the crudest hunter. On previous hunts, Gervin had donned mail and carried his sword and shield lest he meet some opponent in the wood. Gervin's hair had become shaggy, his face was shadowed with a heavy growth of beard, and his condition spoke of many days away from shelter. "Sir Gervin, have you been hunting this whole week?"
"Nay, my lady, but I did go deep into the wood to judge the game for the taking."
Hyatt came closer to his wife and his messenger.
"And is the game in the wood interesting?" "Yea, my lord. 'Tis a good lot we spied, though there were odd breeds from many different groups. They gather in the forest."
"How did you view the game?" Hyatt quietly asked. Aurelie listened, looking between the two men, not understanding their strangely hushed tones or descriptions.
"Sir Guillaume knows the forest very well and found a concealed cave above the road from which we might see the animals that pass. 'Twas a good loft to make count and name the beasts." "How clever! And the hunting will be good?" "Aye, Hyatt, if we are the hunters and not the hunted. I would not hasten to kill any animals within the small groups, lest we chase away the lot."
Gervin smiled wickedly.
"I have left Guillaume to watch. You will be interested to know that we sighted a wounded stag. One limb was missing."
Aurelie's eyes rounded at the prospect of a three-legged stag. "A leg missing!" she gasped in interest, disbelieving. "You should have killed it and brought it here, Gervin."
"I will, my lady, in good time,"
he said with a smile, bowing away from them. She stood silent and still for a long moment before she looked up into her husband's smiling eyes. She finally concluded that the animals they spoke of were not the kind one cuts into stew. "Hyatt, what is Gervin about?"
"The protection of De La Noya, of course."
"And Guillaume?"
"The same, I assume."
She raised a brow. "Have you brought my seneschal over to your side?"
"I think not, Aurelie. It appears that he serves you still by keeping the castle safe."
"My seneschal and your henchman. 'Tis an unlikely couple they make."
"So long as the peculiar brotherhood works for the good of this, I would not question it. But speak not of Gervin's hunting, my lady, lest the hunted become suspicious or get warning."
"I would do nothing to risk De La Noya. You know that. But are we safe?" Hyatt sighed and looked around the room. Some of his men were entering to have their evening meal. Ryland lounged at a long trestle table, sipping an ale, looking much at ease. Servants were gathering to serve and clean up.
I think so, my lady. But I accept your prayers just the same.
Chapter 13. Father Algernon replaced the communion chalice, covering it reverently with white linen, and blessed himself before the altar before leaving the sanctuary. He genuflected before the crucifix and moved into the vestry, his head bowed and hands folded. Once inside the bare little room, he jumped in surprise, for a man had startled him by somehow slipping in without being seen.
"You should not have come here,"
he said in an angry, hushed voice. Ryland smiled confidently.
"No one saw me, not even you."
Algernon stiffened.
"What you seem to misunderstand is that your brother has no religion. He is a heathen. Should he discover that I have traffic with you, I would be stripped and turned out onto the road. He does not worry about his soul. He does not know the dire consequences of working against a man of the church."
Ryland laughed good-naturedly.
"But the man of the church understands fully the consequences of working against Hyatt."
"You are right, Father. My brother cares nothing for his soul, his spiritual bread and wine. He would not cast you out of the castle for working against him. Rather, he would slay you instantly. But that will not happen, will it? We shall show Hyatt the road out."
"And this man you promise will help you to replace Hyatt?"
"You will be very pleased, Father Algernon. Have I greased his entrance with enough silver? Do you require more?"
"I must know the state of his soul. I would know that my place in my church is secure. It is costly business, this thing you ask of me."
"That is an utter lie. It costs you nothing but courage. And I have sworn that the man who comes with troops will secure you in this church. Have you received permission for the pilgrims yet?"
"I have not asked it."
"Soon?
Have patience. Pilgrims come here in droves, for De La Noya has always received them."
"That was before Hyatt. You could seek him out today."
"I could, but 'twould seem odd to seek permission to admit groups of prelates on a pilgrimage many weeks from now. If you will only wait, the plan will not fail. Do you swear that no one will be hurt?"
"Not one of the friars or monks. Of that I can give assurance, because they will travel unarmed. Within these walls, yea, there will be death and injury, inasmuch as these people of Hyatt's fight to preserve De La Noya for him. But was it not so when Hyatt came? If you wish to remain under his rule, say so now, Father."
"Nay, we cannot remain under a faithless lord. 'Tis better, I think, that your friend overtake him and bring the religion back to this place. We simmer just above hell now."
Ryland's eyes twinkled. "And with the Sire du Poivre, it was so much better?"
"The sire was a devoted man. He had risen above those mercantile desires of the fleshly man. He was free of the sins of the godless knight."
"I see," Ryland said. "We grow impatient, Father. De La Noya must be restored soon. The priest in Chateau Ines was not deposed. His robes are richer, and his church grows larger than it was before the battle. I am anxious to have this business settled.
If you do not await the harvest, Sir Knight, you will not succeed. That is the time of the largest pilgrimages.
Do not betray me, Father. I warn you."
Father Algernon inclined his head in an affirmative nod, and Ryland turned abruptly to leave the vestry. He peeked out the open door and crossed in front of the altar through the chapel. Being seen leaving the chapel wasn't a problem, but had anyone been praying there and realized he was closeted with the priest, grave suspicions would arise. Ryland knew how carefully he was watched, and this excited him. Ryland walked from the chapel toward the hall. He purposely wished to pass through the mistress's gardens. His pace was leisurely, his manner relaxed. He liked to wander about De La Noya. After Ines, De La Noya was a lovely surprise. This was a rich and robust place, not at all like a castle recently besieged by war and death, but a flowering little blossom in the midst of a stormy land. If all went according to plan, and if he could stay Hollis's harsh hand, De La Noya would barely be bruised in the siege.
The dead would belong to Hyatt's men-at-arms. Ryland had a liking for flowers and found the gardens in the inner bailey behind the central keep to be perfectly groomed at all times. There were always women and young boys at work there. This was the one place completely untouched by the conquering forces, for a wall that was about knee-high to a full-grown man surrounded the place, and the clumsy knights had not ridden nor led their war horses through the flowers. He touched a rose, stooped to pluck a marigold, and inspected a large, fragrant white flower. He inhaled deeply, smiling. A figure kneeling not far from where he stood caught his eye. It was Ora Lee, stooped beside the herb patch with a small knife and a basket. A chuckle rose to his lips. How unlike a noblewoman to be engaged in menial labor. Any of the women he had known would have sent a servant to collect herbs. But then he'd seen her involved in many tasks beneath her station. She poured ale from her pitchers, delivered wine from the closet to the table, brought dinner eggs from the village. Mayhap she curried horses when she had a spare moment, he thought wryly. He approached her. "Is there no one to do this for you, my lady?" She turned and looked up at him. "There are many who would do as I bid them, sir. I choose to do this myself." "Ah," he acknowledged with a smile. "You must enjoy the garden. The selection of herbs brings you satisfaction." She began to rise, and his hand was ready to lend assistance. She warily allowed this and came slowly to her feet. There were 2 round brown spots on her apron from kneeling in the soft dirt. "I planted the herbs myself, sir, and so it is my wont to harvest them myself." "In England it is not considered good fashion for a noblewoman to engage in the labors of serfs and servants." Aurelie smiled in spite of herself. Did Ryland mean to educate her on the style of the English? But she'd watched Hyatt, who, she suddenly realized, was quite like herself in this respect. He was not too high a lord of men to perform even the lowest task if it was a chore that needed doing. He liked activity and detested extended leisure. He was no less able to delegate work to others, nor did anyone ever dare to question his command. Hyatt would be amused to have someone criticize him for shoveling up a pile of horse dung or pounding the dents out of his own shield. "I think I would be most bored in your country. In our fashion, work is noble and laziness is a sin. I doubt you will find that any of my people do not know who is mistress here, despite my poor costume." "Yea, this I have noticed as well. You have trained them very nicely." "Trained them?" she chuckled. "Sir Ryland, I beg you consider how seriously a servant will follow orders to cure meat if the one who issues the orders cannot say how 'tis done. That, as in any task, is the essential. To give instruction in the chore. Since I was a small girl, I have been taught each task to be done in my home so that I can see each is properly completed." "Can you order work done without ever having done it yourself?" "Certainly," he said rather stiffly, tucking one hand into the central fold of his gambeson and seeming to look skyward. "And your English estate prospers?" she asked. He seemed nearly to flinch, and his eyes were on her face instantly. "What do you hear of my lands, my lady? Does Hyatt criticize what I have?" She bent to pick up her basket. "He has never mentioned you, nor what you have. Even now that you are here, he does not wish to discuss you with me." "Ah, and have you not wondered why?" "Nay, I have only—" "I will tell you why. Though I was the firstborn, I was weak and small as a child. 3 years after my birth came Hyatt, large and strong from the beginning. We were the same size when I was 10 and he was 7, yet he was the robust child, and our father decided early that I would not survive and Hyatt should be taught the workings of the land and keep. Hyatt was prepared to take what I would not live to inherit. He was the favored one, always. My father, I think, was disappointed to find that I survived, and, in fact, became stronger and larger each passing year. But he was glad that I survived when that black day came when Hyatt was accused of tampering with his wife. The tone of self-pity mixed with anger in Ryland's voice caused Aurelie to listen carefully to his words. So the jealousy was the first impetus to all their problems. Lord Laidley had wrongly shown favoritism to his younger son, and the problems had begun. Before the end had come, all of them had been deeply hurt, not only Hyatt. Monsieur, by your own words, Hyatt wasn't at fault, but your father.
I do not dispute that. But neither did Hyatt strive to set that problem aright.
Oh, does he threaten your domain? Ryland looked off, irritated. She remembered what she had overheard from the knights. Had Ryland been responsible for the breach of love between father and favored son? Had he done the dreadful deed with Faustina because he was so tormented he could not resist revenge? If so, Ryland had tripled the crime now, for he seemed propelled by a vengeful cause, driven by bitter memories from his childhood. Sir Ryland, she said as gently as she could, I think you and your brother have been hurt enough by your father's poor judgment. You have your father's domain, and it is safe from Hyatt. He has fought and won his own lands despite his impoverished beginnings. 'Tis done now. I think you only do yourself harm by clinging to bitterness and hate.
How odd, my lady. You sound as if you are very devoted to him, when I was told that you begrudge this marriage and only acquiesce to keep yourself and your people safe. He killed your husband. I would think you would hate him.
Aurelie felt deep pity for the man, though she knew she should not soften toward him. Giles fell in battle, monsieur. I could have been stripped and chained, but I was wed. Hyatt is a difficult man to please, but he is honest and fair, and his authority here is indisputable.
You speak with great pride, madam. I believe you love him.
If I speak with pride, 'tis because I respect him. What more there is, I will not share with you. When you seek to slander him and cast a doubtful light on his deeds, you should not do so before his wife. And I am a wife, Sir Ryland, whether loving or grudging. And in wifely loyalty I am bound.
You are wrong to chastise me, my lady, he said as if deeply chagrined. I have come here to make amends to my brother. 'Tis Hyatt who refuses to accept kinship with me, yet I didn't turn him out of Lochland as a youth. Perhaps he has a right to his hostile notions, but it is all wrought of Faustina's treachery and his father's betrayal. In this he's not alone, for it was I, shunned as a boy, turned away from my father and protected by my mother and my nurse. I would lay away my miseries with Hyatt's, but he refuses to call me brother now.
Then do not demand it, Ryland, she advised in a soft voice. Say your piece and go on your way. You have what you desired, and Lochland is yours. Leave Hyatt be. Your presence here reminds him only of his unhappy youth.
His unhappy youth?
Ryland laughed, but it was a bitter and empty sound.
I see that you have not heard me. Never mind, you are right.
He took her elbow and turned her to leave the garden. How swiftly his anger had turned to indifference.
You are right. 'Tis done. I am only a guest of English blood. I have Lochland. Hyatt has his Aquitaine domain, and King Edward is well pleased. I require no more. Perhaps I will go for a ride. Will you join me, my lady?
Aurelie was a bit jolted by the change of mood, the abrupt reversal of a boyish temper to a courtly flirtation. Nay, Sir Ryland, I have a great deal that needs to be done.
Then I shall leave you to it,
he said, bowing away from her and walking briskly through the garden along a path that would take him toward the town. Aurelie stood for a moment in some confusion, watching him go. He did not use a determined step, but dallied somewhat along his way. She followed for a while, carrying her basket of herbs into the village where Ryland was meandering. He nodded amiably to each person he passed, chatted for a moment with a man wearing his own livery, climbed the ladder to the northeast parapet to look at the castle and town and outer bailey from aloft. Something about Ryland so distracted her that she found herself wandering without direction or intent.
Feeling tired? Let's take 60 seconds to unwind with a song. This free audiobook is here for your relaxation. Thank you for being here with us.
She seemed to follow his path somewhat. Soon she stood before the gate and bridge. Ryland was looking over the outer wall toward the forest and farming plots. Nothing in his posture or actions suggested the earlier anger and hostility she'd heard. She stood back as there came a shout and the bridge was lowered. Hyatt rode in ahead of a wagon heavily burdened with felled trees. Upon seeing her, he dismounted and pulled his destrier aside.
"This load should be taken to the inner bailey, where you will find Delmar waiting. When these trees are stacked to his liking, return to the clearing for another load."
He turned to his wife then, smiling.
"Do you come to greet me, Sherry?"
"Hyatt, what is this? Why are you bringing unsplit logs into the bailey?"
"Delmar claims that with a few additional men he can construct wagons for me."
"Wagons? Whatever for?" Hyatt put a casual arm about her shoulders and led her away from the outer wall as the massive gates slammed closed behind them.
"We can hardly carry goods from De La Noya in the few wagons this place has available. The Valanes have a few, but they are needed to move tools, seed, and other necessities from town to fields."
"But where on earth will you carry goods?"
"From our fruit trees and gardens, we will take food to the Sebastian Monastery. They will trade us good Gascon wine for necessary stock and crops. We will keep a bit of wine for the castle and send some to England. In return, we will receive cloth and wool and hardware that cannot be found here. There have even been promises made to your father in Flanders, but until I'm certain how the land is settled, Lord Laverne will wait."
"But Hyatt, surely scavengers will halt the wagon loads, and—"
"There are plenty of guards. Do not worry."
"But—"
"Did Giles never send what he had grown here to trade with other keeps and towns?"
"Nay, Hyatt. We made do on what we had. We always had enough."
"Enough? My lady, there is no need to make do. This is a rich farming burg. We cannot send vegetables and chickens to England to sell, but wine and cloth and ironworks travel quite well. I sent a man to deal with the Sebastian brothers, and they were delighted by the trade since they cannot sustain themselves on grapes alone. We shall soon have better than enough. This can be a place of plenty."
"You mean to make money on our goods?"
"Of course, Aurelie. Now what have you been up to? What brings you to the gate, if not to greet your husband?"
She shook her head as if to shake away one subject and approach another. "I have seen your brother this morn, monsieur. He spoke to me in the garden."
"Did he offend you somehow?"
Hyatt asked stiffly. "I find his presence to be an offense by itself. But I must tell you that Ryland's complaints of his childhood seem to exceed even yours. He claims a bitterness wrought of being shunned by your father. He says that he carries a burden of anger from his youth, for you were the favored one."
"He has always said that." Hyatt shrugged. "My memory of our childhood at Lochland does not bear it out to be true. I was a heartier lad than Ryland, but I couldn't become ill to make him appear more lively, nor could I fail so that he would appear smarter or stronger. He was always jealous, and perhaps with just cause, but it is not the same as being deliberately cast out.
He would lay away that sad memory with your kinship now.
It is not possible, orally. Ryland may have many complaints about his early life at Lochland, but it is his estate now. He stood beside my father when the old lord denied that I am of that family blood. You don't take such words back and declare them unsaid. But even that doesn't sustain my hatred. I could forgive anything done by a boy, but Ryland has committed many crimes against me since he has reached manhood.
But Hyatt, what can he gain as your enemy? How does he mean to profit by plotting against you?
Oh, I am certain that he seeks to own what I have. He committed so much to wresting Lochland from me, and it is laughable, since Lochland was never mine. He engaged Faustina to help him, and what he got was an estate impoverished by the bitch and a treacherous woman as an accomplice. Lochland, it is said, is not worth a damn. Ryland is poor, for he has spent his money foolishly.
Hyatt had one arm about her shoulders and threw the other wide to indicate the town they walked through.
And I have become quite rich by comparison. I have often been accused of being miserly.
Hyatt, you do not believe he speaks the truth about wishing kinship with you, do you? There is too much hatred in his voice when he speaks of you, his family, his home.
Is there now? I'm a little surprised. I have not believed for one moment that he wishes to bury the past. Indeed, he is here about another business entirely.
Hyatt, why is he here? Please tell me what you know. This brother of yours tarries about my home, greeting the peasants, viewing the lands, and all in the best of humor. Hyatt stopped walking and looked down at her. He looks at de la Noya as an heir apparent views his future domain. Hyatt smiled, but there was a certain sadness in his eyes.
That is what he does, madam. He fully intends to wage war on me.
That is what I feared. Why have you let him enter?
You will learn in time, my lady, that it is better to watch the devil than to turn your back on him.
Hyatt, there will be a dangerous moment to come. I am afraid. He lifted a brow.
Do you doubt that I can keep you safe?
Her hand went to his of its own accord, giving him a tight squeeze. Nay, Hyatt, I'm worried for you.
Ah, the truth finally comes out. Have you finally given your heart to me?
Oh, Hyatt, cease. You carry on as if naught is amiss. You build wagons and prepare to harvest your first crops in de la Noya. It has not missed the notice of your men that you are much in residence, making only brief sojourns outside our wall. But beyond your watchful eye, you seem to do nothing to protect yourself. Hyatt smiled and kissed the end of her nose.
Aurelie, my vixen, you have just given me a very large compliment.
How so?
If it appears to you that I do nothing to protect myself, then surely it must seem so to others. For no one watches me as closely as you do. And that is exactly the appearance I wish to give.
In the south wing of the castle, 2 squires nodded off sleepily on makeshift pallets outside Ryland's bedchamber door. The hour was late, and the disturbing noises from within the room had finally ceased, dulled into the soft whispering of conversation, which lulled the lads into a dozing stupor. Inside the room, Fawn snuggled closer to Ryland.
Ah, wench, I shall sorely miss your company. Would that I could tell Hyatt how much pleasure this visit has been.
But you would not. You swore. His hand swept over her naked bosom in a casual caress.
I will not confide in him, but
he lifted her chin so that he could see her eyes.
But I think you have led me to believe there is more between you than there is.
Why do you say that?
If Hyatt frequented your bed, how would you dare come here?
Fawn lowered her eyes. Since his marriage, his demands are less frequent.
Ah, do you mean not at all?
Nay, that is not what I—
Stop pretending. If he does not appreciate you, he is a fool. I can see that this marriage is all that Hyatt desires, and the woman adores him. 'Tis not true. She fears him.
Ryland stroked her brow almost lovingly. You must reckon with this soon, dear Fawn. I have seen the way Hyatt watches her, and though he might not admit it, he is smitten with her. And she told me with her own voice that she is loyal to him, in every way. Hyatt is finished with you. Fawn took a deep breath. I am his son's mother. His son will inherit his estate. In time he will turn even Derek against you, my love. If you are wise, you will find a way to best Hyatt before he casts you aside for good. By the way he regards you, that time fast approaches. His woman will not abide your presence much longer. The bitch, Fawn snarled. Poor mother of a bastard child. What am I to do? Where am I to go? Ryland began to laugh. Somehow I do not see you as suffering. But if it is a place to go that you seek, you are welcome to come with me. But I warn you, I will not have that brat along, or that old woman. Fawn was quiet for a long moment. She snuggled a bit closer to Ryland, her head in the crook of his arm. She couldn't lie to herself any longer. Hyatt's intention toward her had never been one of love or longing, not even in that first coupling. She had, in fact, served him so much drink that he fell asleep. At dawn's light, she'd shown him the stains on the bedding and wept at her virgin's loss, which was a lie. He then took advantage of what he thought he'd done and bedded her with zeal. She became pregnant easily. Montrose pressed the lusty knight for satisfaction. It hadn't worked much to her advantage, though, for he not only refused marriage with her, but did not lie with her again. He bought prostitutes on occasion, but rarely. He kept her closely guarded and watched her grow with his son, but he never returned as her lover. She made comments and gestures occasionally to make the others think they were intimate, for it gave her power with his men. But he shunned her more publicly now, and what Ryland said was true. He watched Aurelie with unmasked lust. At first there was the pain of disappointment when he'd married, but now she'd begun to despise him, and she longed for Aurelie's death. Perhaps she would see them both punished for the ways she'd been cast aside. Where do you go, Ryland? Not far, my love. I shall be in France for some time to come. And you will keep me safe from him if I go with you? Ryland chuckled. Do you think he would search for you? If not out of devotion, most certainly to keep me from taking his secrets out of De La Noya and giving them to his enemies. And though you try to conceal it from me, I know you are his enemy. Ryland pulled her closer. How are you so sure? Because I am his enemy, too. He has shamed me enough. Aurelie had been busier than usual throughout the morning and still had a great many afternoon duties she wished to do when Percival's grandson Paulus came to the common room of the hall in search of her. He'd been helping Delmar with some building, and his hand was cut and filled with large splinters. The room was empty but for Gervin and 2 young squires. The squires were occupied with mending chainmail, and Gervin, it appeared, had come to the hall for a midday meal. She'd only just arrived herself, nodded briefly to Gervin, and had not had time to speak when Paulus had arrived with a rag tied around his hand. I'll fetch my supplies and see if I can help. Sit down by the hearth. I may need the fire to tend your hand. The lad's face bleached white, and he sank weakly onto a stool. Aurelie laughed lightly and placed a soothing hand on his shoulder. Don't be frightened, Paulus. I use the flame to clean my tools and to warm salves. I will try to be gentle. She went from the room in a hurry and was back quickly. She unwrapped the hand and looked at his injury. Ah, this is not so bad. The cut will heal itself nicely, but the splinters must be removed, Paulus. They will fester otherwise. Now you're a brave boy, Yea, my lady, do what you must, he said as resolutely as possible, but he swallowed convulsively. First, I should like it best if you watch this bowl for me. I have to place it close to the flame to warm it, but it must not burn or boil. Can you watch the dish while my eyes are busy with your hand?" He frowned uncertainly, his eyes unwillingly drawn to the cut and surrounding splinters. Finally, he tore his eyes away and watched the dish, and Aurelie began to work. "What were you doing, Paulus?" she asked.
"We were trimming down a plank for the wagon. The axe needed to be very sharp to plane the wood, and I slipped."
"You're fortunate that you did not hurt yourself any worse. Carpentry is dangerous work for one so young." "Ah, there's one." Paulus's eyes shot to his hand, and Aurelie held up a splinter with the sharp point of her dagger. Paulus's eyes grew large.
"I didn't even feel it."
She smiled and gestured with her eyes toward the bowl. "Do not let my salve burn or boil," she advised. She bent again to her task, dabbing away bits of blood with a rag. "Now tell me, how many wagons do you propose to build?"
"Oh, my lady, a dozen,"
he said proudly.
"There are several boys my age who are not needed in the fields, and Delmar promises to teach us to build many—" "Oh!"
"Another," she said, holding a large splinter up. "Paulus, my salve."
"Yea, madam. Delmar promises to show us how to build and carve. In winter, when there is not planting or harvest to occupy us, if Delmar has a room in which to do his woodworking, we will learn how to do many things. And then in summer we shall—" His voice trailed off as Aurelie dug for a deep splinter. "Nearly done, Paulus. Watch my bowl, please, for I cannot." "I do, my lady. Very good."
"Now why is it you are so taken with wood? Your father works with leather, and I thought every boy of 12 wished to be a knight."
"But, my lady, a boy has to be selected as a page before he can train as a knight."
There was a long shadow thrown over her work, and Aurelie turned to see Gervin behind her. The huge knight was bent at the waist, watching her pluck slivers from the boy's palm. She looked up at him with an exasperated sigh. "If you mean to stand so close to my work, Sir Gervin, you may tear this linen into strips. I will bandage Paulus's hand in a moment. I'm nearly finished."
"Nearly finished?"
the boy asked. "I told you it was not very bad. Paulus, dear, you must watch my salve. Now," she said, when he had turned his head away again, "why is it that you cannot become a page?"
"Oh, my lady, these knights of Sir Hyatt do not need pages, and they are too busy to train any new ones. And all the pages who once served knights of de Poivre are now working as serfs. And I am neither of the English army nor the du Poivre troop. I would be the last to be chosen. And my grandfather says we must be grateful that we have a home at all, for the English army north of here destroyed everything and person in its path."
"You must not accept defeat so easily, Paulus. Perhaps these knights of Hyatt can be persuaded to take you on one day." Paulus turned bright eyes and a hopeful smile toward Aurelie. He whispered his secret.
"I practice with a mock sword and lance, just in that case," he said.
"The page does not use a lance or sword," a rumbling voice interrupted. Aurelie turned her head and glowered at Gervin. She didn't think it was kind of him to dash the boy's hopes. "Paulus, my salve. Sir Gervin, the strips." They each resumed their tasks like good lackeys. But Gervin didn't hold his tongue.
"The page is more set to earning the right of training through hard work. It is very hard and breaks the desire of many boys. There is the keeping of the battle gear and horses, serving the knight's table, study in the late hours of night. You have been misinformed if you think it is playing with weapons that a boy is invited to do."
Paulus looked bravely at the big knight.
"I know it is hard work. I have watched the pages of Hyatt's knights, and I know what they do." "And you think you could sustain such a rugged life?" "As easily as they do, Sir Knight," he said. "Also they fix their masters' palettes, mend their clothes, and shave their faces. And there is a special rite at Mass they perform for the knights. I know the routine."
"Do you now?
But you are slight for a lad of 12, and the armaments are heavy.
I am not quite 12, and I am strong, Paulus said indignantly. Besides, I am strong enough to pull a bow.
You are? Who gave you permission to practice arms?
He dropped his gaze. I did not ask permission. Aurelie reached past Paulus to lift the bowl. I am finished with the splinters, she said gently. A little salve on your cut, and we shall bind the hand. It did not hurt, Paulus said happily. Aurelie touched the boy's cheek. I lied when I said it wasn't bad. It was a terrible wound, and you are very brave. Now let me bandage it, and you may go. But no more chores today, and tomorrow you must tell Delmar that I insist you have a less dangerous task. Aurelie cast Gervin a damning look for baiting and insulting the boy and jerked the linen strips out of his hand. She tied the dressing and nodded her head. Paulus rose and made his way toward the door, his eyes studying the bandage.
So happens I am looking for a page.
Paulus whirled around and stared in awe at the huge knight.
I do not believe you are strong enough for the job, however.
I am, Paulus insisted. I swear I am. Do you mean it truly?
The wagons are more important, and I am too busy to train a page as yet. But on the morn after the wagons are complete, I will have need of a page. I keep my gear in the rear of the stable. Be there at dawn.
Aye, Sir Gervin, at dawn. Paulus hurried toward the door but turned back. Sir Gervin, may I tell my grandfather?
It is essential that you tell him. A page must have his elder's permission to serve a knight.
Gervin frowned darkly.
It seems, lad, that is the thing you have trouble learning about. Permission.
Paulus beamed as if his whole life had changed for the better. Yea, Sir Knight, but I will learn, and I will be the best you ever had. He fled the room, and a burst of giggles could be heard on the far side of the door. Aurelie rose from her kneeling position and sat tiredly on the stool that Paulus had occupied. She shook her head and laughed, looking up at Gervin. She pushed a wisp of hair out of her face, exhausted but pleased. That was very generous of you, Sir Gervin. You've made the lad very proud.
He will earn it,
Gervin said.
I am not known to be tender-hearted.
Not many know you, then, she chuckled. Sir Gervin, you are at once the most frightening, yet most docile knight in all Christendom. Your fierceness is all for demonstration. He grunted a sour reply, but Aurelie just sighed, tired to her bones. Does it ever seem there are not enough daylight hours?
It should gather more serfs to do your bidding. If he wishes a healthy child, he must not work you so hard.
Aurelie laughed. It seldom notices my work, Sir Gervin. He does not bid me labor. Like his, it is my desire to be occupied. It takes my mind off more unpleasant things, like Mistress Fawn and Sir Ryland.
That will be over soon. Lady Aurelie, I know you are already beset with more tasks than you can easily do, but there is a need I have, and you are the one I would request.
What is it, Gervin? He bent and rolled down the legging over his right shin. A gash and a bloody bruise were exposed. The wound had already festered, and Aurelie gasped at the sight of it. She stood up from the stool and, with an impatient wave of her hand, requested that he sit. When did this happen? You did not even limp.
'Twas days ago, and Guillaume is good in the wood, but miserable at treating injuries. He slopped some swamp muck on the cut for a poultice, and I do believe it has worsened.
Indeed, she huffed. Tell him for me that he need not be jealous of my healing skills. I shall gladly teach him, lest he maim some innocent soul with his ineptness. Gervin's rumbling laughter answered her.
With pleasure, my lady. 'Tis a contest we have to see who can fail whom.
No doubt, but you should cease before one of you wanders about with a stump where a limb was. Why didn't you come to me straight away? More to the point, why do you not go to the old woman in Fawn's household? I hear that she is the true healer. Gervin grunted.
I would go nowhere near Fon, even facing certain death. The old woman may be good, but she yet allies herself with the horror, and there is no way to trust her. And I could not draw you from your duties any sooner." He smiled broadly. "I like the way you handled the boy Polis."
Aurelie cocked her head to one side. "Your wound is dreadful, and my tending will cause much pain. I will have to cut it open. Would you like to watch my salve for me, or can you bear it?" Gervin took a deep breath.
"Do your worst, Lady Aurelie. I trust your skill."
"Truly?" She shook her head and bent to the task before her. "I swear this is a day I never anticipated."
"Forsooth, I thought you were a woman of greater faith."
She looked up at him in question, but could read nothing in the cold silver eyes. She tended the wound to the best of her ability, cutting the festered thing open, applying medicine and bandages, and finally pulling the legging up. Gervin stood, testing the leg.
"It feels like new. You missed your chance to maim me."
She sighed heavily. "Why would I do that, Gervin? Something tells me I may need you one day." He smiled again, amusement showing all over his face and his eyes twinkling in delight.
"Ah, now there is the faith I spoke of."
Chapter 14. Aurelie was slow to rise and was just standing before the wash basin when Hyatt was strapping on his belt, ready to leave the room. She splashed cool water on her face and sighed deeply. She moved slowly back toward the bed, and rather than picking up her dress, she sat heavily.
"Aurelie, is there something amiss?"
"Nay," she said. "I think it is the hot weather, Hyatt. I began to notice yesterday that in the afternoon heat I am not very able. I was in the garden and—" She sighed and looked at him. "You will surely think I've become lazy."
"Are you unwell?"
She rubbed a hand over her abdomen, which was just beginning to swell with her pregnancy. "I felt in the best of health until just the last few days." Hyatt approached her and stooped to grasp her ankles. He lifted her legs onto the bed, and she reclined obediently.
"I shall ask Perrin to find at least one other woman to help you. And you, my lazy wife, shall rest more. I am anxious for another son."
She smiled and reached out to touch his hand. "You're letting your soft heart show, senor."
"You think I've gone soft because I speak good sense? Do not deceive yourself that you are pampered, madame. I take good care of my possessions, and would no more abuse a perfectly good wife than I would ride a horse beyond its endurance. Stay abed for a day."
"Oh, Hyatt, I cannot lie abed. I would lose my mind, especially with Ryland about. He creates mischief, and I like to pass him in the hall just to see what he stirs up."
"You need not worry about Ryland much longer. His men are breaking up their camp, and he prepares to leave."
"Today?"
"Aye, after the noon meal."
She took a deep breath and put her hand on her brow. "Good heavens, that's one problem solved."
"Name another you wish solved, and I will do it for you."
She laughed at him, her eyes twinkling. "Oh no, Hyatt, you shall not trick me into pleading my case to you. You know my troubles well enough."
"Know them? I share some of them."
He walked toward the table and picked up his gauntlets.
"You need not rise to accomplish this chore. I have need of your advice. A matter has been put before me, and before I give my answer, I would like your opinion. Your priest has asked for my approval for a sojourn. There is a pilgrimage to Avignon, where a conference will be held. He wishes to go."
"Father Algernon?" she questioned. "What conference is this?"
"I have no idea what meeting he speaks of, but then there is little possibility that the church would inform me of their business. It has long been an understanding that any prelate may travel, as is his like, but Algernon wishes a modest sum to pay for his journey, and he came to me."
"It seems odd, Hyatt. When does he go?"
He says that he can meet a group of traveling monks in late August and ride with their group to the city if I release him.
Aurelie was perplexed by the request. She was not aware whether Father Algernon had asked permission for such trips from Giles, but if he had, certainly every request must have been approved. Monks and brothers and nuns often travel at harvest time, but much of their mission is to trade summer wines and collect tithes along their path. They are smart enough to do a great deal of traveling when there are goods and money enough along the way to better their collections. You can be assured that we see few such pilgrimages before planting.
Do they pass here?
She nodded, and her eyes became somewhat sad. De la Noya has a reputation for being generous with such bands of prelates.
They will be disappointed this time.
Hyatt? Do you mean to spurn them?
I share equally with the Church. But what I have heard is that Giles was more than equal. If you count on me to give them more than is fair, you will be disappointed as well. A kindness, shelter, shared meal, a few coins. My generosity has a limit, and I doubt I shall be as admired as Du Poivre was.
I would not have them denied, she said.
Father Algernon shares your concern. He wishes to ensure that our gates be open to the clerics. Perhaps you should draw out your hidden silver, my lady, for I will not have this estate thrown into ruin because of the begging church. A man cannot praise God if he dies of starvation.
He looked at her scarlet cheeks.
Yea, my lady, I know you have hidden away some pittance, but I allow you that. If you think you save against my indiscretion, do so. I'm sure it was necessary with Giles.
How long have you suspected that?
Since I arrived,
he said with a shrug.
It is unimportant, since you do not steal from me until you attempt to take it out of De la Noya. Now that I will punish.
She frowned slightly, curious at the ease with which he accepted this. You are no longer afraid that I shall flee? He smiled roguishly.
You are a stubborn woman, but not stupid. And we have common purpose.
He let his eyes drift over her reclining form, burning a lusty path from the top of her head to her bare feet.
And many common desires.
She reached obliquely and threw a small stuffed pillow at him. I am unwell, and you bother me with your rutting ways. He fended off the pillow easily and laughed in good humor. He tucked his gauntlets into his belt and went to the door.
Go lightly today, Aurelie. 'Tis my pleasure you are meant to serve. Let the hearth go unscoured and floors unswept. I shall tell Perrin you have need of another woman.
Hyatt, what will you tell the priest?
I think I shall let him make his request again and again before I answer. Perhaps I shall find out why this journey is so important to him.
She smiled brightly. That would have been my suggestion.
Do you see?
He asked, opening the door.
We are very much alike, except that I am not as stubborn as you.
He left then, and Aurelie lounged for a moment, hugging a pillow closely. She mused on how he spoiled her, then pretended that he was only being wise, not indulging. There was no mistaking the warm glow of passion in his eyes when he studied her. And whether he took her advice or not, he sought even her wisdom in combination with his own to manage this castle. She jumped in surprise as a stray castle cat jumped up on her bed. And once recognizing the golden-furred creature as the same one who had chased a mouse through their chamber earlier, she gave the feline friend a gentle petting. Do you see how he tends to me? She asked the cat. Is it true, Puss, that his horse can attest to the same comforts, or do you think I lie gently on the harsh knight's mind? He claims that he looks forward to another son, but when first we met he told me it was fortunate that I was barren, for he desired no more children. She laughed happily. Oh, the fierce warrior wishes to keep secret his true passions, and so we shall allow. He does not speak the words, but I begin to hear them just the same. As if a cloud passed over, Aurelie's face darkened with grimness. Her hand trembled slightly as she touched her abdomen, for she was overcome with nausea. Her brow began to perspire, and she swallowed convulsively. When she lay very still and breathed deeply, the ill feeling began to subside slowly. It was not constant, but for nearly a week she'd been plagued by spells of nausea and weakness. She was afraid to move from the bed, although she felt better almost as quickly as she had become ill. She knew women frequently suffered with this illness early in their pregnancies, and other problems like puffiness and backaches and headaches assailed some women as their time drew near. But it was commonly believed that the time after the child had begun to stir and before the day of confinement was near was the most comfortable. She was frightened by these spells, afraid that something was wrong, that she might not bring the child to life. The cat stirred beside her and stretched. Orly rubbed the cat's stomach abstractly. "Pray God I do not fail in this, since I have longed for a child. It would make my husband proud. I do not admit this to anyone but you, but I wish to make him proud. I wish to have him love me." Isla dallied in the garden, sniffing a flower, humming, and generally trying to keep herself far from the work. She was Thea's opposite, short, plump, dark-haired, and giggly. They looked a bit odd together, since Thea was slim and had such sharp features and reddish-gold hair, and was commonly known to have a sour expression on her face. Isla longed for Thea's company. Fawn cared nothing about tidy rooms, cleanliness, or the keeping of her clothes. The only thing that Fawn was fussy about was being seductively dressed to draw Hyatt's eye, and it took no time at all to help her dress. Then Thea and Isla were free to roam about, flirt with Hyatt's men, gamble across the fields and gardens, and play tricks on the other servants. Isla, at 4 and 10, was 2 years junior to Thea, but they'd been like sisters since Fawn collected them into her service nearly 3 years ago. For the first time, Thea was occupied with real work, for Orly would not let her have an idle moment. It was much easier to escape work with someone than alone. Isla was lonely and bored. "Isla!" She jumped at the sharp sound of her name. She turned to see Fawn striding toward her, an irritated grimace on her face. "There you are, you lazy whore! Here," she said, thrusting a tray of food toward Isla. "Her royal ladyship, Aurelie, is sick abed today, and I was told to have this tray of midday food delivered to her. You are nowhere to be found, and I'll not wait on her myself. Take it to the ladies' rooms, and mind you, do not be tempted by it yourself, or you'll be beaten." "Lady Aurelie is sick?" "Aye, so it goes. There's a deal of fluttering and complaining and worrying about the witch when she's down. Perrin can't keep her mind on Derek, and I don't have anyone else. Now you take this tray, and don't you dare touch it. Leave it with the lady to eat at her leisure. Then you go back to my rooms, and you stay there until I tell you otherwise. Now I mean to look for you. You had better mind for once, or I'll slap you obedient." Isla curtsied nervously. "Is Sir Hyatt with her?" "Nay, Hyatt does not care for women's troubles. He's ridden off with his men." Fawn grunted derisively. "He does not even bid his own brother fare thee well. Now get on with you. I've had enough of your flighty ways." "Aye, madam." Isla took the tray quickly through the hall and up the stairs. She knocked hopefully on the chamber door and grinned when Thea answered it. "What have you got?" Thea asked. Isla peered past Thea into the room, seeing no one within. "I was told the lady was sick abed." "Huh." Thea smirked. She was for a time, and a fitful morning it was. She was in a high-flown temper about the way I'd put away her clothes and threatened me with every curse in the land. "I don't have much, but what I have will be taken care of proper, or I'll give the job to someone who can do it," she says to me. Then she puts the little girl to teach me the task. Then she says that she'll show me how to scrub pots, since I can't take care of a lady's dresses. And then— "She does not sound sick," Isla said. "She does not seem sick. Not too sick to growl and curse. Then she says that if I scrub pots as bad as I clean her bedchamber, I can shovel horse dung, since the good fellow who did that ran off." Thea grimaced. I would ferry off if this heathen place weren't so bad with soldiers. Isla shrugged. What do I do with this? Thea thought for a moment. She's gone up to the looms with her little brat Baptiste. It might serve to ease up her bad temper if I take it to her. Let me. Thea took the tray from Isla and flashed a rare smile. When I come back, help me straighten her gowns, Isla. I can't. Mistress Fawn yelled at me, too. She told me to get back to her rooms and wait for her, and said if I didn't, I'd get a beating. Isla shuddered suddenly. The whole castle's gone mad. At least the women, Thea agreed, closing the chamber door and walking past Isla with the tray. Thea walked slowly up to the next level of the castle to the room where 6 looms stood and several women gathered daily for weaving. She thought about what she would say and how she would win Orly's favor. Thea had begun to hate the lady. She wasn't only difficult to please, but almost daily Fawn pulled Thea aside to question her about the events that took place behind Orly's bedchamber door, and there was nothing to tell. There was Thea's greatest burden. She could not please either mistress. Her work was not good enough for Orly, and Fawn was becoming more angry each day, for Thea had no conspiracies to report. She had never felt more alone. She kicked a stray cat that had followed the smell of food out of the way and went into the weaving room. Orly sat on a stool beside an active loom and pulled a piece of yarn between her finger and thumb. The cast of the lady's skin had a grayish pallor, and Thea almost felt pity, for she didn't look well. But then jealousy sprang up anew, for Perrine stood close by with Derek hanging onto her skirts, guarding her old mistress. Fawn had fallen far from her post of importance, which put Thea farther still. Thea checked her snappish mood and approached Orly. My lady, I have brought you food. If you will not stay abed, you must at least eat. Orly looked up in surprise. How very thoughtful of you, Thea. That is a high virtue, to anticipate the needs of others. Thea tried to smile and, holding the tray with one hand, drew back the cloth that covered the food. A cup of spiced wine and a bowl of cottled brewis emitted a luscious aroma of herbs and meat. But the lady blanched white at the sight and smell and clutched her stomach. Take it away, Thea. I'm sorry, I can't even abide the... Her hand rose quickly to her mouth and she blinked, her eyes tightly closed, fighting for control. Perrine dashed forward, her face wrought with worry and impatience. You heard the lady, miss? Get the stuff out of here at once! Perrine roughly pushed her out of the way, and at once all those nearby bent over Orly, fussing and petting her. Thea backed out of the room, near tears. She hated this heathen place. She'd been separated from her only friend, and there was no possible way to win favor. She'd expected her show of concern to at least get thanks, and, if not that, some demonstration of acceptance. Instead, she was treated as if she'd done something wrong. Such injustice hurt her pride and brought a new swell of anger. She went back to Orly's bedchamber and plopped down on the bed in a huff. She still held the tray on her lap, and the same pesty cat jumped brazenly onto the bed. She gives me more work than I can do and doesn't care if I get a meal. No concern for the lowly servants. No thanks for what is done well, but great scorn for any minor mistake. She picked up a crust of bread from the tray and nibbled on it, and the cat meowed, begging. What's the difference? She won't touch it. I may as well have it. Thea dipped the bread in the bowl of brewis and lifted the mug of spiced wine. She chewed ravenously, gulped the liquid to wash down her mouthful, and dipped the bread again. Her spine stiffened suddenly, and her features hardened in pained wonder. A searing fire spread from her throat to her stomach, and her whole body was gripped in a spasm of horror. The tray fell from her lap and crashed onto the floor, while Thea's hands gripped her belly, and she rolled back onto the bed, groaning in a vicious and sudden agony. But the pain was short-lived, and her limbs relaxed as she lay still. Orly swayed slightly on the stool, and Perrine caught her shoulders. This is such foolery, madam. There is little sense in pretending you are not ill. You must heed Hyatt and go back to bed." Oralee recovered herself and tried to sit upright. "This is so difficult for me to understand, Perrin. What is this strange illness that comes and goes? Will I lose this child that I carry? Thus far you have had no trouble carrying the babe, and 'tis my thinking that you've had a piece of bad food, and it will pass. How can you hope to recover from this spell if you do not rest? Come back to your bed and let me fix you a balm." "Perhaps you are right. But you'll have to find something for Thea to do outside of my chamber, for the girl tests my wrath. I went in search of a wrapper this morn and found my clothes stuffed into the coffer. Nothing laundered, folded, mended, or even put in its proper place." She sighed. "I thought to give her my clothing to keep would be the simplest chore." Baptiste touched Aurelie's shoulder, and the latter looked up at her with grateful eyes. "And this little one works so hard to cover Thea's laziness." "Come along, my lady," Perrin urged. "To bed." Aurelie nodded in assent, a look of defeat on her drawn features. She stood and took a step, and the room immediately began to sail around her in a wild spinning motion. Her sense of balance was gone, and her stomach lurched in wretched nausea. She stumbled and swooned, and Perrin caught her. "Lay her down here and get a blanket and pillow." With the help of the other women, they rested Aurelie on the floor. There were several women present, and much fluttering about made for a chaotic scene while they fashioned a pallet for their mistress. Aurelie closed her eyes until the room stilled somewhat, and she felt safe in opening them. Perrin knelt on the floor beside her. "We shall not attempt the stairs, lass. You lie here until a strong man able enough to carry you can be found." "Perrin, I am afraid. What if I should lose the child?" "None of that, sweetheart. You lie still and let me take care of you. All will be well." "Perrin," she whimpered, "don't forget Derek. He could fall down the stairs or hurt himself on a loom." No sooner did Aurelie mention the lad than she noticed him crouched on the floor right beside her. He looked at her most curiously, as if he couldn't understand the reason for a woman to lie supine on the floor. He reached out a chubby little hand to touch her wimple. "Baptiste," Perrin instructed. "Take Derek out of—" "Let him stay, Perrin. He does no harm, and he must stay with you. Should Fawn see him with Baptiste, she will seize the moment for some trickery." Aurelie smiled up into Perrin's eyes. "We both need you at the moment." From a safe, concealed position in the wood, Hyatt watched his brother's group leave and travel down the road away from De La Noya. The distance was too great to make out small details, but the number of people, horses, and carts could be seen. And the road that Ryland had chosen was due west, as if he traveled to Bordeaux. But there was a crossroad a few miles farther that he could take toward Ines if he chose. Guillaume was watching from the small camp he and Gervin had made. The two men had spent many days and nights in their hidden copse, but on this mission Gervin was with Hyatt.
"If they choose the road to Ines, Guillaume will see them. Yea, Hyatt, though it amazes me that they still travel that road and do not creep through the trees to do their meeting. It seems brazen and foolish to me." "Did you instruct the guards at the gate to search Ryland's carts?"
Gervin smiled.
"Ryland will not take anything out of De La Noya that you will miss."
Hyatt looked over his shoulder at Gervin.
"Do you think she is gone with him?"
Gervin shrugged.
"My orders to your men were very clear. They will let Mistress Fawn escape, but not the boy. You can see that no woman travels with them. If she's gone, she dresses like a page or squire."
An oddly placed look of disappointment crossed Hyatt's features.
"Why would she escape me when I have offered her so much? I would pay her fare, give her protection on her journey, and buy her a decent lodging. Yet she would flee, disguised." He shook his head. "I admit that I do not understand women." There has been much whispering, Hyatt, that she found a warm place in Ryland's bed. If she goes away with him in some disguise to keep you from seeing her depart, it can only mean she plots against you now. She hoped for a long time that you would come to her side one day, but when you wed the lady, Fawn lost her greatest wish. But she knows the reason. She admitted that she played me false, but I was generous. I accepted my own part in being made a fool and would not give her another opportunity to use me. You may not have given her the chance, Hyatt, Gervin grumbled, but she saw her chance when you took a liking to your son. You should have removed the boy from her at once.
Hyatt was mute. That Gervin was right brought him no satisfaction. A small boy needs a mother's love, and Hyatt had hoped that Fawn would be a satisfactory mother even if she couldn't be a good wife or mistress.
If we find the woman still waiting at De La Noya, I shall begin making plans for her departure. But I think we are too hopeful, Gervin. She doesn't appear to be finished with me yet. I suppose she waits even now with some plan meant to trap me and bring me back to her.
The troop that Ryland led was over the farthest knoll when Hyatt turned his small party about and led them back to De La Noya. Their passage was unhurried, and some game that was spotted along the way was speared or shot from the bow. The sun was setting its path to rest before the gates were in sight, and Hyatt felt a ravenous hunger. He looked forward to his first relaxing evening in his own hall since Ryland's arrival. He'd let his brother stay for over a month, which was far longer than he'd intended. He dismounted just inside the wall so that a page could take his steed and was just pulling off his gauntlets when the crouched figure of the old woman who served Fawn came rushing toward him.
Messire, I did not know what she would do, and now the lady is ill and no one will let me help. Senor, you must let me tend your lady. Only I can save her. What is this? Fawn, Sir Hyatt, I have searched everywhere, but she has stolen my herbs, my roots. I cannot find Fawn to question her, and she alone would be so bold as to take those medicines that I mix. 'Twas poison, Sir Hyatt.
The old woman twisted her hands and shuddered.
And Lady Aurelie is ill. I fear Fawn has tried to kill her.
Hyatt grasped the old woman by the arms and nearly shook her, but her frail, withered body felt like brittle sticks in his hands.
What do you say? Where is Fawn?
My most dangerous herbs are missing, and Fawn may know their use, for we have talked about my medicines.
And I cannot find her, but the lady is ill and cannot be moved. Where is Lady Aurelie?
In the weaving rooms, my lord. Her woman won't have her moved.
And you know the remedy?
If there is a remedy, monsieur, I could find it. I could purge her of the poison. That she is not dead means she did not have much, but they won't accept my offer of help. The women won't let me near her.
Come with me.
Hyatt barked, taking the old woman's arm. He dragged her toward the hall, and within just a moment he was aggravated with her slow pace. Without releasing her, he grabbed a mare that was being led to stable and heaved the old woman on the horse's back. He took the reins and ran in a panicked stride, the ancient woman holding on to the mane for dear life. When they reached the hall, he helped Nima down and dragged her through the doors and up the stairs.
You cannot find Fawn?
She is nowhere, monsieur, Nima huffed.
My son.
With the women Perrin and your lady.
Did Fawn tell you what she would do?
She hates your lady wife, monsieur. She is torn with jealousy and asked me to mix a brew that would kill her, but I refused. Nima gasped for breath. You must believe that I refused. Hyatt reached the second level, and the old woman slumped, already exhausted. He looked at her with a frown of impatience. I can go on, monsieur. We must see to your wife. Hyatt pulled her along and finally reached the weaving rooms, throwing open the doors. Hyatt went straight to the pallet where Aurelie lay and knelt down beside her. Oh, Hyatt, I am sorry. I am ill.
Your stomach? Your head?
A fearful weakness. And each time I try to rise, the room spins round and round. I cannot walk for fear of falling. We did not try to carry her down the stairs, Sir Hyatt, Perrin informed him. And this old woman has pestered us the day long.
Perhaps she can help. Did you not listen to her?
Hyatt turned and regarded Nima, who stepped cautiously closer. Nima's brow was furrowed in confusion.
"The poison is quick and frightful, monsieur. Perhaps that is not the lady's malady. Let me look at her, I beg you."
Hyatt scooped his wife up in his arms and carried her to the door.
"Come to my chamber and have a look. Perrin, come along and watch this old woman, lest she trick me somehow."
Hyatt carried Aurelie down the stairs. She looped her arms around his neck and laid her head on his shoulder.
"Why are you so hard on the old woman? What is this business of poison?" "Fawn is nowhere to be found, and the old woman claims that her most dangerous herbs and roots are missing. She fears you have been poisoned by Fawn."
"But that's absurd. What poison causes one to be dizzy? And I have suffered with this strange ailment for days."
"I thought I ordered you to bed."
"I tried, Hyatt. I cannot abide such." She held him closely. "Hyatt, if I fail to bring your child to life, will you hate me?" He stopped in mid-stride just before his chamber door.
"Hate you, Aurelie? I know you would not purposely end the very life you have longed for, not even despite me. Stop such talk."
Hyatt stood still for a moment and moved out of the way so that Perrin could open the chamber door. She gasped at the sight within, frozen in shock. Hyatt, too, was immobile, for there lay Thea on the bed, motionless, and on the floor by the bed were the spilled remains of a tray of food, and beside that, the dead body of a cat. Aurelie tried to lift her head to see, but any movement caused her senses to reel. "What is it, Hyatt?" Nima pushed through them, though they blocked the door. She alone had the courage to look at the corpse. Thea's face was twisted in agony, her eyes open and her palms facing up. The cat lay stiff and cold on the floor, and the wine and brewis had stained the rushes.
"This is the work of my poison,"
Nima said.
"Thea brought this tray to Aurelie, but my lady refused it. She could not abide even the aroma."
Nima turned watering eyes toward Hyatt, who still stood in the doorway.
"Messieurs, this is the work of my granddaughter. Yea, Fawn is of my flesh, though she kept it secret. She was twisted with bitterness and hate. I beg you to believe that I would not do such a thing. My mixes have always been for healing only, and not for death." "Then how do you explain possessing dangerous mixings if not to use them? It is many years of mixing and testing that I have endured to find the best of this and that. A certain root mixed with a certain vine can cure the flux, but the same root mixed with another plant can kill. 'Tis a mysterious occupation. The same potion that will draw pus from a wound and help it to heal will kill if swallowed. But I give my potions to stray animals to be assured they are not harmful, and some of my strongest liniments have healed an aching back, but killed a rat. I have never meant to harm anyone, but Fawn made me keep my talents mostly secret. I have been wrongly accused of witchcraft." "She was your granddaughter, then, and you lied when you said you were her nurse."
"I am her grandmother and her nurse.
I helped to raise her. Montrose threatened to have me tried and killed for sorcery, but I was only a healer, never a witch. Anyone who came to ill after my ministrations was not hurt by them, I swear. Fawn protected me." "To have your witchcraft at her disposal, no doubt."
Nima's face fell.
"You are right, senor. She wished to have me mix brews that would be useful to her, but I did not. Betimes I told her something would work, but I tricked her and never gave her anything that would do any harm. I am an old woman. I have to have a means to live."
"Hyatt?" Aurelie murmured. "What do I hear? Thea is dead by Fawn's hand?"
"It seems that Fawn meant to kill you, madam. You had better tell me what you've eaten."
"Not, Hyatt. The last I ate was beside you in the hall from the same plate. We drank from the same pitcher. Oh, poor Thea. Is it too late?"
"Aye,"
he said. He glanced briefly at Perrin and then turned with Aurelie in his arms, taking her back to the pallet in the weaving rooms rather than to a room befouled with death. "Hyatt, bring the old woman to me. I have heard she's skilled. I will do anything to save this child I carry. Anything." He laid his wife down and looked at her through pained eyes.
"You are young, Aurelie. If this child doesn't live, you will have another in a year. But without you, there cannot be another. 'Tis your life I would save."
Aurelie lifted her hand and touched his brow as if she would smooth away the lines of worry. She knew not how pale her face was, how dull her eyes, how weak her touch. She did feel that her sickness worsened. "Hyatt, my besotted knight, how poorly you conceal your heart when you are met with some crisis." He looked away uncomfortably. "'Tis of no matter, the words. You need not speak them. But know you this, lest even the old woman cannot help me. I love you." Chapter 15. I perceive that I am not gravely ill, but beset by some temporary difficulty and must see it through, Aurelie told Hyatt. When Thea's body had been removed, a brigade of women had entered Hyatt's chamber and scoured the place from floor to ceiling. A new mattress stuffed with freshly cut, sweet-smelling grass replaced the old one, which was swiftly burned, even though the death that had befouled it was wrought of poison and not plague. It came as no surprise to find all the castle folk of De La Noya to be concerned about their mistress, for it was well known they loved her. But fully panoplied warriors wearing the red and black of Hyatt clamored about, restless for any chore that would somehow aid the lady. When Hyatt selected one hulking lad to take Thea's body from his chamber, the young knight did so eagerly, as if chosen for some elite position. Only a few hours had elapsed when Aurelie had been returned to her bed, her room, and despite Hyatt's worried frown, Nima sat at her side. "I do not feel well," she said, "but neither do I prepare to die. A few days of peace and rest will do me well enough, especially with Fawn and Ryland both gone from my house." She smiled weakly. "Your house," she whispered, closing her eyes. Hyatt meant to sit at her sickbed, perched on the edge and holding her hand, but after an hour of this, Aurelie protested. "There is nothing you can do, monsieur. Seek a pallet of your own, or lie here beside me and sleep."
"I would stay, Aurelie. I don't wish to sleep, and I am best placed watching over you."
"Though Fawn wished me harm, this ailment is not wrought of her evil hand, but the hand of fate. I will recover. No one else here means me harm. These are my friends. Go about your business and come to me when I am well." Thus he was rousted from the sick room and left meandering about the hall and grounds without his mind, for his thoughts were in his chamber with his wife. His gaze was far away, his steps errant and unguided, and his attention difficult to draw. Percival approached him.
"Sir Hyatt, is there anything my family can do for the lady?" "Nay, Percival, it is best that we all leave her be for now. She needs rest."
A knight who had ridden with Hyatt for 6 years sought him out.
"The word passes through your troop that Lady Aurelie is ill, Sir Hyatt. She has always been kind to us. Is there a way to help her now?"
Hyatt smiled with a touch of melancholy.
"There remains some doubt that I have completely conquered this castle, but I see the lady has quelled my troop. Nay, there is nothing to do but hope that she recovers quickly."
As the sun set and the hall emptied after the evening meal, Hyatt was without purpose. He couldn't find a comfortable place to roost, and he chose not to disturb his wife's rest. He would have preferred a place at her side, but the old woman sat near, and he would find no sleep with a spectator. He tried the chamber that had been Giles's and now housed 10 men-at-arms, but could not abide their undisturbed snores. He tried the stable, seeking work to ease his tension, but both the animals and serfs protested with grunts and snorts at such an ill-planned venture in the dead of night. He walked the wall, finding his guard ever alert and awake, for those hardies took their chores seriously. But Hyatt wasn't in want of conversation, so this didn't suit him either. And of course his distressed presence and wakefulness bore out the proof that he was plagued with worry over a woman. The setting moon had begun its downward path to yield to dawn, and he hadn't blinked even once with sleep. He crept to the chamber where Aurelie lay and opened the door with all the silence of a thief. He moved quietly toward the bed and stood looking down at her peaceful face. In sleep, there was nothing to indicate the tortures of fear or illness. Her hands were relaxed at her sides, and her eyelids didn't even flutter. He turned his head toward Nima, whose weak gray eyes glittered slightly by the light of a single candle.
"You do not sleep?"
he asked in a whisper.
"A curse of old age, senor, is that one sleeps but little. Old woman, will my wife die?"
"Nay, monsieur. The child moves in her womb, and her rest is peaceful. This illness need little concern you. I cannot say what plagues my lady, but I think that rest, food, and peace of mind will see her fit in a short time. You need not fear."
"Would you harm her, old woman? I would kill you if you—"
Nima slowly shook her head. "Sir Knight, I tried in vain to help my granddaughter. I prayed to the saints and gave her good counsel. I did not have the courage to betray her to you, but now she is gone, and if I can undo but one of her wrongs, I shall be satisfied."
"I fail to understand why you seek to win my favor by helping my wife now. You do not know her goodness as I do. You do not owe her good service as I do."
Nima smiled patiently. "You are wrong, my lord. She will raise up my great-grandson, and by her love he will be as strong and powerful as you. I owe her a great deal, and I will not rest until she is well."
"Derek?
Do you think your success in life has been born of the pain of your father's betrayal? Do you think you were driven only by hate?" Nima laughed softly, a cracked chuckle of an old hag. "I know your sad story. Perhaps you are strong because a good woman once loved you. Perhaps Derek will thrive on this lady's love. I know she is capable of it."
"If that is so, old woman, explain Ryland's evil. He was more coddled and protected in childhood than I. He had much of our mother's devotion, for he was sickly when he was small."
Nima smiled tolerantly and reached out a crooked, withered hand to touch Hyatt's. Her whisper was strained. "Ryland is still sickly and small. It is a pitiful waste when one does not accept one's gifts. Fawn did not accept all the good that befell her, but demanded more. She would never have been pleased with her life, and she will not find pleasure now, though she seeks it with a miser's zeal. Had she been a virtuous maid seeking to do good and not evil, she would be a proper lady now. I am glad for you that you have taken everything that was given to you. You made use of all that came your way and did not cast one gift onto the waste heap. You took mother's love and let it make you strong. You took your father's betrayal and let it firm your strength with determination. You took the bastard child into your keeping and let him know your loyalty, though I know you saw his conception as one of your mistakes. You even pitied poor Fawn and allowed her too much tolerance. But I think you have made good use of even the gift of her treachery, for she showed you a way to judge the worth of a mate. Go about your duties to keep this precious jewel safe, Sir Hyatt. I shall guard her for you." Hyatt looked down at Aurelie. Her lips were parted slightly in sleep, her breathing slow and easy. He stooped and touched his lips lightly to hers. He made to pass the old woman, placing a hand on her shoulder as he did so.
"Make her well, old woman. I need her."
Hyatt went to the stable again, but this time he didn't seek work to occupy him. Instead, he found a change of clothing and some light gear and woke Gervin. Knowing there was nothing he could do in his own bedchamber to make Aurelie well, he sought an escape from the oppressive fear that she wouldn't rise. He gave Gervin the command of his house and learned the way to Guillaume's camp from the older knight. No horse could manage the way to the secluded place that Guillaume and Gervin had occupied for better than a month, and Hyatt walked through 10 hours of the heat of day. Dark clouds that promised a drenching storm gathered in the west, and the lightning in the distance brightened the graying sky with intermittent flashes. There was a break in the trees and brush, and silhouetted against the purple-orange sky was the tall, broad-shouldered figure of Guillaume, standing on the path 50 paces in front of him. The older man smiled.
"You're in luck, Sir Hyatt. The storm will drive in 1,000 renegades and wild beasts, and we can enjoy the warmth of a fire."
Guillaume turned and led the way up a brush and tree-covered hill, along a steep and winding path to a shallow cave. All the comforts of a long-established camp lay behind the bushes that concealed the opening. The first large drops of rain began to patter down onto their heads as they entered, and Hyatt sank gratefully onto a pallet of skins. Guillaume passed him a wineskin and worked at starting a fire while Hyatt eased the tensions of the trek, the fear and the exhaustion.
"You are not the man I expected, Sir Hyatt. Nor did I think to see your camp, Guillaume. I had need to be away from De la Noya. My lady, your mistress, is sick abed, and I cannot abide the role of nursemaid."
He shrugged lamely.
"I am unable to make any sound decision as to her care, so I left her in the hands of my betters." "How has she come ill?" "I thought at first that it was by some evil hand, but it appears that it is the simple work of fate, and not an enemy."
Hyatt related the story of Fons' attempt to poison Aurelie, the fate of Thea, and Fons' disguised departure from De la Noya with Ryland. But his conversation with Guillaume didn't end with the events of the past few days. Rather, he talked on about himself as though the whole of his life were burning a hole in his gut, and the time to expel the demon was at hand. Guillaume as a chosen confessor was an odd choice, or perhaps not so odd, since the seneschal was both devoted to Aurelie and one of the few men Hyatt knew who wasn't familiar with all the events of his life.
Lord Laverne allied himself with the English and travelled to a conference with King Edward when the Prince of Wales was forming and collecting his armies for this siege. He bemoaned the state of his daughter's life with the Sire du Poivre and asked that if De la Noya would be conquered, Lady Aurelie would be spared. Yet she mourned Giles grievously, as if he were a great lord. "He was a good lad," Guillaume said. "Not all men are born to be kings and lords." "I haven't understood why she loved him so," Hyatt confessed. "I did not travel here with the notion to kill him and wed his widow, but the events made that solution the best for all, including her. I believe that, Guillaume." "I think it is true," the seneschal said, a grave concession on his part. "Explain her devotion to Giles. I must understand that."
Guillaume chuckled low in his throat and tipped the wineskin. The rain collected at the orifice of the cave and ran in little rivers into the enclosure, but didn't dampen the men or douse the rare fire.
"Why is it necessary to understand her devotion to her dead husband, Hyatt? Like all men, Giles did what he thought was best. If he misspent his life, he did so in innocence, for Sir Giles wasn't wicked. If he was weak, it was because he could not be strong. He didn't abuse her unless it was abusive for him to wed her, though he did not want a wife. He did the best he could," Guillaume shrugged. "His best was not much. His reverence for Christ should have given him strength. Perhaps it did. He did go to battle. But," Hyatt stopped himself. He wouldn't divulge the secrets of the battle. Guillaume didn't press Hyatt for those details. "You must understand, Hyatt, that for Giles to don his mail and take up his shield required more courage from him than you need to face 100 strong, skilled, armed knights. Giles was a coward, but he tried harder than any coward I have ever known. At least he didn't creep up to the backs of his opponents and strike from behind, as many cowards do.
Did he love her? Hyatt asked. Guillaume smiled wistfully.
He worshipped her, placing her above all other women. He believed that God had given him an angel to guide his errant step and protect him from himself. Indeed, as the Sire du Poivre stumbled, Aurélie spread her angel's wings and shielded him from the slurs of those who were stronger or wiser. She never chastised him for his weaknesses, nor did she criticize his failures. I never heard a complaint from her lips, never saw her look in his direction with scorn. I was not so strong. I rose in fury when Giles squandered too much on the church and left us short of necessary supplies. My lady cautioned me to be silent and promised that we would make do as we always had, but she would not blame Giles. Love her? Perhaps not in the way other men love their women. He praised her for her loyalty, her fortitude. He envied her, for he believed she was stronger and wiser than himself. Once he said to me, "I know not why God sent me to the task of keeping this precious flower, for I do not deserve the right. But when the purpose is known to me, I shall rejoice and give thanks."
Guillaume looked at Hyatt with sentiment misting his eyes. He shrugged.
It was Giles's way to believe everything came from the Father. He had many failings, Sir Hyatt, and I know he did not keep my lady well. But there is one thing of Giles that I respect and admire. If he lies in his grave now and knows that his enemy has taken his land, his woman, and his life, but that there is good rising out of the flames of his demise, he will praise it and give thanks. That was his way.
Hyatt looked hard into Guillaume's old eyes.
Did she love him? She did him honor as his wife and never failed him, to my knowledge. Love? That secret is locked in the lady's heart. I would know. To know the answer to that, you will have to exhume her husband's bones, lay them before her, and ask that she denounce the duty she once paid him. And the truth, that she loved him true, or that she loved him not at all, but paid homage to her duty as a wife, will not change what she feels today. I think it would be foolish of you.
Hyatt dropped his gaze to the flames.
You could ask her, but not before you are willing to tell the secrets of your own heart.
Hyatt's eyes bolted upright, and there was anger in them. Gradually, the anger ebbed, and his brown eyes softened. He reached for the skin, drinking deeply of the red wine.
We sound like two doddering dowagers, trying to grip the strings that bind a heart or mind, or worse, two old troubadours, too tired and withered to chase our maids, so yet we sing of the entrapment of their musk.
Hyatt drank again.
What good are all such words of promise? What becomes of these boyish words of love once they are all spoken? Bah! Let the poets say the words. A man must live by his actions.
Guillaume laughed good-naturedly at Hyatt's surly protest.
'Tis well that your king did not feel so when he extracted his oath from you. That is the good of the words, young man. If you can both say them and live by them, then you are fully a man. To act without promise, or to promise without action, these are the boyish whims of one who cannot voice his commitment because he fears he cannot keep it.
Hyatt was mute. He picked up a piece of dried meat that lay by the fire, chewed it thoughtfully, and washed it down with another swallow of wine.
Take your time, young man,
Guillaume advised.
Lady Aurélie is no whimsical lass, and she is wiser than most women. She will not whisper her feelings to you until they live in her heart, and she will not wish to hear your tender oaths until you can live them as well as say them."
Hyatt kept silent, but his mind was afire with the words. But she has spoken the words. I would not, he thought, lie to her in a hasty moment and make a mockery of what I felt. But upon my return to De La Noya, it would be truth to tell her that without her at my side, my life is over.
"Sleep, Hyatt,"
Guillaume instructed as the fire began to die.
"It is usually foolish to try to form words before you hold the woman in your arms. When you return to the castle to find her risen and in health will be soon enough for that. Then, if you cannot speak of love, perhaps you can tell her how you depend on her life."
Ryland and his troop of nearly 50 made their camp in a clearing, for Ryland was ill at ease in a war-torn country. It was fortunate that the worst of the English aggressors was his friend. "You must have a great deal to tell your friend about De La Noya after a month within her walls," Fon said.
"Aye, and what I have to tell is that she is nearly impregnable."
"Nonsense! Does not this fierce knight to whom we travel have war machines, battering rams? The peasants' huts are all thatched with dry grass and mud, and fire arrows would—"
"You are misinformed, Fon. I do not wish to oust my brother at the cost of the castle. I want the burg, the hall, and the—"
Ryland's voice trailed off. It was enough for Fon to know that he meant to have Hyatt's possessions.
"The only killing will be of Hyatt's men."
"Then it is impossible. You will never take it."
"Oh, I think it is possible. I have a plan, one that Hollis will admire."
"If this Hollis is so treacherous, so bloodthirsty, how do you trust him?" Ryland laughed.
"There is one thing Hollis likes better than spilling blood. Money. I shall pay him handsome for his protection, and I shall take the fruitful castle and make myself both rich and influential. The king will be pleased."
Fon laughed openly.
"Pleased? That you have taken your brother's domain when the king himself sent Hyatt to De La Noya? Are you truly so foolish?"
Ryland leaned closer to Fon.
"You misunderstand, madam. Hollis will kill Hyatt, and I shall step into De La Noya, negotiate for the fair treatment of the prisoners, save the burg to produce for England and Prince Edward, and rouse the heathen, sending Hollis home to his own conquered lands. It will look as if I am more clever than Hyatt, for I shall be able to deal with Hollis without further bloodletting."
"And save the prisoners? Ah! There is nothing amongst that useless bunch worth saving."
Ryland looked skyward. "There are a few hard-working souls, and one very beautiful lady."
Fon's eyes shot to Ryland's face.
"You too, Ryland? What do you ask? Hyatt had both wife and mistress, and yet his men held him in the highest esteem. Where is the problem? With me you will not be driven to some low position of scorn while the great lady rules over the dominion. Nay, you shall have the authority of one who shares my bed, and she shall yet serve my whim as well as she did his."
Fon's eyes were round with disbelief. Suddenly her gaping mouth formed a smile. Then her white teeth gleamed, and she was torn with wild laughter, loud and haunting.
"Shut up, wench," Ryland cautioned. "Do you mean to draw the wolves on us?"
"Forgive me, Ryland," she chuckled, finding it difficult to contain her mirth.
"I did not know you desired the bitch." "I do not desire her, but if she paid such loyal homage to Hyatt, she will pay better to me. For all the years that—"
Fon continued to chuckle, tears wetting her cheeks, but she shook her head.
"She cannot, Ryland. She is dead."
Ryland sat in a stupor. "I took Nima's poisons and fixed her food.
I poisoned her. The bitch is dead."
Ryland stared at Fawn in a wonder of disbelief. His features hardened and his eyes took on a glitter of rage. He raised his hand and slapped Fawn so hard that she reeled backward, her face bruised and her lip cut. Ryland was on his feet, looking down at her. "You ignorant whore! Don't you ever take action out of my authority again!" Fawn raised herself on one elbow, rubbing her cheek with her other hand and looking up at the tall figure who stood before her. "You valued her." But Ryland kicked her in the stomach with all his might, and she tightened into a moaning ball, gripping her middle. "Stupid bitch! How dare you mete out your vengeance on my possession?" She looked up at him again, tears of pain smarting in her eyes. "You said you would take care of me," she choked out. "I will take care of you, dearest. I will make a gift of you to Hollis, and then you shall know your betters." Ryland whirled away, his cape swirling, one hand flying into the other in a series of angry punches. "Insolent, bumble-headed slut! I'd kill you if you couldn't bring a good price." Fawn stared at him in wonder, her insides splitting with both physical pain and the anguish of truth. She knew it was over for her now, for Hyatt would kill her for what she'd done, and now Ryland had proven to be worse than the devil she had heard he was. How had she been so ignorant as to believe him? And the worst was yet to come, for she would be given to Sir Hollis for his entertainment, unless she could get away. At the moment, the only escape lay in the deep woods where hungry wolves roamed. She laid her head down on the damp earth and sobbed. For all of her life, every opportunity she'd ever seized died a cruel death before she could achieve anything of comfort. Hyatt awoke to the sound of animals rising in the wood. The birds chirped, squirrels ran up trees, deer fed on the sweet grass by the brooks. The rain had left glistening gems on the moss and grass, and the sky was clear and beautiful. Hyatt stayed through the day, hunting and fishing with Guillaume, and their conversation was less than the night before. There was no downpour of rain to cover the voices of men deep in the wood, and they moved about stealthily. Hyatt had hoped to spy some soldiers or scavengers on the road, but as the sun set on the day, it appeared there was no one else in the forest. They didn't enjoy a fire at night, for Guillaume would not chance drawing anyone toward his secret camp. They shared the skin of wine, and at dawn's light, Hyatt prepared to leave the cave to make his way back to De La Noya. The two men stood on the path below the hill together.
"I should thank you for making me welcome," Hyatt said. "You left the game you killed," Guillaume shrugged. "That is thanks enough. Then I thank you for good advice. It is obvious you have raised sons."
Guillaume smiled and held out a hand in friendship.
"I did so with the help of a good woman, Sir Hyatt. Tell my lady I wish her well, and tell her we shall best these devils who mean us harm."
Hyatt took the proffered hand.
"She will be glad to hear it, Sir Guillaume. Godspeed, lad. Safe journey."
As the sun rose in the sky, Hyatt moved resolutely toward De La Noya. He felt as if a decade had passed since he left. It was impossible so much of his mind could be changed in fewer than 3 days in the deep forest. Yet it had. He shared very few qualities with the Sire du Poivre, but yet there were certain things he was beginning to understand about the peculiar young lord whose domain Hyatt had conquered. Hyatt, too, believed that very few things were coincidence. And as Nima had given voice to his thoughts, he had taken everything life had offered him and made something out of it all, the bad and the good. Hyatt had enjoyed the flirtations of many a woman over the years, yet never had an English maid tarried on his mind for the whole of a day. On campaign in Crécy and Calais, he had fallen to the subtle seductions of French demoiselles, but even then he didn't find anything to bind him. But upon entering this captured castle, he felt his desires stirred the very first moment he saw the widowed mistress. Even though the marriage was a sound negotiation and Hyatt believed marriage was business, he wouldn't have wed the woman had he not desired her. He'd been suspicious of his strong feelings, at first believing it was poorly timed lust. But as the days grew into weeks and the weeks became months, his desire for her grew apace with his trust in her wisdom and loyalty. Everything he did and said had a purpose that was directly meant to keep secure the home and the wife he now possessed. And none of this could have been without the many sad coincidences that had led him to the council room of King Edward and the Prince of Wales. His prowess in battle directly resulted from the necessity to prove himself to the father who would disown him. Had all the difficulties of his life been planned, that he would make himself worthy for this?
My God, I love her, he thought. I'd sooner lose my arm or my eye than be without her. And she loves me. Is it desperate we are to become because of it, or strong?
He laughed aloud in the woods.
If it is weakness love brings, why do I feel as though I could kill a wild boar with my bare hands? And if love truly blinds a man to a woman's treachery, then why could I never love fall, even when I wished to? And while I tried to keep myself from loving Aurelie, she proved gentle and devoted. I drew myself the conqueror when, in fact, she conquered me.
He walked on, amazed at the beauty of the day and the joy in his heart. He was eager to be again at her side, no longer in fear that her illness might rob him of something dear, but anxious to speak these words at least once, lest she leave him through some cruel trick of fate without hearing from his own lips what he felt. And indeed, everything felt different. He would henceforth enter battles and contests with a new reason to fight hard, his lands and his family. His life was no longer just empty pride, but pride in what he called his own. He no longer had to prove his worth to an embittered old man who would disclaim him, but to himself, that he could feel deserving of what he now held. He thought of what he could teach Derek and the children to follow, about his life, about pride, about the principles that made a man whole. His pace was quick, though the wood was thick. He cut back shrubs and vines with his stoutest blade, moving relentlessly toward his home as if he moved toward a new life. A twig snapped and he paused, his neck stiff and his head turning like a great stag that sniffs man. He ventured on with a softer step, and beyond him the brush rustled. With the stealth of a cat, he crouched and pulled a short-handled axe from his belt. With axe in one hand and hunting knife in the other, he slowly turned in a complete circle, but saw nothing. He took another step, and without a sound to warn him, his arms were pulled around to his back, and though he struggled, he was firmly held from behind. They let themselves be seen, stepping out from behind trees, bushes, and rising from the knee-deep brush. It was a ragged group of makeshift warriors and thieves, obviously such because of their lack of knightly garb. They wore leather jerkins, rudely fashioned fur boots, and they brandished roughly honed weapons. A dozen such men circled Hyatt, their eyes hungry for a fight. And then Varel stepped onto the path before him. "What luck!" the young knight laughed. "I could not have dared wish for so much. I thought I would never find you outside of your strong walls, the walls you stole from another." "And so, Varel, this is what you've become. Do you kill me while your friend holds my arms?" "Yea," Varel smiled, "and it will feel so good." Hyatt smiled mirthlessly. "Perhaps you can boast of the fact to Lady Aurelie." Varel's superior grin faded. "She would thank me. Would she? Even now, as she carries my child? You lie. She is barren. Nay, Varel, nor was she ever. The sire did not make her his wife. I did." "Lies!" Varel let his fist fly into Hyatt's stomach with such force that Hyatt bit his lip and a drop of blood dripped from his mouth. "Ask her," Hyatt said in a breath. Varel stepped back away from Hyatt and drew a sword from his belt, the very one that had been stolen from him.
"'Twould be the easier way, Sir Varel. Once I'm dead, no one need ever question which of us is stronger. You may say it was you."
"It is I, my lord fool, for you are the one captured now."
"Aye, it is you with the help of 10 men.
"Do you taunt me with honor? There is no tourney or contest for the king. This is the wood where men live and die by their quickness and wits, and you, Sir Fool, have stumbled into my land."
"So I have. But if you have fallen so far from honor, you cannot blame me, for I did not drive you away from the chivalry of knights. I took you in fair battle."
Hyatt smiled lazily.
"Orly said you were the best knight, strong, honorable, good. She will be disappointed."
Varel stood motionless for a long moment. Hyatt eyed the group. They varied in age and strength. A young golden-haired lad with thin arms and hollow eyes held his wooden pike weakly. A man of 40 years with thick arms and a heavy beard wielded a monstrous broadsword with finesse. All of these, Hyatt assumed, were driven into the forest to save themselves from one enemy or another. But they all watched Varel. Orly must have been right about Varel, for he had become the leader of this group, as he had in Giles's troop. Where the young man traveled, whether in groups of thieves and scavengers or with honorable soldiers, he made himself leader. A man had to have something to offer to become revered so quickly. Hyatt eyed the young man warily.
"I await your pleasure, Sir Forest Knight. I would give you a fair fight, left unbound."
Varel stood his ground, his cheeks pulsing, his blue eyes glittering with hate. Hyatt smiled at his rage. The boy would be a worthy knight, if it were possible. Varel turned abruptly, issuing no command, but his silent orders were followed, and Hyatt was dragged from that heavily shielded piece of woods, down a long and dense path to a place where there was a small clearing. He espied the camp, 4 tethered horses, only the one stolen from De La Noya boasting a saddle. Varel hadn't even spoken to these ragged men, but they followed his orders as ably as Hyatt's trained knights would. A bit of respect for his opponent began to rise in Hyatt. Varel stood, legs braced apart, sword in hand, and a feral gleam in his eyes. "Loose him!" Hyatt was immediately released and stood for a moment, still gripping his axe and knife, but his arms were numb from being dragged through the forest so tightly gripped.
"Is it our contest, Varel? Or do your men only await a sign that you are in some trouble before they lend assistance?"
"Do you fear them?" Varel asked with a superior grin.
"Aye, Sir Varel. Only a fool would be at ease, 1 against a dozen."
Varel bowed most elaborately. "It shall be our contest, Sir Hyatt, for Lady Orly and De La Noya."
"And if I win?"
"Your life." Hyatt looked around the group, convinced from only a glance at the faces they would take Varel's orders. They were a tattered group indeed, remnants of beaten armies, villagers without homes and families, dependent on any kind of leadership. And in this case, good leadership.
"Fair enough, Sir Varel,"
Hyatt said. He looked at the weapons in his hands and put the short-handled axe back in his belt. Varel took a ready posture to fight, knees bent, legs spread, and arms wide. Hyatt did likewise, and they circled each other cautiously. Varel took a wide swipe at his opponent, but Hyatt easily drew back with a jump.
"Nay, Varel, too soon. Watch your man and let him be hasty while you are cool."
Varel grimaced with the insult. He didn't wish to receive instruction and took another hasty swipe.
"Nay again, Sir Knight. You show your anxiety when you attack too soon, before the fight begins."
"Shut your mouth!" Hyatt circled with Varel, swirling his thick, sharp hunting knife to distract him.
"Don't let your opponent heat your temper with taunts, Sir Varel. Your necessity is to fight. Arguments are best placed in the bedchamber." This is not a contest of words. Varel's face became red, and he took a third swipe at Hyatt, but Hyatt jumped back on one foot, and the other rose high in a kick that landed under Varel's chin, forcing him off the ground and back onto the earth in a heap. He lay, stunned, his sword lying next to his hand, looking up at Hyatt. "The Scots," Hyatt said with a shrug. "If you are not weighted down with armor, save your life first. Worry about a chivalrous contest later. Now, Sir Knight, your weapon lays at hand. Get it." Varel rose a bit shakily, wondering why Hyatt had not killed him. He quickly concluded that it must be the sure knowledge that the others would fall on him and slay him instantly. But a good warrior would die willingly if he took but one with him. Again they circled each other. Again Hyatt twisted his knife in his hand. Varel noticed the flashing of the silver, and when he looked in that direction, Hyatt struck. But he held the knife against the younger knight's chest while he held Varel's wrist with his other hand, preventing the sword from reaching him. "Never let your opponent distract you so easily. Watch his arm, not his weapon, lest he entrance you with ease." He shoved Varel backward hard, causing the younger man to fall on the turf again. Varel rose, bloodlust in his eyes. They circled each other another time, and this time Varel kept himself alert and would not be tricked. He waited until they had rounded each other twice and let Hyatt make the first move. Hyatt's stout knife whirred past Varel's belly, and Varel moved quickly, deftly, bending his knees and thrusting his sword hard forward. Hyatt jumped, dropped, and rolled, but not quickly enough. The sword caught his thigh, and when he was again on his feet, a gash swelled with bright red blood, and the pain throbbed in his leg. He knew the contest had best be short. "Good point, Sir Varel," Hyatt said with a smile. He readied himself for combat anew, a smile on his face. "The pity is, now that you've drawn blood, we best be done. I can't parley any longer. Remember that. When your opponent draws blood or batters your head, it's time to be done, lest you lose too much blood or good sense to finish. Come, lad, give your best, and quickly, or the fight won't be fair." "What care I for a fair fight, Hyatt, so long as you die?" Varel made to stab at Hyatt again, hasty and hot-tempered, and Hyatt deftly knocked the sword from his hand, sending it flying. He grabbed a wrist, twisted Varel's arm behind his back, and positioned the blade of the hunting knife under the young man's throat. He looked around the dozen men who looked on. "Well, lads, one landed knight for a leader?" None approached him. They obviously valued Sir Varel greatly. Pulling Varel with him, Hyatt backed away from the group, out of their circle, until he'd reached the tethered horses. "Kill me quickly, you black-hearted bastard," Varel snarled. "Why? These men need you. I shall warn my own not to travel in this forest unarmed, for I wouldn't sacrifice even one to you, but you need not die, Sir Varel. I would rather die than be beaten by you. Why so? Is a good knight never bested? You show your inexperience and youth, Varel. A good knight learns from each contest, bettering himself. Don't be a fool. Don't accept death as an honorable venture. Once dead, you will never again raise a blade to defend what is right." "I despise you," the young man uttered, pain drawing each word. Hyatt sighed, backing toward the horses. "Such unnecessary passion will only slow you down. Take ease, clear your head. You are a good fighter, Varel, but I have been a scavenger in the forests of England much longer than you. For me, it was a challenge to learn to fight by courtly rules, but for you the reverse will be true. You must learn to fight as scavengers do if you are to live like this. 'Tis a pity if you are satisfied with such." Hyatt threw him to the ground, and Varel lay face down in the grass. In a single motion, Hyatt had the tethered reins in hand and was astride the stallion that had been taken from De La Noya. "If you change your mind, Sir Varel, you may present yourself at your old home. Perhaps you will be allowed to earn a position with a decent troop of soldiers." That said, Hyatt gave the stallion a firm heel and whirled away from the camp.
He bent low over the horse's mane, tucked his legs in tight, and rode like the wind through the trees, under low branches, down narrow paths. The steed's hooves were swift and graceful, and not once did the beast stumble or falter. It was a good horse Varel had gotten off with. Hyatt heard the 3 horses behind him for a time, but not for long, for as he neared De La Noya, the scavengers gave up the chase. Hyatt paused when he reached the forest's edge. The sun was setting, and the distance from the wood to the gate was long, but he sat in pause, admiring the silhouette of De La Noya at sunset. From the distance, the castle seemed to sit in 3 tiers. The wall, surrounding the outer bailey with a massive gate and bridge and 7 parapets, made the first layer. Within the outer bailey were peasant housing, a huge stable and smith shop, and room for 1,000 horsed men-at-arms. Next was the inner wall, with portcullis and iron gate. Beyond that was the rising structure that was the main hall, shaped like the cross of Christ, with 4 wings and a rising citadel, the donjon from which Aurelie had viewed the conquering forces. There was room there for even more than they now housed. Yea, a dynasty. Hard to win, hard to lose. He thought about Varel for a moment and dismounted, tethering the horse at the forest's edge. Let one knight from De La Noya ride away from the magnificent castle on a worthy steed, for her sake. It was dark by the time Hyatt called to the gatekeeper for entrance. He was met, as all were met when they came to the wall, by a group of armored knights astride, lest there be any threat or trick at play. His chest swelled with pride at the way they carried out his orders even when he was away. He spurned their worry at the sight of the blood on his thigh, but accepted a mount to make the haul in shorter time. He left that borrowed horse with a page and took the stairs swiftly for an injured man. Within his chamber, Aurelie sat upright, her face colored again with health, her loosed hair brushed to a high sheen, and a tray of food on her lap. He stood in the doorframe studying her. There were comfort, softness, beauty, and strength in her sweet smile. "My lord, you have chosen to return to us," she said brightly.
"And you have chosen health," he replied.
Her chin slowly fell in a single nod, her eyes glittering with happiness. "Of course," she said. "I told you it was nothing." He approached her quickly, leaning down to kiss her lips. Her arms went instantly around his neck, and she answered his kiss with enough energy to convince him that she had fully recovered. Oblivious to the servants still in the room, Hyatt released her lips and smiled at her.
"'Tis well. I would not have wished to live without you."
"Of course, my love," she whispered. "We must henceforth be cautious not to ask it of each other, for it is not my desire to be without you either." The room slowly emptied of unwelcome spectators, and Hyatt and Aurelie were left to say the many things that thus far had not been said. She didn't remember she'd been ill, and he forgot the wound on his thigh. The most important tending to be done was done to the hearts of lovers. Chapter 16. By the 1st of September, the fruit trees were heavy with their crops. Piglets were fat, and chickens were laying. Baby goats born the previous spring were leaving their mothers' udders, giving village women plentiful goat's milk to serve their own children. The largest crop of vegetables ever seen at De La Noya were harvested, and 14 calves had been born. Lady Aurelie rose from her sickbed, more ravishing than ever before as she began to round most proudly with her first child. But she stood under Hyatt's watchful eye, for the knight was insistent that she not be weakened by work or pregnancy, and the noble dame was ordered to bed by husband and a bevy of servants each afternoon, whether she protested or not. Nima was no longer confined to a bedchamber, kept out of sight to wither with age and loneliness. The old woman sat in the main hall, ever near the hearth, watching her great-grandson play on the rushes with his toys, and offering advice on medicines and poultices and filters. Though she was ancient of form and face, her eyes held a new glitter of usefulness, for finally she made some contribution other than covering the evil flaws of her ward.
Hyatt snorted as he entered the hall one afternoon. I don't know that this is an improvement, he said, gesturing toward his son. The boy scampered among Nima, Aurelie, Perrin, and Baptiste. Now he will be made soft by all the skirts that indulge him. Dolls, balls, and what is this? A pillow that he clutches?
You may have him soon enough, my lord, Aurelie said with a smile. He is too tender for your brutish ways. But if you protest his keepers, you may perhaps ask Sir Gervin to swaddle his bottom and rock him to sleep. A snort came from the corner, and Gervin looked up with a scowl on his face. Hyatt glanced about the room and noticed many a weary soldier. The outer bailey was stacked with goods, fruits, hens, sacks of grain, vegetables, barrels of ale, large bolts of cloth from the looms, and every product rendered by the people of De La Noya. After the lord had taken his share and selected the goods for trade, the people would have theirs. There was a great plenty to divide, and the effects of hard work was obvious all around. His men had given assistance, but not in replacement of their nightly duties. Those who guarded the wall by night harvested by day. Those who guarded the wall protected the farmers and rode perimeters of the domain by day, stacked goods by night. Everyone therein, it seemed, hoped for some bonus.
Is our work done? Hyatt asked, glancing around the hall. Everyone seems much at his leisure, and it is not yet noon.
Hyatt, Aurelie said in an admonishing tone. These men have worked hard. Let them enjoy a meal at least.
Why? Do I take my rest before the work is done?
You should have been given a whip rather than a broadsword. Lady Aurelie frowned at her husband, for there was not much left to do.
Sir Trevor,
Hyatt barked at a young knight who had worked night and day and appeared to be near dozing.
Is there some feast or fair I haven't been told about? There seems to be a mood of laziness and frivolity amongst my men.
The youthful knight blushed and rose wearily, straightening his aching back. Nay, my liege, he sighed, moving toward the door slowly. Aurelie grunted some sour, disapproving remark that Hyatt didn't quite hear as the knight reached the door. Gervin muttered,
There will be burying to do when these poor lads die of their labors.
You are right, Trevor, Hyatt said to the young man's back before the door for the hall was opened.
'Tis a feast I haven't been told of. Did no one have the courage to suggest to your warlord that we celebrate our good fortune? Am I such a cruel taskmaster as that? Sir Trevor, find a good-sized hog to slaughter. And beef. We need not take so many calves from the castle. There is no time for a hunt, and I think there is too much ale for the wagons Delmar built us. Why not drink a bit and lighten the load?
Everyone turned wide, surprised eyes toward Hyatt. He stood in the center of the large room in his dark chausses, boots, a linen shirt rolled up to his elbows, and a leather jerkin belted at the waist. He looked more like a farmer than a knight, his hair tousled, a thick blade at his waist, and growth of beard that spoke of more time spent on work than grooming. Aurelie's eyes sparkled, for she thought him almost more handsome when he wore the effects of hard labor. And Gervin smiled, proud of the young lord he had reared. The others, stunned, sat in silent wonder.
Very well, if you are not interested.
Consider it done, Sir Hyatt, Trevor said, bolting out of the hall. A dozen men followed, one with his hand ready to draw out his short blade for the slaughter of good meat. Perrin jumped up, clutching her mending, and ran in the direction of the cook-rooms to give instruction. Baptiste hoisted up young Derek, making for the stairs. Nima struggled to rise and follow. Soon there was a flurry of activity that could be heard all over the castle and courtyard as the word was passed, and only Hyatt, Gervin, and Aurelie were left in the large room. Hyatt nodded toward Gervin.
Let's see what we can do to keep our walls safely tended and yet enjoy the day. Can you divide the men into groups that will relieve each other? Yea, Hyatt,
he said, rising.
and I shall keep 50, 30 of whom will be sober enough to call a guard and fire an arrow straight.
Gervin lumbered toward the door, and Oralee rose with a sigh, leaning her head against Hyatt's chest. Are we unsafe for even a day of harvest feasting, Hyatt?
I am never too sure of our safety, my love. But 'tis their day more than mine. I shall be mostly at the wall myself.
But Hyatt, you deserve to celebrate more than anyone. He touched the softness of her cheek with his roughened hand.
I shall, Sherry. Later, when the others have fallen on their pallets.
Pleased with him, Oralee didn't interfere with his design for the feasting celebration. She cautiously supervised the preparation of food, most often from a chair. This was the one day she didn't indulge in her afternoon rest, but Perrin's hovering frown warned her that she wouldn't be allowed to overtax herself. I am treated like an old woman, she complained. You are treated like a woman we would all like to see become old, she was reassured. The meat was pitted in the inner bailey rather than the hall so that more of the farmers and villagers could gather together. Huge pots were carried out and placed on large fires, the steam, smoke, and savory smells rising to fill the early fall air. A villager entertained with a gittern and songs were sung. The meat was nearly cooked, the brewis boiled, bread was baked, and huge trays of fruits and vegetables graced the trestle tables that had been brought outside. The sun was lowering in the sky, and the feasting would begin when Oralee went in search of Hyatt. Good to his word, he was more attuned to safety than to celebrating and could be found in the dungeon looking out over his keep and lands, simultaneously watching the wall and parapets to be assured his own men did not slump at their task. Oralee climbed the steep winding stairs without spilling a drop of the cool ale she delivered. He frowned when he turned to see her.
You should not come up here, my lady. The way is steep and the climb is demanding.
She smiled at his worry, finding that this suited her very well. Being protected by him was nearly as gratifying as being his wife. But this is my favorite place, Hyatt. I came here daily before I was sick, and I mean to again after my lying in. It is from here that De La Noya is most beautiful. He took the ale and drank down a hearty gulp. He gestured toward the wood with tankard in hand.
Look there, my love, at the forest's edge.
Oralee strained to see what Hyatt pointed toward, and finally she saw a slight stirring and gasped.
Nay, be at ease,
he said, watching. But someone goes there. Sound the horn.
'Tis Varel, my love. I venture it is more the smells of feasting than want of fighting that draws him near.
Varel? How do you know? You can barely see.
I caught a glimpse of the stallion I left him.
Hyatt sighed and dropped an arm about her shoulders.
'Twas Varel I met in the wood as I returned to De La Noya. We had a contest, and he made his point on my thigh.
Hyatt, you told me that was a mishap. You did not tell me about Varel.
Aye, my love. I thought to spare you and myself. But Varel hasn't gone far. He is a woodsman now, leading a little troop of scavengers through the dense wood. When he left De La Noya, he must have quickly learned that there is no French force nearby, and the other English warriors are more dangerous than I. He keeps himself deep in the forest.
And you did not kill him? You left him a horse? Hyatt nodded.
Varel is good stock, though angry and misguided right now. This is the pride of youth, yet untempered, not yet honed with wisdom. When I judged the hatred and shame in his eyes, I saw myself, for as a youth I was driven into the woods, left there to fight my way back to a decent life. I left Varel a horse, but when I was imprisoned in the forest, I had Gervin. It was a better lot I had to aid me.
He turned her shoulders and looked into her eyes.
Can you send Sir Trevor up here? I would speak to him.
Do you mean to go after Varel now?
Nay, my lady.
I am surprised you did not kill him.
On an earlier day I would have. I am glad for us both that my temper has eased. The young knight is too good to waste. Leaders of men are hard to find."
Aurelie looped her arms about his neck and rose on her toes to kiss him. She pressed her body close, wove her fingers into the errant locks at the base of his neck, and parted her lips under the flaming heat of his. She yielded all, moving her mouth under his and drawing a deep sigh from the hearty warrior.
"You make me forget my watch, my lady."
"'Tis well, Sir Hyatt. You have come nicely to heel."
"Have I now?" he laughed. "And who better to conquer a brutish knight than the vanquished one? Go, my love. Find Trevor for me."
She looked down into the inner bailey, as did Hyatt. They saw village girls dancing with Hyatt's knights, captive knights turned serfs in contests of strength against armored knights, with much laughing and swigging of drink to accompany them, and serf and warrior together turning spitted meat. A scene like the one that lay below them had not been possible even with Giles, and with her eyes she flashed him a look of love that melted his heart and filled him with longing. She left him to his high tower and beckoned away from an arm-wrestling match the young knight her husband sought. She tarried over a steaming pot, pinched the bread, and sampled a fresh, cool bean before Trevor returned to the courtyard, shaking his head in bemusement. "Whatever troubles you, Sir Trevor?" she asked.
"My lord troubles me. He has not suffered enough drink to go daft, yet his instructions are a mite strange to bear out. I am to find 12 armed men not bidden to the wall and take a wagon of food and drink to the forest's edge. We're to unload it there and return with the wagon." He shook his head again. "Does he mean to feed the beasts of the forest as well?"
Aurelie laughed, covering her mouth. "And if he does, Sir Trevor, are you bound to argue with him?"
"Nay, my lady,"
he said, still shaking his head in confusion. "Then you had best find the men that Hyatt requires." As the young man went off to do as he was asked, Aurelie looked up toward the dungeon, but she couldn't see Hyatt. He was obviously intent on watching over the whole of this property single-handedly. She beckoned to a squire and asked him to carry a tray to Sir Hyatt, and the lad was overjoyed to be chosen for the task. And then a swirl of robes caught her eye, and she saw Father Algernon among the group, near the food. She made her way toward him. "So you have decided to join us after all, Father? I'm glad you came." He frowned at her.
"I suppose you are very enamored of your able warrior now, since under his sword he has provided so much. But do you ask yourself what there is of Christ in this burg?"
"We have you, Father. Is not your task to deliver us the gospel, the saints, the salvation of our souls?"
"It was my mission under Giles, but under this new master I am not bidden to do my cleric's chore."
"Nonsense, Father. You do Hyatt wrong. He's tried hard to support your word, your church. You ask too much of him, I fear, for he will not indulge you the way Giles did. And we are all the better for it, I think."
"You would think so, madam, for your heathen ways match his."
"I will not let you spoil the day, Father. Partake of this feast in good spirit and say a prayer over the labors of these good people, or go back to your cell and eat your dry bread alone."
"You could change his mind."
"I doubt it, Father, for we are too much in agreement."
"He has forbidden me to journey to Avignon."
"Forbidden? But—" Aurelie looked at the red-faced priest with something of confusion. Hyatt hadn't mentioned that he had finally delivered an answer to Father Algernon's request, and it was above all a very strange answer. "I'm sorry, Father, I do not understand. 'Tis like Sir Hyatt to refuse to put the church's needs above those of the people, but I don't see why he would forbid you to travel to the Pope's See. Are you certain you understood him?"
"He was easy to understand. He would not permit me to go unless I told him the business I travelled to complete, and he said I might not travel with pilgrims, but would take knights of his colours with me."
"And that was not to your liking?"
"A cleric's business is not a knight's. My conference in Avignon is none of his business, and I will not travel through France with an English escort."
Orley frowned. "Hyatt must fear that you plot against him."
"Priests do not plot. The faith and the souls of our people are our concerns. He does nothing to lend spiritual help to this place."
"Look around you, Father. What do you see? The people are fed, happy, and protected for the first time since I came here. You decry my Lord's faith, yet he has done better by this place than you and Giles ever did together. If you wish to go to Avignon, go on his terms and be brought safely back. If you will not abide by Sir Hyatt's request, then he is right to refuse you."
"I am his priest."
"He is your host. I'm sorry you have not gone to your papal see. You should venture down the road but a league and see what these knights of Hyatt have seen. You would return to this humble keep and give thanks for a score of days and nights for your life, your church, and any tolerance from this lord."
"You lie,"
he growled. She smiled with rare superiority. "Nay, Father, 'tis truth. Edward had but a few with the wisdom to rule and not just devastate the land. Ask Percival. His town was leveled to ash. Babies and women who begged for mercy were slain." She gestured impatiently toward the one she named. Percival had one arm casually draped over his wife's shoulders, while with a free hand he lifted a mug to his laughing lips. "If we sin because we live, Father, then we shall sin for a long, long time."
"You heathen wench. You conspire with him to lies. You try to make me believe that 'tis worse born through other lords when I know otherwise. I have been cut off by your English swine. In other French burgs overtaken, the priests are revered and obeyed."
"You old fool," Orley angrily snapped. "Go back to your prayers and pray for truth. Hyatt has saved your life. Anywhere else you'd have been lucky if only turned away from your chapel in rags, and on the road you would surely be killed, if not stoutly guarded." She dismissed him with an impatient wave of her hand. "Life with Giles spoiled you and made you greedy. May your soul yet be saved, O faithless monk." She whirled away from him, angry to the depth of her bones. In her mind, there was nothing worse than a bad priest. Algernon cared not for souls, but for the money he could earn in pretending to save them. She had seen and heard of evil priests before and knew that Algernon was not the worst, but she wished they had a sincere cleric. She fumed so with anger at his disloyalty, his selfishness, that rather than partaking of the feast, she climbed the high tower again. When Hyatt turned angry eyes her way, her flushed cheek stayed his chastisement. "Leave me be, husband," she said hotly. "I've just had a few unkind words with a fat priest, and I am ill-disposed to be reprimanded by you." She let out her breath in a huff.
"Ungrateful churl!"
Hyatt chuckled at her anger and lifted to his lips the thick brown roasted drumstick from a healthy hen. He chewed thoughtfully and gestured with the bony point of the meat toward the forest. A rug was spread on the ground by the edge of the trees, and on it rested a keg, a pile of food, a mound of bread. Hyatt said nothing, but watched. The small troop who delivered the goods was just making their way over the bridge and inside the wall. The creaking of the wheels that turned the crank and raised the bridge finally stopped. A man came into view from out of the trees. He looked around very cautiously. Another appeared. A third. A group converged on the mound of food. Two hefted the barrel of ale while the others lifted their share, and finally the cloth was closed over what was left, and the whole lot disappeared in an instant. All that could be seen finally was a man astride a dark stallion who stood looking at De la Noya. A better eye, Orley suspected, would show a wistful look of longing on Sir Varel's face. And then he gave the stallion heel and turned into the trees. She touched Hyatt's face. "Why do some fail to see your goodness?" she asked, thinking of Algernon.
"Because," he said with a shrug, still chewing, "I am not good to all. Some, like Varel, Algernon, even Guillaume, will have to abide on less because of me. That is the way of it. Not all can willingly accept their lessened share. If it were I would accept no less than I had before."
Hyatt looked up at her and smiled.
"You, my lady, have less than before. I took your command from you. Are you angry still?"
"Nay, Hyatt. I have more than ever before. And I thank you." The feasting was 5 days past. Hyatt had sent a train of wagons with goods to trade with vineyard monks on the following morning, though many people were bleary-eyed from celebrating. 20 live soldiers were required to guard the entourage, but fortunately it wouldn't take them long to empty their wagons and return with cases of wine. A group of nuns were housed overnight and given the gift of a heavily laden wagon of vegetables to carry on the remainder of their journey. Hyatt had proven to be more generous with the pilgrims than Aurelie had expected. But then he hadn't said he would spurn them. And truly Giles had given too much to them, whereas Hyatt had been generous but fair. Even if their winter proved to be the worst ever, the people of De La Noya would have enough. Aurelie awoke at dawn and impulsively kissed Hyatt's bare chest, waking him. His arm was instantly around her.
"Had I known the delights of waking up with a woman at my side, I would have tried it before."
"You mock me," she said, pushing against him. "You have slept with hundreds of women. I know it." He chuckled.
"A time or two I slept, but deeply from the help of too much drink. But I never slumbered at a lady's side by will until the wedding night."
"Not so."
"True, Aurelie. More than true. I've been afraid of women. They are all soft and pliant, and while their victims sleep, their claws come out." He pulled her closer. "Or so I thought."
"You fear me, Sir Knight?" His voice trailed off as a fierce knocking at the door interrupted him. He cast a glance over his shoulder.
"And so the day begins. Is it yet dawn?" He sighed. "Cover yourself, my love. I don't wish to kill anyone over you today."
Aurelie did as she was instructed, and Hyatt called out to the intruder to enter. Gervin stood in the frame of the door, sheepishly looking inside. His business was more important to him than decorum, and he entered despite the state of undress within, closing the door behind him.
"Sir Hyatt, I beg your pardon, but Guillaume is not about our camp. Something is amiss."
Hyatt's spine straightened, and Aurelie sat up straighter, clutching the covers over her naked bosom.
"What is it you fear?"
Hyatt asked. Gervin shrugged.
"We had a plan. If some troop ventured near our camp, Guillaume was to leave a lance stuck in the ground, standing upright. There was no sign, and nothing there was disturbed, and he would not leave the cave to venture closer to knights or travelers. Perhaps Varel, nay again. Varel would do ill to any of us, but not to Guillaume. I do not know what has become of him, but the wood is deep and dangerous. Will you give me 10 men? To search? Aye, Hyatt. But we have sent 25 out, and with 10 more, 'tis important, Hyatt. 'Tis Guillaume."
The sound of his voice, the devotion mixed with command, was an order that the highest lord would not dare dismiss. Aurelie reached out a hand and touched her husband's back. He looked over his shoulder, and in her eyes there was a sentimental gleam, a plea. The two warriors were as brothers. Hyatt looked back at Gervin.
"Who knows the wood as well as you and Sir Guillaume? You, Sir Hyatt."
He looked again at Aurelie. "Go, my lord. Take 10 men and find my seneschal. We have need of his wisdom, his talent. Please."
"Find my squire and have my gear and horse readied. The wood has some 2-legged dangers, and we will be forced to travel as knights would. The scavengers are crude but desperate."
Gervin stood for a moment longer, his cheeks darkening with what could have been a blush.
"Thank you, my lord. My lady."
And then he was gone. Hyatt gathered his clothes and gear quickly.
I shall leave you Trevor and Maximilian. They can command archers and pikemen in my absence. I will give them orders.
And I have Delmar and others, she shrugged. They have not forgotten so soon, and they would hold the wall.
Do not be afraid, Orly.
Hyatt, I am not. I have had you as my very own, and you have had me. If fate is cruel to us now, we will have the strength to carry on in memory, if nothing else. Nay, my liege, I am not afraid, nor will you be. Hyatt, let us be strong, not fearful. Go with God. Come back swiftly.
I shall be quick.
Be careful. Be strong. There was a great strain on all of De La Noye to have the best gone together. Gervin, Guillaume, and Hyatt were all away. Trevor could barely take the time for a meal, and Aurelie suspected by the look in his eyes that he did not sleep. The residents were all flinching at the slightest sound, the merest movement in the trees. Hyatt and Gervin had been out 3 days. The watch was tired. A group of monks had passed the castle, and a fully armed group of knights rode destriers out to their entourage, judged them to be safe, and the gates were open to let them enter. A lucky charm must have accompanied this pilgrimage, for they carried loaded carts of jugged wine and were eager to trade it for lodging, fresh bread, vegetables, and a bit of roasted meat. It was an abbot and his friars, and they were a worldly bunch from the Dominican order, of which Father Algernon did not approve. But Aurelie both welcomed them and enjoyed their company, for they were not so devout and sang songs, laughed, and made no crippling demands for offerings. When Hyatt was gone 4 days and Abbot Carlyle was about to ready the brothers for travel, Aurelie stood with them in the inner courtyard. The abbot's carts were loaded with crated chickens, fresh food, cloth, and barrels of good ale. Beside the carts were cases of the abbot's wine. "My husband will be pleased, Monseigneur. Will you not stay a day longer and make his acquaintance?" "Nay, child, we'll be along our way, for our journey has only just begun." "But my priest is not yet come. I shall bless the travellers, madam. Your priest is of another order and does not approve of us." Aurelie knew it was true, but it galled her that Algernon was so superior. He had no right. He had fallen far from the divine. "That's preposterous, father. Wait, and I shall get him." She made to turn away when a call came from the gatehouse.
"My lady, flagellants, almost 100.
Aurelie sighed. She didn't like to face these pilgrims. They were too much like her late husband, peculiar, obsessed. They beat themselves as they traveled. They did not come to trade, but to show their penance and collect coins. This lot wouldn't be satisfied with lodging and food. They would request silver. "Where?" she asked with a shout.
"Far out, more than 5 leagues.
"Let them come closer. We can meet them with a troop before we escort the abbot out." She lifted her skirts then to make a fast trip to the chapel. An ill feeling had surrounded her because of the priest, for she didn't know how to deal with him. He wasn't satisfied with his plenty. He could only be satisfied to rule through a puppet lord. He had had so much power when Giles was alive. Aurelie was often betwixt them, fighting religion with reason, an impossible battle that she frequently lost. "Father Algernon," she said upon entering the chapel. He turned from the altar and looked at her. "The Abbot Carlyle is prepared to leave. Do you not give him a blessing and wish him a safe journey?"
"He is capable of that, my lady."
"But you are the priest of the burg. 'Tis your obligation." He shook his head.
"He is not of my order. He worships worldly goods and fleshly pleasures."
Aurelie shook her head in frustration. "Oh, father, will you not? You are to be above jealousy, above judgment. Come be our priest. Be the word again, I beg you."
"Ah, you beg, my lady. Ha! How I've waited."
She stiffened. "You may disapprove of the abbot, but flagellants approach. Do you wish to have them admitted? Will you bless their number?"
"How many?"
he asked with acute interest. A goodly number, 100.
Yea, my lady, you must admit them straight away. They do penance for God, for all of us.
Will you come?
In time, my lady,
he said, his voice strangely nervous. Aurelie saw that his hands trembled.
Let them in, and I shall come.
Her mind tumbled. Father Algernon had been acting too oddly. It couldn't be ignored. He didn't believe Hyatt's rule was good. He believed that outside the gates of De La Noya, priests prospered under the English siege. Father, she said, stepping nearer. Father Algernon, you have not left De La Noya for a day or night since Hyatt has come. We escaped much death. Do you know it? Did you ask Percival what his village suffered?
'Twas not necessary. Hyatt gave him shelter, so he spoke for Hyatt. I understand the give and take of such politics.
Do you know of Sir Hollis? She asked. He stiffened visibly. His eyes wandered upward. The priest from Chateau Ines was castrated and left to bleed to death in the street. Ask one of Hyatt's men. They witnessed the rape of the chateau. Hollis laid it to ashes. Sir Ryland is his friend. Father Algernon's eyes drifted back to her face. She heard the sound of the horn that signaled that the gate would be opened.
You have listened to idle tales meant only to make you believe you have a good leader here. 'Tis a familiar trick. The priest of the chateau has a larger church than before.
My God, she whispered. The flatulence! 100! It was all suddenly clear. The castle and wall could not be impregnated unless the bridge was down. Ryland would have seen how strong they were, how ready. But the discontented priest who hungered for power, for money, would believe Ryland. And Algernon had assured himself that pilgrims would be admitted. In addition, he'd asked to be relieved for a journey of his own, to be away from De La Noya when the flagellants arrived to open the gate. My God, you utter fool! She whirled away from him, bolting out of the church and running down the length of the gardens, the street, toward the courtyard. The creaking of the bridge screamed inside her skull. She heard it hit the opposite side, and the horses of the escorts, 10 mailed knights, only 10 as they rode out. She knew, as she'd never known anything, that the cowardly Hollis meant to get into her walls by a monk's costume. She flew past the inner gate, screaming, "Secure the gate! Raise the bridge! It is a trick! My God, a trick! 'Tis Hollis! Raise the bridge! Close the gate! Secure the portcullis! Your arms! Your arms! Men! Arm the wall!" Chapter 17. Sir Trevor was at the portcullis gate and stared at Aurelie with wide, disbelieving eyes as she ran into the outer bailey. Maximilian, older and more experienced, needed no further prompting. He manned the bridge and gate and jabbed the squire at his side to sound the horn. 10 knights only just on the other side of the moat looked back in confusion, for the horn and subsequent raising of the bridge made the attack alarm. Abbot Carlyle ran through the portcullis behind Aurelie. Madam, these monks, our priest abbot has sold us to the enemy. These are English raiders, murderers who mean to enter by a cleric's costume. They are not here about a Christian war, but bent on killing us all." She turned away briskly. "Delmar, form a group of archers to lend aid. We are sorely in need of men. Percival, gather any of yours who can string a bow, throw a spear, carry arrows to the bowmen. Maximilian, sound the horn for the pikemen. Full armaments, all from the wall, no destriers. It is a trick to get inside." She looked back at the abbot. "If your faith prevents you from saving our lives by aiding our fight, at least bind my priest. He is the cause of this." The abbot whirled away, and Aurelie went straight away to the wall. She requested a hand up, but was rebuffed immediately. Her cheeks heightened to a fiery red, and her eyes blazed. "My lord is gone, and the wall is mine." And while the knight who would prevent her from climbing to the platform stood in awe of her, she pushed him aside and made the familiar climb without assistance. She was barely up with both feet secure when she heard Maximilian mutter,
'Tis Hollis, the bastard. Across the rolling hills the brown road stretched. Approximately 100 clerics dropped brown robes off their shoulders and revealed chain mail and helms. Visors were pulled over faces, and shields, longbows, and quivers appeared. A cloud of dust rose from behind the now kneeling advance, and armored destriers could be seen thundering toward De La Noya. 50, Aurelie muttered. 60 horses. We have loosed 10 knights astride. Dear God, we are doomed. The sky became black with arrows as the English bowmen fired them rapidly. Until Hyatt's coming, the archers of De La Noya had used the crossbow, accurate and deadly, but slow to arm and fire. The longbow was lightweight and quick, and a rain shower of arrows began to pelt the wall and flow into the inner bailey. The knights of De La Noya covered their bodies with shields while Hollis's horsed troop neared. "How many bows do we have ready?" Aurelie asked Maximilian. 50 at most, my lady. She turned and looked into the bailey. "Delmar!" she shouted. "Loose all the weapons confiscated by Hyatt's troop and arm our men. Serf and knight alike, match our crossbows with Sir Hyatt's longbows at the wall, and your axes, knives, and hammers." "Yea, my lady." Delmar turned and began shouting. Aurelie watched in wonder at the scene below her. Hyatt had fewer than 100 archers and knights, but there were close to 40 good knights of De La Noya, though bereft of armor and shield. And squires and pages were running wildly through the baileys, from stable to town to keep, gathering their weapons and passing them to able-bodied men. Shields that still bore the Du Poivre crest were pulled from tack rooms and sheds. Crossbows considered obsolete and useless were quickly strung by women and boys, and the short, heavy arrows for that weapon were scrounged from every corner. Bows and full quivers of arrows were handed up the wall, while below on the nether side of the moat Hyatt's men stood their ground, protected behind shields, in wait for the horsed knights. A scream pierced the air, and Aurelie saw one of Hyatt's archers tumble from the north parapet with an arrow in his chest. And then she saw the sky blaze as arrows laced with fire began to hit the outer wall. She watched in horror as a thatched roof was caught and a woman screamed. Aurelie grabbed the arm of the knight beside her. "Get the women and children to the hall and have the gate at the portcullis closed. Forget the fire. We can rebuild the town if we have our lives. Tell them to let it burn and hold the wall." He gave a nod of agreement and made his way down the ladder. He was barely to the ground when Percival was beside her, one crossbow in hand and another tucked under his arm. She took the heavy bow from under Percival's arm just as an arrow whirred past her right side. Aurelie didn't give notice to the near miss. She stooped to grasp a full quiver as it was handed up and armed her bow. At a weight of 20 pounds, the weapon was heavy and clumsy. She looked askance at Percival, who was aged and somewhat frail. She gave a slight smile. "Our aim will have to be sharper than most, Percival. We shall not get as many arrows off as the young and strong." "Aye, my lady, but in my youth I was a fair contestant in the tourneys." "You?" "One does not speak of his knightly oaths to the conqueror, madam," Percival said with a grin. He released the catch, and his arrow sailed. An archer from the other side fell. "Good point, Sir Percival. Make every one count." In the time lapse, the archers on the wall had begun a good shower of their own arrows, and with a few well-placed shots from the crossbow, a fair number of opponents fell. The wall was manned by armored knights, squires, serfs, and the like. Men whom Aurelie had seen ride out to meet the English were lined up on behalf of Hyatt and De La Noya now. She saw knights in red and black who wore chainmail pass their shields to serfs wearing naught but quilted gambesons and thin linen gowns. Paulus and other boys who were not yet even pages were running from hall to outer bailey with as many swords, full quivers, and knives as could be carried, while a stream of women with small children were aided by doddering old men toward the main hall. Here and there a monk was seen, running supplies, carrying babies, or herding chickens and goats out of the outer bailey. Smoke rose in a thick black cloud from a peasant hut struck by a flaming arrow. The horns sounded from the dungeon, and Aurelie looked about for the cause. From the wood, she saw destriers emerge, and her breath caught in momentary panic.
They wore red and black surcoats, one with a plume of red atop his helm. "Hyatt!" "Maximilian, my lord, is come. Cover his passage." Hyatt rode out of the wood and paused at the head of his troop. He pulled out and braced his lance, and behind him the others did the like. She caught sight of Gervin, for he was the largest and always wore black armor, making him look more the heathen than ever. But before Gervin, draped over his saddle, was a large hulking body. She knew that they had found Guillaume, and he was dead. Hyatt's troop began a slow advance toward the castle, but Gervin held back. He dismounted with care, pulled Guillaume from the horse, and held him up. Guillaume wasn't dead, but injured. Gervin placed his friend on the ground at the forest's edge, leaning him against a tree and propping his own shield before him to ward off any wayward arrows. Then he mounted again, and from his lips issued forth a cry of rage that rose above the cacophony of battle. At the cry, Hyatt's troop bent over saddles, lances braced, and charged the destriers of Hollis as they came up behind the archers. Gervin, void of shield, swung a battle-axe, slaying an archer even as his steed rode over two more. The knights who had ridden over the bridge earlier, only 10, saw Hyatt's move and charged the arrow-slinging band, running war horses over those in the way and pressed on toward Hollis's approaching troop. It was a melee of 20 of Hyatt's men against 60 of Hollis's, and Doralee shuddered in absolute terror at the odds. "My lady, look west!" She strained at Maximilian's instruction and saw a cloud of dust rising from down the road. Fear choked her heart. "Holy Mother of God," she prayed. She armed her bow again, desperate to lend aid to Hyatt. Archers who hadn't been shot or crushed by the destriers rose and ran in a line toward the wall. Doralee fixed her aim toward the horse troop, however. She spied the red plume of Hyatt's helm and, with a prayer, fired toward his opponent. The arrow hit the man's back between his shoulders, and he slumped and fell from his horse. The thing she'd failed to worry over happened. Hyatt looked toward the wall and spied her. He was frozen as he saw whence the arrow had come, and as he stared toward her, 2 knights charged him from other directions. An ear-splitting cry came from the field as Gervin, ever suited to guard Hyatt's back, rode in a fury toward his lord. One of Hollis's men fell to Gervin's axe, while Hyatt's broadsword finished the other. Doralee sighed and armed her bow, the thundering cloud of another advance of horsed men coming closer. The air was filled with the clanging of swords against swords, shields raised to axes, the shouts of combatants, the shower of arrows flowing from De La Noya and toward her, and smoke rising from within the wall where peasant huts burned out of control. And the horn sounded again as a galloping herd came into sight. "Most merciful God," she breathed, for they wore Hyatt's red and black. It was the escort that had taken out goods on Delmar's wagons. Along the wall there was the sound of cheers. But the horn sounded yet again, and this time there was a battle cry from the forest's edge as a tattered group, only 4 of whom were astride, charged onto the field. Doralee knew the man on the dark stallion must be Varel, charging without benefit of helm, armor, shield, or lance, but swinging a sword with deadly intent. He rode low in his saddle, head down to escape arrows, straight for Hyatt. Doralee held her breath and aimed her crossbow. She had held it up for so long that her hands trembled, but she was ready. With a sigh of relief and a choked sob, she lowered the bow. Varel took down the knight approaching Hyatt's back, sending him to the dust. The empty destrier reared up and fled the field. Varel raised a bloody sword high in the air and brought it down on another of Hollis's men. Doralee saw a knight in blue livery edge to the outside of the melee and take flight. Another followed. The contest was equal in numbers, with Hyatt's men doing abler fighting. She turned to look into the outer bailey, where fire blazed. "Archers, lower bows and check the fire!" she shouted. There was swift action all around the wall. Bows were lowered and men jumped into the bailey. Outside, the knights were 1 for 1, and Hollis's archers were fleeing in numbers around the horsed melee to the outskirts of the wood to get away. The gate at the portcullis was raised, and women, old men, and boys came flowing through to the outer bailey, tearing down buildings not yet burned, with pitchforks, axes, shovels, and hoes. The wells squeaked and buckets were passed. Aurelie looked again to the field and saw more of Hollis's men take flight down the road. The red plume of Hyatt's helm still wobbled like a rooster tail as he used his broadsword fiercely. Varel was unhorsed nearby and engaged in a weighty test with an armored knight boasting a broadsword. Varel's sword flew from his hand, and he took a dive, rolling once, twice, thrice, coming up alongside the body of a felled knight. He searched frantically for a weapon on the person of the dead warrior while his opponent loomed nearer, sword raised. Gervin's axe came down hard between the knight's shoulders, and he fell atop his fellow on the field. And Gervin pulled a short-handled broadsword from his saddle strap, tossing it to Varel, and turning his horse back to the fray. A cry went up from the blue-liveried knights, and a dozen turned to flee. A score more ran, and Hyatt's troop gave chase down the road due west. Aurelie threw back her head and looked up at the sky, her eyes alive with fire and ice, and a cry of proud victory left her. She watched her husband as he led the chase over the knoll and further, the only sign that they were still in pursuit being the brown dust cloud in the distance. One of Hyatt's didn't follow his lord. Gervin galloped toward the forest and dismounted there. He stooped and lifted Guillaume into his arms and carried him back toward the castle. A few archers from Hollis's troop could be seen fleeing into the wood in all directions, but not one stopped to arm a bow. Gervin did not pay them any regard. Some of Varel's ragtag group chased archers, but did them little harm except to drive them into the trees. "Lower the bridge and open the gate. We'll pass buckets from the moat," she told Maximilian.
"What if there are Hollis's soldiers hiding in the wood?"
the knight asked. She nodded toward Gervin. "He would have smelled them," she said. She turned to climb down from the wall, passing Percival as she went. "Keep watch, Sir Percival," she said, giving him the knighted roll with much resolution. She glanced toward the field. Bodies littered the earth. She would have to go forth and discover which were theirs, but not until Hyatt had returned and the fire was out. Aurelie watched as monks, serfs, knights, archers, and even children passed and ran buckets into the bailey. She knew that theirs had been good fortune, with only a battered wall and a dozen homes burned, for the stable was saved, and almost all their produce was in the inner bailey and hall. Had Hollis thought of a way to disguise war machines as nuns, the castle would have been completely destroyed. But the offending knight couldn't carry battering rams or pull trebuchets and still make his trickery work. There was a smoldering ache in her chest as she realized what would have happened to them had the bridge been lowered for 100 armored archers with a troop of 60 knights close behind them. Hyatt would have returned to De La Noya to find blood, bones, and ashes. Gervin passed through the confusion of pail-bearing, bucket-passing people. Guillaume slumped in his arms, and Aurelie ran forward to meet them.
"A broken leg, fever, no food or water for days,"
Gervin said.
"He does not know who I am."
"Take him to Nima," she instructed. "I shall come." Guillaume lifted his head and opened his eyes. He looked at Aurelie briefly, blankly, and then collapsed against Gervin's chest again. She watched Gervin's departing form as he strode purposefully toward the hall, his burden carried with such ease that Guillaume might have been a child in Gervin's arms. But the mist of fear and pain in Gervin's eyes hadn't escaped Aurelie's notice. The smoke in the bailey blackened and turned sour as the water from the moat drenched the flames. A few small structures were dismantled and pulled away to starve the fire. A woman of her village lay in the dust weeping as knights searched the destroyed hovel for her child. In another corner of the courtyard, a group of women hovered over injured archers. Aurelie turned toward the injured.
"Madam, my lady."
The sound of Algernon's voice sent a shivery spasm up her spine, and she whirled to face him. His cheeks were streaked with tears, his eyes paled by the destruction all around, and his hands were tied behind his back. 2 brothers who'd travelled with Abbot Carlisle held his arms.
Sir Ryland swore that the Innes priest was revered by the conquering English and applied his power with that of the knight Sir Hollis to bring the people to peaceful acceptance. Sir Hollis was to have added silver and labour to their church, making it better than it was. My lady, he said no damage would be done, but only to Hyatt's fighting men.
He dropped his gaze to the ground. Aurelie looked at him with disgust. She wished to slap his face, to see his head ride a pike on her wall. There'd been many failings within this castle over the years, but never had one of their number betrayed the secrets of their wall to an enemy. She could have even understood a traitor amongst the beaten French knights, a betrayal from a widow of a soldier of Giles, or any deposed or abused Villain. But her priest had suffered only one loss. He had lost the lord he carried in his pocket. She spat in the dust at his feet and turned away from him. She heard Algernon's whining as he was dragged away. He begged for pardon, mercy, forgiveness, but she closed her ears to him and bent over a young lad, formerly of Giles's troop, who'd taken an arrow in the arm because he fought without armor, shield, or even a thick leather gambeson. But the lad was brave as the wound was tender, as were the next 10. 2 hours slipped by like minutes. Wounded were brought from the field. Hollis's dead were left where they'd fallen. Piles of ash were soaked with water while cloths and tents were raised to house the homeless. Aurelie hadn't yet ventured so far as the hall, where she assumed she would find a scene of confusion and upset equal to that in the courtyard. The horn sounded to alert them that troops approached, and she knew from the long blasts that it was Hyatt who returned to them. She was kneeling to the task of wrapping the gashed head of a knight who lay on the ground, and she tied the final knot and sat back on her heels. The bridge and gate were left open, receiving, and so she assumed her husband's good health and watched for his horse with a rapid beating of her heart. Hyatt entered ahead of his troop. He stopped the huge war-horse just inside the gate and removed his helm. As he looked around the courtyard at the fire damage, the injured, and mass confusion, his brown eyes took on a feral light. All voices were hushed to a deadly silence as Hyatt surveyed them all. He stabbed his broadsword into the earth, rested his helm atop it, and stared across the rubble toward Aurelie. She rose slowly, meeting his eyes across the distance of 30 paces. A smile grew on her lips. "My Lord Hyatt," she called, "your castle yet stands. Your people are bruised but mostly alive." He shook his head as if to clear her image.
"It almost appeared as though these knights took instruction from you, my lady," he shouted back.
A muffled cough and a choked wheeze escaped someone in the crowd. Aurelie let her head drop back as she laughed. She took a step forward, then another. Hyatt advanced toward her. They came together slowly, a prideful gleam in his eyes to blend with the regal light of victory in hers. They stood but a pace apart, looking at each other more like lovers standing in a garden than the battered survivors of a siege.
"Aurelie,"
he said in a breath,
"I don't know whether to thank you or throw up your skirts and beat you for what you dared."
"Before these people, Messire?" she asked, lifting a brow and smiling in delight. "If you cannot decide, my lord husband, why not just kiss me?" Hyatt opened his arms to her, and she filled them instantly, clinging to him with all the ardor in her heart. Their lips came together in a fierce and passionate kiss, and without releasing her mouth, Hyatt lifted her into his arms. A cheer came from a horsed knight, and another joined him. Within moments there were dozens to shout and cheer in both Gascon and English, praising the lady, the lord, and de la Noya. Hyatt paid no mind to the deafening shouts of victory. Aurelie's arms were looped around his neck, and he carried her in the direction of the hall.
"You are a foolish, brave, and beautiful wench,"
he muttered. "Oh, Hyatt," she laughed. "I would fight 1,000 battles for you. Would you not for me?"
"Nay, woman, 1,000,000.
At the gate, not yet inside the wall, Varel stood. He watched Hyatt carry Aurelie away. He saw the strength in the knight's stride, the way his gaze lingered only on her face. Her arms were locked about his neck, her lips against his beard-roughened cheek. The cheers of French and English rose above the rubble in a unified sound of joy and pride. There was a tear that wet Varel's cheek, and his lips trembled. His closed fist rose into the air, and he joined the chanting, "Victory to Hyatt! Victory to Aurelie! Victory to De la Noye!" Guillaume was slow to rise, but his story came out in a week. He was abed in the seneschal's house, his legs stretched out on a board, and his delirium cured. He was weak, as he would be for some time to come, but not too feeble to tell the tale. He'd been hunting for his daily fare at dawn when he heard the approach of horses on the road nearby. Reasoning that they could be soldiers, he climbed a nearby tree until they passed. The trip down wasn't so good, for he fell and broke his leg. It was impossible for him to drag himself up the hill to his camp, so he pulled himself into a sheltered copse in hopes of rescue. A murky bog greeted him there, for it was not a good secret thicket that he hid in, but a covered marshy hole. For a week he held himself out of the murk by grasping a tree root, no food to sustain him, and only dew off the nearby brush to quench his thirst. He was still there when Gervin came thrashing through the wood in search of him, and he didn't know his own name or the name of any friend or foe. Aurelie had visited Guillaume 9 times and heard the story, with better embellishment as the days wore on, an equal number of times. To her seneschal she reported the progress in De la Noye. "We lost a few good men, but Hyatt proudly adds some of the Du Poivre knights to his troop, among them Sir Varel."
"Ah, he's come about then,"
Guillaume sighed.
"Good. It's coming together now, lass. De la Noye will rise above the war and be whole."
"There is good reason we should come together now, Sir Guillaume. Without Hyatt and Gervin, you would be dead now." Guillaume's eyes became wistful and sentimental.
"My lady, there is a thing you must know. There is gossip whispered amongst Hyatt's men, but he forbids them to speak of the battle with the Du Poivre knights. And our own will not even yet speak out against the Sire Du Poivre. But what is told is that Giles died fleeing from the field. He fell from his horse and broke his neck."
Aurelie's eyes widened. "But I saw him, Guillaume. His chest was covered with blood, and Gervin admitted it was his sword." Guillaume nodded solemnly.
"Gervin's blade. He knew the shield was that of the Lord, the leader. He gave Giles a deadly wound to make his demise seem more honorable."
Guillaume shrugged.
"He does not admit his own tender heart, but I suppose he meant to spare us some dignity in our downfall. We thought we buried a fighting lord, though most of us doubted it was possible. Gervin's act gave us a little pride. Only one fled from battle. Giles."
Aurelie felt tears come to her eyes. "Why do you tell me this, Guillaume? Do you mean to punish me for some crime I am unaware of?"
"Oh, nay, my lady, nay. But I shall not rise to my former strength."
He patted her hand and looked on with sympathy as tears coursed her cheeks.
"The leg will never hold me upright without a staff. It was broken a week without tending. I can hobble about and give instruction for a few more years, but I shall never again have my former worth. You must look to Gervin. You must not let Giles's death come between you."
"Oh, Guillaume," she wept, laying her head on her seneschal's chest. He gently stroked her back as she cried. "He need not have died. He could have refused the king's order and stayed behind his wall. Hyatt would have spared him and sent him away."
"'Tis done, Aurelie. Edward means to secure Aquitaine, if not all of France. And so he has."
She raised her eyes. "Do you count it done, Guillaume?" He shrugged again.
"But for this business with Hollis, we are nearly at peace. And my lady Sir Hyatt burns with the desire to lay Hollis low, along with Ryland. May God help them all."
Orley's hand went to the slight rounding of Hyatt's child. "I pray every day and night that my child will be born to a castle and family united. And I had such hope before Hollis attacked. Now I don't see how it can be."
"After all that we've seen, my lady, do you fail in faith now?"
Guillaume squeezed her hand.
"We are better fixed than we've ever been, my Lady Orley. At least when you pray, you do not rely on prayers alone. We no longer pray for mercy and miracles, but only for the right to use the hard-earned talents that defend our home. Tell your husband that if he is interested in the sworn fealty of a crippled old man, I'm ready to make my pledge to his service."
She wiped the tears from her cheeks and smiled. "I shall tell him, Guillaume. He'll be honored." Sir John Chandos, the highest-ranking knight in Prince Edward's army, rode through much of Aquitaine on the business of gathering word of the English progress and delivering news to the knights who'd fought and secured land. De la Noye received him warily, for it wouldn't be unlike Hollis to disguise his army by the prince's livery and a royal banner, if he could but afford the cloth. 50 armed men rode out of De la Noye to meet the approaching troop, Gervin at their head. The gate was promptly opened and the bridge lowered as the royal entourage entered. Hyatt met Sir John with Orley at his side. He bowed before the esteemed knight under whom he'd fought more than once.
"You hold the wall most agreeably, Sir Hyatt,"
Chandos teased.
"But we've passed a countryside at rest. Is it not a waste of good horseflesh to arm so many?"
Hyatt was deadly serious.
"The countryside might be at peace, but for my hearty neighbor at Ines, Sir Hollis. He's already caused as much damage and death by way of—"
Feeling tired? Let's take 60 seconds to unwind with a song. This free audiobook is here for your relaxation. Thank you for being here with us.
his attack, and it was in monk's clothing that his archers and bowmen crept up to our gate. We nearly let them in, thinking they were but a wayward pilgrimage of flagellants. "Monk's garb?" Chandos bellowed. "Courageous man, Hollis! How did you fare it? Better than he. Good, Hyatt. Then it should please you to know that the battle ends. King John is taken prisoner by Edward, and he bids you come to Bordeaux for the tournaments and ransoming." "Captured? My God!"
Chandos smiled.
"I think we can count Aquitaine settled, if not the whole of the country. I am making a fast sweep of the newly settled lands to deliver the word. Edward the Prince will wish to award you full title in his domain at the celebration."
Hyatt stood proudly, not looking askance at Orley. He was a bit afraid to see the pain in her eyes at the word that her king was captured and held.
"Sir John, 'tis well known that I would ride into hell on a peacock for the prince, but If I leave De La Noya and travel to Bordeaux, this castle will belong to Sir Hollis before the dust has settled in my path. And for the next attack, I suppose, he'll come dressed as a dowager with a sword up his skirt."
Chandos laughed heartily, and for the first time regarded Aurelie. He looked at her briefly, smiling, and then looked back to Hyatt.
"Hyatt, do I hear you say that you are afraid to leave your home because you are too wary of Hollis? Why do you not finish with him? I shall, when he comes next. But I do not launch an attack on Prince Edward's own castle of Inez just because my enemy resides there. That is Hollis's shallow loyalty to his king, his overlord, not mine. Sir Hyatt, you have just cause to take him out. The prince will not chastise you, but support you. Do it in Bordeaux." He gave his belly a pat. "I am sorely hungry and thirsty, but if you feed me well and give me some decent wine, I will deliver your challenge to Hollis myself and escort him to Bordeaux to meet you in the lists. Hollis cannot beat you in a tournament of rules." "Well?"
Hyatt glanced warily at Aurelie. He expected to see grave disappointment at the news that her country was settled within the reign of an Englishman. And if not that, fear that her husband would go against the treacherous Hollis. But he saw that her eyes were fixed on Sir John, and a smile of confidence graced her lips. "So happens, Sir Knight, we have the best Gascon wine in these parts," Aurelie said, "and enough good food to make your journey to Inez a comfortable one."
"Most women are wary of such conflict and beg their lords to avoid such battles."
"I can understand such women," she said with a shrug. "How could they be otherwise? They have not been wed to Sir Hyatt." Chapter 18. Sir John Chandos sent 2 squires to De La Noya bearing the message that Sir Hollis and a small company were riding to Bordeaux under the banner of the prince. Michaelmas was barely past. Then, and not a moment before, Hyatt gave the order to make ready for their own departure. He selected a good troop of 30 knights with squires and pages, a balanced combination of long-time de Poivre knights and his own men. Sir Guillaume reigned over De La Noya as the seneschal, his voice cracking like a whip from his portable litter. Gervin prepared to travel with Hyatt and was heard to remark that Guillaume's booming voice had more than compensated for his immobility. Carts, horses, wagons, and people stood ready to depart, but Hyatt had misplaced his lady. She wasn't in the bedchamber, the hall, the inner bailey, or ready to mount her palfrey. Finally, the gatekeeper in the portcullis whistled, then pointed, and Hyatt strode impatiently over the bridge. He stopped short when he sighted her at the graves, her wrap pulled tightly over her shoulders and her head bowed as if in prayer. He approached her more slowly then, as he realized that she stared down at Du Poivre's grave. She had voiced no protests at the capture of King John. No tears were shed for France, nor did her spirit seem to lag while Sir John Chandos boasted of the battle in which 2,500 English met over 20,000 French at Poitiers. All he'd heard her mutter was, "Your English prince must be a most brilliant warrior." And feeling some sympathy for her, he'd replied,
"Edward will hold Aquitaine well, chérie, and you need not fear for your future or the future of your children."
He stood behind her in silence for a moment, his hands gently squeezing her upper arms. She turned to face him, and there were tears in her eyes. "I did my best as his wife, Hyatt."
"I know." He knew.
"There was nothing of passion in what we had. No passion of the mind, heart, or body. I served him out of duty, and I tried not to complain if there was anything lacking. Many women dislike their husbands, but oh, I did long to be a cherished wife, to be made whole."
"Aurelie, do not."
She lifted a hand to stop him. "Marriage is nothing more than a settlement of property, and any love and desire that come are fortuitous. Most marriages are duty only. It could have been far worse for me, a mere child of 9 years. I could have been given to a mean-hearted old knight or a cruel and abusive man." Giles wasn't a great man, but he was not terrible. Hyatt Giles never intentionally hurt me. She placed a hand on his chest. You knew, all along, what Sir Gervin had done? He nodded, his eyes clouded with doubt. He'd not seen any reason to hurt her with the truth. No harm would have ever come from her burying her lord with pride. I fought you hard, Hyatt, she said. Do you forgive me? Aurelie, my love, had you not fought me, I would have doubted your worth. I did not expect you to coddle your conqueror. I did not expect such a conqueror. I am not a skittish woman, my lord. Had you been any other kind of man, I would have held fast to my hate and perhaps finished your life as you slumbered by my side. But you owned this land by right of arms. You could have cast me aside and searched about for a rich wife and doubled your booty. No, he said softly. I could not. Hyatt, do we go now? Aye, love. All is ready but the lady. Wait, she said, turning from him and kneeling on the ground. She scraped a little hole with her hands and sat back on her heels, pulling off the ring that bore the Du Poivre crest. She put it in the ground and covered it. She stood, and after brushing the dirt from her hands, she reached again into her cloak, pulling out a purse of silver livres. This is what I had hidden away when I learned that Giles was dead. It is yours, for armor, weapons, ransom, anything that will help you in the contest. What is this, Aurelie? Why do you do this? Tears sprang to her eyes again. There need not be money or goods hidden to guard me against the future. I have need of nothing but you. Should anything happen, Hyatt, I shall not return to De La Noya. I go with you. My lady, we do not joust for you, but for land. I would enter no contest for you. I know that, my love, but it is important to me that you believe I shall never take another. Never. No matter what. It is not like you to be cowardly, my lady. It is not like you to think the worst. Do you doubt me now? Oh, nay, Hyatt, my dearest love. I believe you will win. I would ride in the lists with you and guard your back. But I see now that this silver protects me from nothing. If I somehow lose you, I have lost the one thing in my life that matters most. I love you, Sir Hyatt, and I shall love you through all eternity. Then continue to keep the silver and the faith, my lady. Let love make you strong. Your love gives me strength, and I'll win. She smiled and put her hands on his arm. I doubted I would hear that from your lips. I don't know why, madam, he said with a chuckle, leading her back toward the wall. You put the words there with yours. Fawn tried to pretend she was asleep so that Hollis would not bother her again. She lay still on a straw tick in a loft of a merchant's house in Bordeaux. The family had been ousted by the surly knight, tossed a few coins that would hardly keep them, and were sent cruelly on their way. Now the humble abode housed too many, and they were all uncomfortable. But Hollis was here on business and didn't listen to any complaints, least of all hers. Hollis was large and fat, and he did not wash. He was stupid and cruel, but fighting was his forte, and he almost never lost. From the talk she had overheard, he had lost but one contest, and that was not so much because of a lack of skill, but because he lost his temper and breached the rules. That incident was with Hyatt. I have not yet reached a score of years, she thought dismally, and my life is over. Hollis made grunting sounds as he banged around the small loft in search of clothing, gear, and food. He threw open the shutters and relieved himself out the window, the urine splashing into the courtyard below. This was what Edward wished to take into battle? This grunting, snorting pig. Hollis fought like a wild boar, even with eyes blinded by blood and sweat. He was an animal trained to fight, but trained in nothing else. Ryland had been good to his word and punished her properly. Upon their arrival at Ines, the devastated keep that sat in a pile of putrid waste and rubble, Ryland had pushed her toward Hollis and said, "Ease yourself on this for a while." She was Hyatt's. Hollis hurt her, mating with her like a wild bull, slapping her if she whimpered, crushing her with his huge, clumsy body. And then he ignored her. She asked for something to clothe herself in and was shown a coffer full of discarded gowns that had belonged to the old mistress of Ines. They didn't fit her, being too narrow in the waist and far too short, and horribly ugly. She'd made away from De La Noya with her bag of gold and gems that she'd acquired while with Hyatt, and Hollis had taken them from her. But Ryland was the evil one. Hollis was ugly and stupid and mean-tempered, but Ryland was the one who plotted and schemed and planned out acts of viciousness and murder. It was Ryland who devised the plan to clothe Hollis's archers in monk's robes to attack De La Noya, and Fawn had smiled slyly, though carefully, when Hollis returned defeated and told the story of the battle. Somehow they'd known he was coming. Hollis raged. Hyatt's troops emerged from down the road, from the woods, from the keep, and the gate wasn't opened. The priest must have warned them. And the lady yet lived. Fawn heard Hollis leave the room, slamming the door, and sighed in relief that she'd been forgotten. She sat up gingerly, rubbing her back. Her whole body ached. She longed for a bath, for though she'd never been fastidious about her personal cleanliness, she'd not been granted servants or grooming tools since leaving De La Noya. No mercy was bestowed on her even after it was learned that Aurelie lived. She no longer knew why she was kept with them. The door opened, and with a start she pulled the blanket to her chest, covering herself. It wasn't Hollis, but Ryland, and he smiled with ruthless superiority. "Good morning, my love. Dress yourself in something. We're going out to find where Sir Hyatt keeps his lodgings." She glared at him without response. "You are not interested in your lover any longer? Well, I am, and you shall help me." Fawn said nothing. For once she feared to open her mouth, for between Hollis and Ryland she'd suffered enough beatings. "Tomorrow is the contest that Prince Edward will view for the pleasure of his victorious court, and your lover's challenge will be met. You wouldn't wish to lie abed while Sir Hyatt and Sir Hollis do battle, would you?" "What is it you wish of me now, Ryland?" "You shall help me secure Hyatt's son." "My son, Ryland," she said, rising in the bed, a note of panic in her voice. "You would not harm my son. Do you pretend to care for the boy? Well, perhaps you shall see him again in that case. He is here, in Bordeaux, with Hyatt's household." Ryland laughed. "I could have sworn that you disliked the child and used him to gain a place in Hyatt's household." "Ryland," she said in a desperate whisper, "you must not hurt the boy." "I do not mean to harm him, dear Fawn. But do you see? If Hyatt should somehow best Hollis, we shall find ourselves in a sorry state. I have very little silver left to feed the hungry bear. I think it wise to keep a little booty at hand. You do wish to be reunited with your son, do you not?" "If you plot against Hollis, he will kill you." Ryland laughed heartily. "Good God, dear Fawn, I'm not that kind of fool. Now get up. I'm in no mood to tarry." Hyatt took a drink of wine and passed the chalice to Gervin, who took a drink. The huge warrior looked down at Hyatt. "I don't think I shall like this plan. I have always ridden at your side or guarded your back." Hyatt slapped his gauntlets into his open palm. "That was before there was so much more to guard, and Sir Varel wishes a chance to prove himself." "He is not as good as I," Gervin grumbled. "You are right. He is not. That is why you have each been given your proper chores." Gervin gave a slow nod. "All will be well, Hyatt." Hyatt stepped outside his pavilion where the destriers, saddled, decorated, and being fed from grain bags, waited. He looked to the spectators and saw the faint blur of rose-colored velvet that was his wife's new cloak. Across the field there was a wide expanse of blue that was Hollis's tent. Hyatt looked around at the collection of men that would ride in the melee. Some were his own of many years. 6 were of Du Poivre's troop who'd practiced with them before leaving De La Noya. All were ready and wore serious faces. If Hollis somehow managed to win, most of these men would be serving a new lord. The stakes were quite high. If there wasn't loss of life, the knights would be ransomed to the extent of their worldly goods. The 2 knights had met with Prince Edward and Sir John Chandos the day prior, and Hollis was confident of his skills, easily putting on the line his own conquered keep, plus the costly armor that outfitted his entire troop and each destrier they rode. Hyatt nearly winced at the cost, but covered his shock. Before he spoke, Chandos whispered in his ear, "Finish with Hollis once and for all, Hyatt. All or nothing." Hyatt had glanced briefly at the shrewd, handsome eyes of the young prince. Edward could hardly criticize the warring skills of one such as Hollis, but didn't rest easy while the same man held property in his domain. A good mercenary didn't often make a good lord of lands. Hollis's troop was comprised mostly of criminals with orders of pardon bought by Hollis. Hollis and his group were a good war machine to take to battle, but sorry keepers of the larder. Could the prince be so confident of Hyatt's skill in the contest that he would risk having Hollis own it all? In the eyes of the prince, there was a firm request to finish Hollis's treachery before it worked against England. And Hyatt obliged. He'd pledged his worldly goods to the outcome of the contest, and Hollis had smiled with an evil gleam in his eye. The trumpets sounded and the knights mounted up. Squires began to race around the tents and pavilions, readying lances, swords, shields, and additional armaments. Hyatt led his troop around the field and paused before the prince, bowing low over his horse. Edward was young, strong, and in his glory. He held the King of France and many French lords and knights. The ransoms were high and to be paid by Christmas. A great deal of wealth was changing hands even now, and Prince Edward sat in the midst of it all. King John occupied a prominent, if heavily guarded, position to observe the contest. Not many places to his right, Aurelie slowly stood. She was proud and erect, her eyes alive with courage and love. She touched her fingers to her lips. She didn't show the fear that Hyatt knew had burned in her heart. He was aware of her restless loss of sleep, her distracted mood, and the slight frown of worry that creased her brow. Hyatt rode on, and Hollis presented his troop to the prince and the spectators. Hyatt rode the length of the gallery and back to his pavilion to stand ready. He looked over his shoulder at Sir Gervin and slowly shook his head. Gervin disappeared instantly. Hyatt had only one opportunity to look closely at Hollis's pavilion as he passed. He scanned the grounds and saw Thormund standing among the tents and horses. And nearby was the young squire whom Hyatt had asked to watch the scoundrel. He counted that matter done. Thormund would not ride in the melee, but it was important to see what he did later. The rules of the contest were read, and cheers from the crowd went up all around when the trumpets sounded. Hyatt wiped his hands on a cloth, tossed it to a page, and pulled on his gauntlets. He accepted a blunted lance, for it was property for which they fought, and not to the death. He looked at the line of 12 fully fettled knights wearing his livery.
"For De La Noya,"
he said. He heard the cheer. He looked directly behind him. He met Sir Varel's eyes.
"Let us best this devil for my lady's sake, Sir Varel."
"For my lady and De La Noya," Varel's strong voice carried conviction. Hyatt turned back toward the field and dropped his visor. His hands were steady, his mind focused on one thing only: Hollis. The mark of a good leader was to give orders and believe them done. He'd assigned each man to an important task in the melee, and if any one failed, they might all lose. But if each did as he was instructed, the contest would be between Hyatt and Hollis. Now that the plan of attack was set, he could not dwell on the details. He focused on the huge knight whose destrier stood ahead of the rest. At the trumpet's blast, he heard their visors all drop. Lances were braced, squires released the reins and ran out of the way. A third blast was the call to charge. The destriers crashed together. The sound of cracking lances, grunts and cheers filled the air. Only 2 were unseated, 1 from each side. The felled knights ran for new horses, and the remaining group, now lined up before their opponents' pavilions, waited for the trumpet sound to repeat the charge. Hyatt's lance held through the second charge, but he threw it down and called for a replacement. As he passed Hollis, he noted a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. After 3 passes, 6 knights were unseated and had almost depleted their allotted number of new destriers. Hyatt meant to keep throughout the steed he was riding. At the 4th pass, a total of 9 were unseated and points were awarded to Hyatt, whose troop had the most astride. The crowd was wild with cheers, but Hyatt longed for the strength in Aurelie's clear blue eyes. At the 5th pass, Hyatt's blunted lance found Hollis's chest, and the man was pushed back, his feet hard in the stirrups and his knees tight on the horse, but Hollis was too heavy. He fell. More points to Hyatt's side, for a leader had been unhorsed, and the crowd roared with pleasure. Hyatt knew by the sound there were very few spectators yearning for Hollis's success, but the position of the crowd was the least of his concern. He knew, as he had known from the first, that there was more at stake than De La Noya. He knew it because Ryland was somehow pulling the strings that caused the puppet knight Hollis to work. Hyatt looked around the field. He had the advantage still, for his side had more men astride. He dismounted and pulled out his broadsword, while Hollis chose the mace. Hyatt's steed was whisked away by a squire. He dared not look about to see what his men did, for if they followed their orders, they would busily push back Hollis's men. The win was not so important at the moment as keeping the opposing side at bay, for it would be like Hollis to have a plan to worry Hyatt from the rear. Hollis swung the mace as he approached. "Come, bastard," he growled. Hyatt heard the clanging of metal and crunching of armor all around him, but there was not the slightest indication that any of Hollis's men approached his back. To turn and look would give an advantage to Hollis, and he reminded himself to trust his men to do their part. He fended the mace aside with his sword, sweat running down his forehead, under his visor, and into his eyes. He swung and stabbed and swung again, and the dust around their feet rose in a choking cloud. He saw blood dampen Hollis's gauntlets from the fierce grip the latter had on the chain. The mace whirred past Hyatt's stomach, and as it passed, he crouched suddenly, bringing his blunted broadsword into the fat knight's side. Hollis grunted in pain and fell to one knee. Hyatt gave him leave to rise, which was the rule of the chivalrous match. By the cheers, the move had been seen and counted. Hollis rose with a growl, the mace wildly swinging toward Hyatt's head. It struck the side, dazing him for a moment, his helm so badly dented that he pulled it off and let it fall. But his opponent did not give him time to recover from the blow, but brought the mace back around on the backswing. Despite the fact that Hyatt's vision was clouded with pain, he saw the bulk descend on him, and rather than trying to escape the second blow, he raised a knee to Hollis's gut. A round of booing and hissing from the gallery could be heard as Hollis stumbled back. Hollis wouldn't give a felled knight a chance to rise, despite the rules. "You're losing the contest, Hollis. Don't be a fool." Hollis growled again and righted himself. He glanced toward the prince's pavilion and slowly pulled off his helm, casting it aside. Hyatt didn't seize the moment when Hollis looked away, but waited as he should, wondering at his opponent's next move. It appeared that Hollis meant to equalize their terms by taking off his helm. Hollis swung the mace and his eyes gleamed. "Fall to my next blow, bastard, and you may have your wife and son." Hyatt didn't look at the pavilion that housed the spectators. Instead, he smiled shrewdly. "Fall to mine, and you may have your life." The mace whistled as it came close to Hyatt's face. He ducked and swung the mighty blade, hitting Hollis again in the gut. Hollis grunted in pain again, falling to one knee. He looked up at Hyatt with bloodlust in his eyes. "I have your wife and son," Hollis growled. "If I lose the match, they shall be ransomed." "Nay, Hollis,
It is you and I, at last. Look for yourself, fool.
Hyatt didn't glance around. By the lack of clanking armor and grunts, he knew the field was nearly clear. There was an almost fearful quiet. He didn't know the points collected, but he realized that the others had finished their contests. If Hollis's men had bettered his own, he could still take the day by beating the leader. Hollis rose uneasily under his own weight. His face was streaked with dirt and sweat, and he charged like a wild boar with a snarl of hatred on his lips. But Hyatt's lighter weight served him well as he jumped out of the way of the swinging mace and applied his sword again to the same side he had struck twice before. This time Hollis sprawled. Hyatt looked down at his opponent.
You're a fool,
Hollis muttered.
Ryland has them. He'll kill them. You're the fool. If you get up, I shall only have to knock you down again. Yield the day.
Hyatt watched as the man rolled in pain, his mace lying far from his hand. Hyatt turned, bowed to the gallery, and plunged his sword into the dirt beside his victim. He began to walk toward the prince, straining his eyes not for Edward, but for the rose hue that marked Aurelie's cloak. Blood ran from his temple into his right eye, but his left was clear. Aurelie wasn't there. Hyatt mumbled a prayer that bore the name of Gervin. He'd taken 20 paces, panic rising, when the audience seemed to rise as one and the sound of a galloping horse could be heard. He looked first in the direction of the horse and saw Varel charging onto the field, an unsheathed broadsword raised high. He was gaining on Hollis, who was charging with Hyatt's broadsword. A moment of stunned wonder paralyzed Hyatt. Hollis would attack his back. Hyatt dove out of the way, sliding into the dust, while Varel screamed a battle cry that held all the outrage the lad had stored for many months. The sword Hollis held was blunted, but Varel's was not. Hyatt got to his feet as quickly as possible, and a piercing whistle left him. Varel reared the destrier with a sharp turn and maneuvered the steed between the combatants, his sword still high.
"'Tis mine to do, Varel,"
Hyatt called out sharply. Varel stared for a moment. Then, with a smile on his lips, he threw the broadsword to Hyatt and pulled the destrier out of the way. Hyatt tossed the hilt of the sword from hand to hand.
"Unsheathe your blade, Hollis,"
he ordered. Hollis tore the blunted sword from its cover and swung the blade at Hyatt. Hyatt stopped it once, twice, thrice, and when Hollis made a wide, powerful sweep at Hyatt's middle, Hyatt moved back a half step and plunged his mighty sword into Hollis's gut. Hollis dropped his weapon and clutched the heavy hilt of the sword that ran through him. His eyes widened for only a moment, a trickle of blood running from his mouth, and then he fell for the last time. Hyatt stood and wiped the sweat from his eyes, oblivious to the roaring of the crowd. He saw a rustle of movement in the direction of Hollis's pavilion, and saw Thormund push a squire down and clumsily mount a destrier. Hyatt whistled again, a short blast to alert Varel and too long, calling for a horse. He turned and began to run toward the prince's pavilion. A knight astride met Hyatt before Edward's seat and quickly dismounted, giving the steed to Hyatt. Hyatt bowed briefly over the saddle.
"Does that satisfy your highness?"
Edward gave a half bow.
"The contest is yours, Sir Knight, and not from your opponent's disgrace. You took it fairly. He will not attack your back again." "Nay, your highness, but the contest goes to the streets, for Hollis claimed he somehow held my wife and son." "And do not dally here, Hyatt. I was told the lady went to see about a sick child." "Aye, sir. The sick child is my brother Ryland. By your leave. Godspeed, Hyatt, and good luck."
Hyatt bowed and gave his horse a firm heel, leaving the grounds and making for the streets of Bordeaux. Hyatt was still in the saddle, and Aurelie's breath was still caught in her throat when the page arrived. "The child Derek has taken a bad fall, my lady. Mistress Perrin begs you come quickly." Aurelie had looked around frantically, not knowing what she should do. She looked toward the prince, her host, and he gave a slight nod. Hyatt's heir was more important than his wife, especially in the eyes of a future king. She rose with great hesitancy. She had an odd tightening in her stomach. It wasn't like Perrin to call her from something like this. especially since Aurelie could do no more than Perrin could do in an emergency. And Aurelie's advanced pregnancy, coupled with Perrin's protectiveness, made the request even more strange. She followed the page out of the gallery across the grounds. The afternoon sun was bright and the air was brisk, but Aurelie's cheeks were hot. A deepening fear for Derek and a deep apprehension for herself began to bloom. The lodgings Hyatt had secured for them were in a hostel in Bordeaux kept by an elderly couple. The page had brought her a palfrey to ride and led the way. Behind her she could hear the shouting from the lists and imagine the crashing of metal. "Oh, Hyatt, be strong," she silently prayed. The sounds faded as she rode. In the streets there was an eerie quiet, with almost everyone gone to the pavilions to catch a glimpse of the captured king, the English prince, the knights called to contest. The clattering hooves of the palfreys echoed, the sound surrounding her. She stood before the humble hostel. The page tethered her horse, bowed, and departed. She opened the door and stepped inside. There was a stony silence within, not typical of a place that was both heavily guarded and where a bad accident was to have occurred. She looked toward the staircase and down the hall ahead. "Perrin," she called. "Perrin!" The door was not yet closed behind her when an arm encircled her waist and another closed over her mouth. She couldn't see who held her and struggled in vain. On the stairs leading to the room where she'd left Perrin and Derek, Fawn appeared. She held the boy on her hip, and under her reddened eyes were deep, dark hollows. She stared at Aurelie with a mixture of hatred and pity. And then the demon's voice came to her ears. "Be still now, my lady, or we shall have to do you harm," Ryland threatened. He relaxed the hand that covered her mouth, but the arm around her waist tightened. "Ryland," she said in a breath, "what do you dare?" "We're going to keep you safe until the contest is done, my lady. Perhaps if the cocky knight is very lucky, there will be a ransom. It should be a tidy sum to equal what he holds for a wife and son, both valued." Was it not enough to pit him against Hollis in Aquitaine and again in the lists? "Hollis will win," Ryland said with a laugh, "and I shall take you back to De La Noya, where the saddened brother of the slain knight will keep his lot for his son." "How have you secured Hyatt's son? Where are the guards? Hyatt left 2 of his best here." Ryland laughed wickedly. "Would I come here alone and ask very kindly that they yield me Hyatt's son? I brought some of Hollis's with me. Hyatt's are dead, and the other knights guard the back of this humble place, lest we be interrupted." Aurelie gasped in spite of her wish to be strong. "Perrin?" she asked with hesitancy. "Tied. She will not scream." Aurelie stiffened and tried to think clearly. She watched Fawn warily, wondering what to make of the woman's blank stare. "And if Hollis loses," she asked, "then we have a little plan, of which you and Hyatt's son are an important part. But do not worry, Cherie. When your man is down, Hollis will tell him that I have you and Derek." He let go with a vicious laugh. Hyatt will turn his head to look, and— Aurelie stiffened suddenly. "He will not look," she said. "He will look, and his skull will split as he turns his head." There was a crash that caused all heads to turn. From a rear door, Sir Gervin appeared, an evil smile on his lips and his short-handled axe in his hand. He tossed the heavy weapon about effortlessly, and there was blood staining its edge. "He will not turn his head from the contest, Sir Ryland," Gervin rumbled. "He entrusted the lady's welfare to me." Fawn stood paralyzed on the stair, and Derek began to squeal, not knowing that death lay at hand. He murmured and fussed and reached out hands toward Aurelie. Aurelie looked and saw the glint of steel in Fawn's hand. She held a sharp dagger in the hand at her side. Her eyes were hollow and blank, her face void of emotion. "Gervin, hold, I beg you," Aurelie whispered. "Fawn, do not. He is your own flesh." Fawn drew her breath sharply in, lifting her proud chin as she did so. She'd been cast aside by Hyatt, tricked by Ryland, and used most brutally by Hollis. What next? She dare not think.
"She will kill him," Ryland said. "Tell Goliath to step back and drop his axe and come with us peacefully."
Oralee disregarded Ryland, though he held her so tightly that she felt cut in half. Still, she focused on Fall's green eyes. The dress that the haughty mistress wore was tattered and ill-fitting. Her hair wasn't its usual mass of coppery curls, but dirty and unkempt. "Fall, Hollis does not win this contest. As I left the lists, Hyatt was ahead by much. 'Tis Hyatt you will have to deal with, not the brute. Do not harm the boy."
"Come, Fall,"
Ryland urged in a cajoling tone. The blade moved in her hand, rising toward the boy.
"Come with us, Fall, and we'll have the best of them yet."
Fall's raging eyes darted to Ryland's face. Then the green glitter went back to Oralee. "He is a noble babe, Fall. Hyatt will rear him to take his due. You cannot doubt that." The glitter increased as tears gathered in Fall's eyes. The sound of horse hooves pounding down the lane could be heard, a sound like no other. In these narrow city streets, emptied because of the tournaments and feasts, only one person would ride so. Oralee smiled. "'Tis not Sir Hollis," she said shrewdly. "'Tis Hyatt, come to settle this."
"Nay!"
Ryland shouted.
"He'll not find one of you alive."
He tossed Oralee aside in a move of sheer panic, lunging for the stairs. His hands were stretched out toward the boy and the knife. Fall backed away and gasped in sudden fear, but the axe was swift and sure, and the sound was faster than the sight. There was a whiz and thump, and only the weapon's handle stuck out of Ryland's chest. A look of terror gripped his face as he slumped. Fall seemed not to react, but still held her own blade at about the waist of her child. The hooves came closer, the noise echoing between the closely built houses. Oralee raised herself quickly. She stepped toward Fall, but not too near for the woman to pass her if she would come down the stairs. Oralee reached inside her cloak and produced the leather purse she had offered to Hyatt. "By the rear door, Fall. Gervin will let you pass. I wager his horse is tethered yonder." Her eyes darted toward the huge servant.
"This last time,"
Gervin agreed. Fall's eyes teared again, and she did not lower the blade. "I tried to kill you.
"You will ask him to chase me down."
"Nay, you are the boy's mother. I know what that means." Fall stepped down. She pressed the blade close to the boy and used him as a shield as the sound of the approaching horse came closer and slower. "Let me have the child, Fall. Please." "Tell him to move," she said, indicating Gervin with her frightened eyes. Gervin didn't require the command, but moved quickly, the blade still precariously close to Hyatt's son. Oralee stepped closer, caution guarding her step, sympathy clouding her eyes. "Take the silver, Fall, and leave the boy. If you take Derek, I dare not say what he will do." "Will you take care of him? Do you swear?" she asked, a tremor in her voice. "Yea, Fall, I give you my word." The sound outside of the gallop slowed to a stop. "Quickly, lass," Oralee breathed. "Take flight. I can forgive you, but if he cannot—" Derek reached toward Oralee and Fall choked on a sob. She dropped the dagger and reached for the silver. In a flurry of skirts, she ran out the door that Gervin had kicked open. Without pause, Oralee whirled to face the messenger. "Let her go," she commanded. Gervin let his chin fall in a nod. "How did you know where to come?"
"We saw them yesterday, my lady. I followed Ryland from Hollis's pavilion today, sensing his plan to come here."
Oralee sighed. "Some day you must tell me how one so large gets about so easily without being seen." Gervin smiled devilishly.
"And you may tell me how one so small commands troops with such finesse."
Hyatt hit the door to his quarters with such speed and force that he nearly tripped over the body of his brother. Straight ahead, standing like a sentry at the door that led the way out through the back, Oralee stood, holding Derek. She didn't react to the blood on Hyatt's face because she was determined that he would not follow Fall.
"It was Fall and Ryland,"
Gervin reported.
"My axe." Where is she?
Hyatt snarled. Gone, my lord, Orly said. Hyatt took a step toward his wife. Nay, Hyatt, leave her be. She stopped him with a hand on his chest and slowly let her hand rise to touch the blood, dried now, on his cheek. She is alone now and can do us no harm. You have no cause to hunt down a woman.
She may return with yet another scheme. I have let her go for too long.
Nay, Hyatt, she is beaten. Orly rose on her toes to place a light kiss on Hyatt's lips, and in the close exchange Derek encircled his father's neck with chubby arms. Hyatt took the boy and slipped an arm around Orly's waist.
You are sure, lady?
Yea, Hyatt. If we are strong enough to love, we are strong enough to be merciful. She sighed and leaned against him. Please, my love, I shall never ask you to pardon an enemy again, but let us not raise up your son with the knowledge that his father killed his mother. Hyatt's eyes clouded with doubt, but Orly's voice pressed him. If the contest is met, take me home. He looked down into her eyes, and a smile grew on his lips.
'Tis met, my love. Did you doubt it?
Never, Hyatt. 'Tis met and done. Epilogue. The ground outside the De La Noya wall was covered with a fresh blanket of late snow. All through the night the wind had howled, the snow coming in ruthless blasts against the castle walls while Lady Orly labored with her first child. The morning dawned clear and bright, the sun shining on the fresh new whiteness, and yet the lady struggled to give birth. At dawn, unable to bear the moaning pain of his wife any longer, Hyatt brooded in the hall. It was Guillaume who said,
When my wife labored with children, I found they were born much more quickly when I chopped wood.
Hyatt knew good sense was at work. He donned a heavy fur jerkin and high leather boots and took a long-handled axe outside the castle wall. He plied the axe with all his strength, bringing down a tree at the forest's edge. It wasn't the Lord's duty to split logs for the fire, but Hyatt couldn't bear the idle weight while his wife labored. A tidy stack of split logs grew, and Hyatt was damp with sweat under his heavy garments despite the chill of the air. A blast of the horn from the high citadel caused him to bolt upright, leaving his axe standing in the log. The lady had given birth. He looked toward the castle, his breath drawn in as he waited. There was a long pause. There was to be 1 blast for a girl child, 2 for a son. Yet there was naught but silence. He turned and began to run toward the gate. It wouldn't end in injury. Did the child not live? As he neared the wall, he heard a blast of the horn, but he continued to run. A second blast! It was a boy! A third blast came. Hyatt's face went pale, but he hurried on. They had not discussed what signal to use if the child did not live, or if Orly... It was Guillaume who had promised the call from the dungeon. His feet thudded across the bridge.
Sir Hyatt, what is it? What has the lady delivered?
He did not pause to answer, for he was driven only by dread. He could not imagine the meaning. Perhaps they meant only to call him back. Perhaps the child had not come, or his wife lay in mortal peril, or worse, he thundered through the portcullis and ran to the hall. Guillaume sat before a winter fire, a mug of ale in his hand and his stiff leg propped up. Gervin stood nearby, also hefting ale. They didn't wear the faces of doom or death.
Sir Hyatt,
Guillaume said cheerfully,
you are getting slow in your old age. You should have taken a horse to the wood.
Guillaume, 3 blasts sounded. What is amiss?
Not amiss, lad. We did not cover all the possibilities with our code.
She is well.
See to your lady wife, son,
Guillaume said quietly, a smile on his lips. He needed no further prompting and took the steps to his chamber 2 at a time. Aurelie lay in the bed, 2 pillows to prop her. She held a bundle in her arms, and he heard the baby crying. Nima sat close by, and Perrin was turned away at some chore, her back to the door. He rushed toward his wife. Aurelie pulled back the blanket and proudly displayed a small, pink, screaming little girl. "Your daughter, monsieur."
"My God,"
he said in a breath.
"I was sore afraid. The loud in the tower sent forth 3 blasts, and I feared the worst. I'll have the boy horsewhipped."
"Here now. That's a feisty mood when the boy did my bidding," Perrin interrupted, pushing him out of the way and producing a second bundle. She placed another babe in Aurelie's free arm and drew back the cover to show Hyatt another child, a small, whimpering boy. "We were at odds with how to tell you from the tower, my lord," Perrin beamed. "Small but strong." Hyatt's face lost color as he gazed down at his wife and 2 children.
"Aurelie, are you all right?"
She smiled tiredly. "I feel wonderful. I am at least as surprised as you." He looked at Nima.
"They are healthy, not too small?"
Nima nodded her head. "They are perfect, my lord. Do you not think them beautiful?" Hyatt sat weakly on the edge of the bed. He laughed suddenly, greatly relieved.
"Oh, they are indeed beautiful. But, my lady, if you bring them forth 2 at a time, I shall be hard-pressed to feed them all."
Aurelie let her lips touch the top of one tiny head. "We have need of a large family, Hyatt, to hold all the possessions you bring to your name. There is so much." There was a soft knock at the door, and Perrin went to answer it. Hyatt touched a tiny hand, kissed his wife's brow, and covered the babies again. Perrin returned to the bed and whispered in Aurelie's ear. "Let him come in," Aurelie said. Hyatt turned to see who disturbed them. Father Algernon entered with his head down and his hands folded together. He approached warily, his eyes soft and his lips held together with a slight trembling.
"My lady, will you let me bless the new babes?"
Hyatt stood, stepping back from the bed slightly and glowering at the priest. It was Aurelie who'd insisted that they not cast the priest out or punish him, but his continued presence at De La Noya bothered Hyatt. Still, he couldn't deny his wife. "I would like you to bless them, Father." The priest leaned over the bed, making the sign of the cross on each little head and muttering his prayer. He turned toward Hyatt.
"I have much for which I must atone, my lord. If you can forgive me for my betrayal, born of a foolish heart, I shall try hard to serve your family with my knowledge of God and the Church."
Hyatt looked at Aurelie, frowning. She held him with her eyes, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. This was the first time Algernon had dared to approach him. He looked back at the priest.
"It has been said that it takes greater courage to love and have mercy than to fight and rule lands. Atone with good works, Father, and you shall have a place here for many years." "Thank you, my lord,"
he said, turning to leave as quietly as he had come. Hyatt sighed and went again to his wife.
"You said you would not ask me to forgive any more enemies."
"I do not have to, Hyatt. You have the wisdom to know when to forgive with no word from me."
"Somehow, madam, the whole world believes you the loyal and steadfast wife, all servitude and compliance. And yet, without even a word of request, you have your way with me on every turn of the hand. How shall I hold together armies of men if they ever learn that a small and quiet woman rules this warrior's every whim with such ease?"
Aurelie lifted a baby and placed it on her other side next to his sister, and then put both her arms about Hyatt's neck and drew him down to kiss her lips. Though she was weak and tired from childbearing, her kiss caused him to tremble. "Just tell them that we have a common purpose, my love, and that is all that matters." She smiled sweetly. "Now and forever." The end. This is Therese Plummer. We hope you've enjoyed this production of By Right of Arms by Robin Carr. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.